And we're very, very happy that you all could join us at this slightly early hour. So thank you so much for coming on time so that we can start the proceedings on time. So today is the official start of the conference with day one. In the beginning, we will be having our opening plenary session, which is the plenary session number one, entitled Policy Dialogue, Sustaining 2 decades of an Enabling Policy and Regulatory Environment with Climate Change as a Major Challenge. Of course, throughout yesterday, we heard climate change being talked about directly, and also being alluded to in all of the speeches that we had from, a wide array and diverse people that we had at the opening plenary yesterday. So without much further ado, I'd like to call on Ghalib Mr. Saab, to come and do the scene setting for this session. We all, of course, know Ghalib Saab as the much-loved chairman of the Pakistan Microfinance Network. He is also, of course, the president and CEO of the Khushali Bank. Sir, could you please join us on stage?
So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and a very good morning to everyone. Very good to see all of you here on time to participate in this plenary session. I think it's going to be a very important session. We have a very eminent panel, and I think so. This discussion would be very exciting and worth your while being here today. I just have a few comments which I'd like to share to really set the scene, to set the context, and then I think I'll pass it on to the chair of the panel, take it from there. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panel colleagues, very happy to be here. Policy sets the agenda, it sets the vision, and it sets the aspirations. And if you talk about the microfinance sector, the policy statement which came out in June of 2000, the tagline was setting up a pro-poor financial system in Pakistan. And that meant all stakeholders, whether the Ministry of Finance, whether State Bank, SECP, private capital, FDI, the institutions, through the institutions, the products and innovation, and obviously everything targeting the marginalized segments of the population. So I think it's been more than 20 years now. And so this maybe it's a learning point for all of us. And I think our panel would really maybe talk about how we fared in terms of the last 20 years. Have we achieved the goals that were set for us? If I were to summarize what we've achieved, I would say, and very on a balanced note, I think we've achieved reasonable scale. And I was mentioning yesterday also that the policy letter said that we have 6.5 million households which require microfinance. Our coverage is only 5%. Today we are covering 8.5 million households. So I don't think we've done too badly, but I understand the size of the market is much larger now, unfortunately. So I think we've done reasonably well on scale. We've done well on sustainability. That was also part of the policy vision. And I think most importantly, which is of most satisfaction to me, and that I think was the greatest challenge, not setting the institution up and doing product and services. We do that all the time in our previous lives with commercial banks and all that. But I think the real achievement was whether these institutions, MFIs or MFBs, will be able to target the client, the right client. I think we've done that. So that is the biggest achievement the sector has achieved over the past 20 years. So we have now, mashallah, 46 institutions, 11 or 12 banks and the NBFIs. Initial years were more setting up the institution, getting the right people, understanding that we are not commercial banks and we have a different mandate. and organic growth. Today, I think, as we stand today, after 20 years, so there are two, I think, moving to the next part of my talk. Today, as we stand, we have an opportunity and we have a threat. The opportunity obviously still comes from the market. There's a huge market out there. And the financial penetrations of Pakistan are still modest as compared to the region. So I think that's an opportunity. Secondly, I think the opportunity that I see, which is there, is data and technology. So that's the opportunity we have. And I think the banks have invested quite a bit in technology and they're capable of leveraging this opportunity. On the flip side, we see threat, and that we talked about yesterday, the climate change. It's there, it's here to stay. So I think we have a threat and opportunity. And so I would say we have, through ups and downs and through all the situation, ensured that capital continues to flow to the micro entrepreneur and to the micro enterprise. We've not, despite all challenges, we've ensured that. And now we are in the midst of another disaster, natural, so we must ensure that. So that is a challenge we are ready to take. But for the panel, I think it's time to rethink, and hopefully this discourse will give us some insights of where we want to go in the next 20 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ghalib Saab, for setting the stage for this session. I'd like to formally begin the session by inviting the session chair, Mr. Amir Khan, who, of course, is the president and the CEO of the HPL Microfinance Bank. I'll also quickly introduce the panelists and ask them to come on stage. First up, we have Ms. Seema Kamil, who's joining us virtually. Of course, we all know that Ms. Kamil is the Deputy Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan. We were lucky enough to have her join us yesterday at the opening plenary. And she alluded to some of the challenges that microfinance sector is facing with respect to climate change, especially how it's impacting sustainability of institutions. So we're very happy to have her join us in this session and talk more about this. Thank you for coming back for this session, madam. Next up, I'd like to call Ms. Sadia Khan, who is a commissioner at the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. Ms. Khan, of course, has a background in many things, one of them being strategic management, and has worked with the ADB, the State Bank, and the Institute of Corporate Governance, along with running a very successful business. Thank you so much for joining us. Next up, I'd like to call Dr. Rashid Bajwa. Rashid Bajwa, of course, is the CEO of the NRSP Foundation and has been an advocate of financial inclusion and community development. Of course, we also know Dr. Bajwa from a past life as the chairman of the Pakistan Microfinance Networks Board, a much-loved chairman also. Next up, I'd like to call Mr. Yasser Ashfaq, who is the CEO of the Pmic. Of course, Yasser brings with himself decades of experience in working with the microfinance sector, earlier with the PPAF, and now at the Pmic. I'd now like to call some practitioners on stage so they can also give the point of view of what's happening on the ground and the action on the ground. I'd like to start by calling Mr. Kabir Naqvi, who is the president and CEO of the U Microfinance Bank. Kabir and his team, of course, have been at the helm and forefront of innovation and innovative microfinance through financial access, especially with respect to recently diverse funding types. Next, I'd like to call Mr. Sajad Ali Shah, the managing director and the company secretary at SAFCO. Of course, we all know SAFCO has been very deeply impacted by climate change, and his sort of point of view over here will be talking about the experience that they've had in the field. So thank you so much for joining us. Last up, I'd like to call Mr. Ghazanfar Azam, who is the president and CEO of the Mobilink Microfinance Bank. Ghazanfar Saab, of course, has been at the helm of Nano Loans, and he's been one of the sort of at the forefront of providing access through smaller loans. So we'll have him also contribute to this conversation and see how this is. So without much further ado, Amir Saab, over to you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you, Zainab. Thank you for the introductions. Because the introductions that I have, the biographies that I have for the eminent panel that we have will certainly take about half an hour. So I would, just say कि किसी क्या तारुफ के मोहताज नहीं है, and let's move on that side. Yesterday was day one. yesterday was sort of a scene set by various speakers on what the sector has gone through from a 20-year horizon. We did see stories of success, stories of questions, stories of did we achieve it, not achieve it. Even the scene setting, Ghalib Saab was respecting that, yes, we did it, but, it's still some questions out there. But that's the past. We can, talk about a lot about it. Did we get the right products? Did we get the right geographies? Do we have the right model? Do we have resilience in our portfolio to withstand things? But let's look towards the present and the future. We learned lessons from the past, but it's more the future, the direction that we want to set. The panel that we have is of eminent, as I mentioned, and Zainab mentioned, eminent speakers, people with regulatory experience, people with practicing experience, people who have come up the curve from the microfinance sector themselves. So with further ado, I'll start with the regulator themselves, Ms. Seema Kamil. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Kamil. Ms. Kamil, you certainly have experience of both being a banker yourself and, now moving on to the regulatory environment. So I think the biggest question that we have for you at the moment from the start is your assessment of the, given you've just come out of the COVID-19 and, some of the things that we implemented from a regulatory perspective, how did that work? And now that we're moving into a flood perspective, what is central bank looking to support the sector on this one?
Thank you, Amit. I hope everyone can hear me.
Sorry, we can't hear you. Just a minute, Ms. Kamil. Could you say something, Ms. Kamil, so that...
Yeah. Can everyone hear me now? Yes?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Amir, and it's a pleasure to be here. As you're aware, when COVID-19 came in, we moved very quickly, and we took a number of measures, including refinance schemes, including deferments, and including avenues of new investments. And this was with the commercial banks and the microfinance banks. Some of those in the commercial banks, particularly the deferments and the restructurings, worked very well. And there has been very little, shall we say, portfolio impact. When we went to microfinance, we also did the same. Some of the feedback that we got from your practitioners, including senior persons, was that perhaps we should not have done it in a certain way because there is an impact, and I'm well aware of that, on your customer behaviors and the credit culture. So we have obviously taken that on board, although we believe very strongly that support to the consumer who has suffered a lot of damage, and I would venture to say that the impact of these floods is far greater than that of COVID. I don't think that many people would dispute that in an everyday way, in the way that their lives have been shattered, really, for many of them. So, so we would always be on the side of the borrower. However, what we will be doing, and there's a number of steps, some of them are within our ambit, and we will be in touch with you quite shortly on that. One is, of course, that we will be encouraging you, obviously, to use the disaster crop loan insurance scheme as much as possible and facilitating that, because that is available. But obviously, the size of that is probably not proportional to the requirement. Then we will encourage you to defer, restructure, and reschedule the principal. We would like it to be linked as much as possible, if it's agriculture, to the crop cycles. And if it is, I know that your lending in those areas is also to the MSMEs and the SMEs, we would be encouraging you to move in that direction and give some deferments and some relief. And I know that many of you have already done that, and some of you are waiting for a more in-depth damage assessment. So that's something we will do. And we will also be looking at some of the requests that we have received, considering gold collateral and so on. So that's one side of it, which is the ambit of the state bank, and obviously would be something that we would be also taking you on board and talking to you about. The other part of it is what we are obviously discussing in discussion with the Ministry of Finance and the government of Pakistan, which is if there would be any financing markup subsidies or waivers, and then that will depend on their budgetary provision. The design is with them and we are in discussion. So I think hopefully we would be able to reach a decision on that. But as you know, there is a process to follow in that, along with the Ministry of Finance, the ECC, and then the cabinet. We have met with them on a number of occasions, and of course there is a concern that it is a matter of urgency. But once these are finalized, we'll share them with the rest of you. So I think that's where we stand on what we're going to do about the flood. The other thing I think that we will have to focus on very much and talk to you is going to be on climate resilient products, climate resilient practices. And that's a very large topic, which we can, and I know that you have a large panel here. So, but again, we are working on green banking guidelines, and also looking at how one can, both from a regulator angle and an enablement angle, how we can make sure that when we go into the future, we do not have this climate risk that we are facing. We have at least some level of understanding and a level of resilience built into your product suites. And the way that you operate includes capital and buffers of that nature. So I think that's the state of play at the moment. On our release, we'll be in touch very shortly.
Thank you, Ms. Kamil. Yes, certainly some words that we probably wanted to hear, but I think the key element over here is the timing aspect of it. And I'd like just to stress that for every participant over here, it's an urgent need. The floods happened in August and we're sitting in October right now. Rehabilitation needs to, kick in at a faster pace. And the regulators, the practitioners need to, put some timing to this. Certainly the government of Pakistan, the MOF, there's a certain process approval that needs to take place. But I think everyone realizes the urgency, but nobody realizes, and I apologize if I'm using the wrong words over here, but nobody's realizing the timing of it. We need to go back, for example, in this, from a rehabilitation perspective.
We are very much cognizant of that, and so is, and as you know, the minister yesterday, when she spoke, also highlighted the time frame. So it's very, very important. And what is in our ambit, as I told you, we will probably be doing in a matter of a couple of days now.
And I'm, for everyone, we're willing to host next week, and probably invite every, from a timing point of view. We've been taught the SMART goals, and one of the SMART goals is the time aspect. So I just want to highlight that whoever wishes to support us, please, there's a time aspect that we wish to come. Ms. Kamil, just leave to another thought in your mind, a credit guarantee scheme. Part of the rehabilitation process is giving some comfort level to the providers or the practitioners when they go into a flood area, some support over there. So perhaps on the second round, when I come back to you, we could also talk about that on certain things. Ms. Sadia, thank you for coming over here. As the practitioner of the MFI sector, certainly the flood impact is one component, but Ms. Kamil did mention the insurance aspect of it. Can you shed some light on that, what the regulator is thinking on those two topics?
Absolutely. Thank you, Amir. Can you hear me? As you know, the insurance sector has a very important role to play, both for the social and economic development of the country, both through indemnifying losses and providing a risk transfer mechanism for individuals and corporations. Just to set the scene, we've recently issued a statistical report. There's the first time an industry-wide compilation of data has taken place, and this provides a great benchmark for us to be able to make informed decision-making for the future. Now, I think this time last year, I'd spoken about some data as well. The current data is 0.91% insurance penetration, pretty low even in terms of the region. The good news is there's been a 24% increase in premiums written, 10 million policies out there, and 2.1 trillion in assets, which of course are invested in the capital market, and that itself has a ripple effect. Also, the good news is that 189 billion of claims were paid. So I think the insurance sector gets a bad rep for not processing claims expeditiously, but the data shows that they have been doing at least part of what they're supposed to be doing. Now, as part of both in terms of what you mentioned, the immediate need, and what we have in terms of encouraging greater insurance penetration, the outreach, and inclusive insurance, the number of things that we have been undertaking. Number one, we have recently issued the regulatory framework for digital insurers, micro-insurers. New entrants to this area can operate and register with a much less paid-up capital and solvency requirement. This will enable more and more people to come in and enhance the outreach. Of course, we expect these digital providers to have end-to-end automation from client acquisition to claims payment. So hopefully this will expedite the entire process as well. Secondly, as you know, we have had a regulatory sandbox in operation. A lot of these new products like telematic insurance, area yield indexed parametric insurance, and digital insurance have been already tested within this, and they are ready to be rolled out, and that will be done fairly soon. Thirdly, last year we also put up a proposal for a national crop insurance scheme, which was given to the Commerce Ministry and is under process. And again, the area yield index crop insurance, which could be rolled out on a national basis, would be then in place. And I wish this had been rolled out last year, would have really helped face some of the issues that we're facing right now. Finally, we are also looking at producing concept paper for disaster risk insurance. We look at international jurisdictions, seeing how we can identify the gaps that exist in our market and try and come up with proposals that will be implemented down the road. So these are some of the measures we're looking at. Some of them are already implemented, but in light of recent circumstances, most of these issues are being expedited.
Thank you, Ms. Adi. I think that's a critical thing, the disaster risk insurance. It's a fund. People do understand that you need to contribute towards it, but the greater good comes out of it later. But we're still in, the infancy stage of that. I do understand there's a central bank fund, which Khushali, I think, is one of the recipients of that. But it's been, 8 to 10 years in my lifetime that we still haven't been able to convert that MOF fund into a disaster risk fund. So there's certain, things that we sort of need to take urgently over here, because this is not going to be the first rain, and certainly this is not going to be the last rain. So we do look towards your support on that. Bajwa Saab, somebody who is a doctor, we can debate whether a medical doctor is good or a PhD doctor is good, but you have the experience of running both an MFI and a bank. Some experiences you'd like to share, and given the current situation, what are your thoughts that we could adopt, to sort of not just get it out of this stage, but look towards a rehabilitation aspect for both the MFI and the banks?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. Let me start by giving you an overview of what's happened. So we have these two institutions, the MFIs, NBMFIs, and the microfinance banks. Now, over the years, we have found the non-bank finance companies to be very resilient to any kind of changes, disasters which has happened, COVID and everything else. So one wonders, what is the reason that the non-bank finance companies have done relatively better than the microfinance banks? And the reason which comes very clear is the size of the loan. The ticket size of the loan of a non-bank finance company is about 1/4 of that on an average of the microfinance bank. So the ability to pay by the customer is much more in non-bank finance company. Just add on that there is about more than 60% clients are females, and also remember that all these loans are mostly, they're not bullet loans, they are loans which are installment loans. So if you add up everything together, you will find that the non-bank finance system has performed relatively well, and probably will also come out better even after the floods also. The problem is with the microfinance banks. And there, to me, there was a policy decision which took place where the size of a microfinance was enhanced to 5 lakh rupees. What it did was that it opened floodgates. Although we had the credit bureaus and the reports, but the management of the microfinance operators, they thought that, oh, if I have given a loan of 100,000, there's still a space of 400,000. So let, Amir Saab comes in and give another loan and this. So there has been a floodgate of duplications, perhaps triplications also, same. Just imagine that if, I don't know how many of you have walked into a branch of a typical microfinance banks. They're the same. Same kind of furniture, same kind of staff, same kind of structure. It seems that Pakistan has one large microfinance banks, and then there are 11 components of it. Some are doing better, some are doing not that well, depending upon who is behind that. If there are deep pocket investors, they're doing well, they capitalize it better. The ones who do not have that kind of investors, they're doing not that well. So this is the overall scenario. So the first thing which perhaps needs to be seen and looked at is, are we comfortable with this 500,000 loan limit, or should we revisit it? Because the ability to pay over the years have actually reduced. The other very important area is that microfinance banks have been doing the most critical work in agricultural lending. And the portfolios, so much of their portfolio is bullet loans as compared to the non-bank finance company. So here comes COVID, and you do rescheduling and restructuring. Post-COVID, there is no clarification from anywhere, Ministry of Finance, the regulators, whoever, that this loan is not written off. On the ground, the overall discussion amongst the client is that this has been written off because the institution did not come back for the collection. And so the credit discipline and the credit behavior has gone for a 6. Now, when you hit a shot for a 6, it's up in the air. You don't know what's going to happen to that. So this is the position of this whole portfolio. The problem is that this is the most critical area for the country. If you don't do much in agriculture, the bullet loans, then there will be defaults. There are defaults already. And these microfinance institutions are going to walk away from bullet loans. So you walk away from the bullet loans, this farmer who was being helped is going to go back to the moneylender. He is going to get again 120, 130% of APR loans. The productivity of the agriculture is going to be hit very badly. Already we have the floods and everything else. And beyond that, you have this. So what I have been studying was that, so CCAP wrote a note about it, the post-COVID scenario. And they looked at India, they looked at Peru and another country. And they found out that the post-COVID, the government stepped in and ensured that the loans and the interest payment do not become compounded interest. So if you don't pay the loan and there is rescheduling and restructuring, then that adds to the principal and this whole thing gets compounded. So they ensured that the compounding did not happen and it became simple for the farmers to pay back. So that is another area which needs to be looked at by the Ministry of Finance if they are going to give some kind of a space, as the Deputy Governor is talking about, that what can be done about it. But coming back to it, what I see is that does the country need 11 microfinance banks or more? Or should, and yesterday the Deputy Governor herself was talking about mergers, talking about that maybe this is the time, and maybe the time has come to act quickly. so that, you know, the equities are saved, the capital adequacies are recapitalized, and you have 3 or 4 institutions in place, or maybe 5, backed by sound, you know, financial institutions, so that this sector can grow. Inaction is not an answer. And with the floods coming in, now this is a double whammy. So first was this, and we were barely coming out of it, and the rescheduled and restructured loans were just going to be maturing, and obviously losses were being booked, and you have now the floods were coming in. And remember one thing, floods are not in Sindh only, sir. It's also in South Punjab. If you look at Rajanpur and Dera Ghazi Khan, and you look at the Bawalpur side of it, the rain pattern has been such that the cotton crop, when the flowering was happening, the rain was so heavy, it was in spurts, that the flowers have gone away. So you will see a reduction in the cotton crop to a large extent, which is now we will witness it in this month, maybe next month. But what about the next crop? Wheat. I know, you know, the Rabi season is coming, and we need to now sow wheat. So whatever decision has to be taken perhaps sooner than later, so that this sector can move ahead. Otherwise, I feel that we will have problems, and not only would the microfinance sector suffer, but consequently the country will suffer, because we will then have to import larger quantities of wheat into the country, uh, spending more foreign exchange, which obviously we have a dearth, and more importantly, there is no wheat globally because of the Ukraine war. So here are some issues, and we can sort it out right now if we take you know, actions, and we take decisions quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Bajwa Sahab. Very valid points coming across from a, let's say, a PR expansion point of view. But, you know, you mentioned Amir's name, and then you mentioned a bank problem. So I was struggling with the bank association. But just to give some perspective over there, the PRs did allow the banks to take the opportunity of a higher loan size. I think the self-control of a bank was critical, that, you know, you have the opportunity, but you need to build space, you need to build certain structures in place so that you can take advantage of that. You just can't walk in just because somebody's allowing you space. We did mention the word mergers and acquisition. I think that's an interesting debate point that merits a further discussion, perhaps when on the second round, when we have a chat with Seema, Ms. Kamil, and then we can certainly talk about that. But is the market ready for mergers and acquisition? Is the market ready to, you know, consolidate? Have we reached that stage? At one stage, we see, you know, people saying we still haven't penetrated the full market segment. Yet we're talking about consolidation of players. So it doesn't, well. And, you know, the next question that I'm asking Yasser is that, you know, while India and Bangladesh have expanded their microfinance sector to a very big extent, and they've successfully done that, and the number of players out there compared to Pakistan, the size of population and the number of players, there's a gap. So how can you talk about consolidation when there's a growth opportunity? So are there any entries to barriers? Are there some barriers that we haven't been able to overcome? Yasser, could we have some thoughts on that from your side?
Thank you, Amir. I feel that there is still need for more institutions, because if you look at the overall potential market, you know, some studies conducted by PFN mentions almost 40 million. That's the, you know, potential clients. The demand could be much less than that. And, you know, the overall, yes, we say it's 46 registered or licensed entities. But when I look at the overall sector, I feel it's not more than 25 to 30 entities which are of any, you know, providing microfinance of any consequence, because the rest would be less than maybe 5,000-10,000, or involved in, I mean, clients, and then involved in mostly revolving their own funds. So with a country of 220 million, I personally feel that there needs to be more entities. Now, how has Bangladesh and India that you mentioned, in my opinion, are the kind of studies that I've seen and done. The development sector, the international financial institutions, and in certain cases, the government has supported the sector for a very long time. And even if you observe institutions like PKSF, who is an apex institution of Bangladesh providing wholesale lending, they do get subsidized funding from the World Bank and IFA. And what it does is that it gives you the room to take risk, because taking exposure against any new entity is a kind of a risk. Some of them would be able to succeed. This is what we also observed when we were working with PPAF. So in PPAF, we had a program of microfinance innovation and outreach programs, and we supported 20 new entities. And if I see now, only 10 of them are working, and 10 have, failed to, perform. So I think that risk capital, as a for-profit entity, it is very difficult for us because we get, commercial funds, funds at commercial rate, to allocate that kind of risk capital to support new entities. But even then, we have allocated certain fixed amount for new entities, and I'm happy to report that at least 3 entities are currently working with us under that fund. In India, I think it is a lot of directed lending that has helped the sector. The kind of targets set for rural lending for the commercial banks, I think that supports the formation of new entities, and also and there is much more commercialization in India now. The capital markets are more developed than ours, and I'm not saying that the capital markets are not only dependent on 1 or 2 indicators. The whole economic structure and the economic progress is important for the capital markets, and also the stability in economy. So most of the capital market would not be happy with lots of fluctuation in interest rates and inflation. So I think that also supports, for example, if you talk about the securitization, almost every year more than $25 billion of securitization is done in India, and almost 1/7 of that, 1/4 or to 1/5 of that is for microfinance institutions. In our country, I think it is very difficult to do securitization of receivables, and in the last 8-9 years, we have not seen any. And it's not that the regulator is not supporting that, but there is no incentive for the investors to go in that kind of assets, because we, as we all know, that we have a very good asset in the shape of property, where most of this, and which is non-productive, most of our investors. So it's also the economic structure of the country and the incentives we have, that determines the growth, the new institutions, and also the development of focused kind of financial inclusion.
Yes, so thank you very much. Certainly some interesting feedback coming across. Securitization may be a good word, but perhaps we could be looking upon TARP way back in the 2010s, 28, when you had the financial crisis in America. Troubled Asset Relief Program came across as a solution to some critical problems that the economy was facing over there. Perhaps the regulator needs to look at that from both MFI and the bank's perspective. Troubled portfolio, yes, it's there. Can we come up with some creative kind of risk-weighted assets on that? Can we come about even the pandemic portfolio that went through, and now the flood portfolio? I mean, if you ask any practitioner sitting over here, it may require 2 crop cycles or 3 crop cycles to come out of it. So till then, this troubled portfolio carries the same risk weights as a good book. So perhaps you can isolate this portfolio and come up with different risk weights for this, knowingly well and working with institutions that that could be one of the solutions out there. That was one aspect, but I think we still need to look upon some incentives from the government, perhaps from a taxation point of view, incentivize new players to come in, give them. I remember when the industry was set up, they had a 5-year tax-free program. Perhaps this is the time that the government can also play, looking at the bottom line, and it gives the entity some opportunity to plow back the money into its own growth aspect. So some thoughts for the MOF, some thoughts for the banking sector. Kabir, your thoughts on the flood that we're going through, and what are your expectations from the regulator on these things?
Amir, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So a lot has been said. My view is quite a contrast, the experience as well. And what I'll share with you, ladies and gentlemen, is not that depressing. And I'll share some of the stuff that UBank has done and how we see the industry and how we have grown and we are growing. So first of all, there is a difference of opinion regarding, I feel that comparing MFBs with MFIs is an apples to orange comparison. It's kind of unfair because MFBs are deposit-taking institutions. They can scale faster. They're regulated. So I think it'll be unfair to put them at the same place and start comparing them. That being said, the floods, the COVID situation, the relief measures that came in our experience, State Bank's move was brilliant when they gave the relief to the client. I repeat, when they gave the relief to the client. The relief was for the people who were affected by the lockdowns and not for the microfinance banks. I'm talking about banks only. Now it is upon us, it was always upon us, our governance structures, our internal controls, our underwriting, and whatever we were doing with the client or dealing with the client, and how we were setting the repayments, whom to give a restructured loan, whom to give a deferment or not. That was all internal policy and has got nothing to do with the state bank's intervention to give relief to the Pakistanis who were affected by the COVID scenario. Same is the case with the flood. So I think there is a lot of confusion. So we must not mix. If we faltered, if we made mistakes, if we did not use the circular well, if our processes were flawed in certain cases, we cannot say that the overall relief that was given to the client was or should not have been given per se. Because I've heard in the recent past, many people are saying that that was a bad move. I would respectfully beg to disagree, because I'll share our experience in the year 2020 and 2021. These were 2 years where we actually got to fix a lot of things. And we were one-trick ponies, as I always say before that. DG Seema mentioned last year also, last night as well, that we need to go for product innovation. We need to look at our business models again. And absolutely, we are not at infancy. The industry has been around for some time. And now what we did and how we've grown, just to give you perspective, the footing of the balance sheet and numbers, I think numbers speak louder than anything. You can make sense of it. In 3 years, our balance sheet footing has moved from 40 billion to 120 billion in this environment. Our NPL ratios are very manageable. They're within acceptable limits. Our capital is increasing because of profits, not because of injection by the shareholder. So this is also a microfinance bank operating in the same space. Our partnership with the AMCs and the commercial banks has done, that has worked very well for us. We've got 72 billion rupees of deposits and 40 billion rupees in borrowings from commercial banks and different instruments. We're going to be going for a bond in the capital markets for a privately placed TFC as well. So a lot of things, there is a lot of policy level debate that is required. Contrasting views are always healthy. They should be out there, but there is a spectrum that you will see, when you look at the institutions. So one size fit all or one narrative, just covering everybody, I think that is oversimplification of the situation. And we should not deal with the flood as we dealt with COVID. As DG Seema said, I completely second that the impact on people is far worse in the floods as compared to what happened in COVID. Now, quickly, Amir, while wrapping up, I'll share what we did over the last 2 years. We actually unbundled our business model. We went into the Islamic banking space. We have a robust treasury engine, which is larger than the loan book in terms of, in money terms, which is yielding a positive bottom line. Our funding sources I've just talked about. We are getting into MSMEs. We've made a corporate vertical because the smaller companies also have cash management needs, transaction banking needs. We're catering to those. We're focusing on fee-based income. We're focusing on other revenue engines that can complement the overall growth and capital preservation of the institution. So what we say at UBank that we are a bank with a mission. So sustainability and scale, they have to be at the core of what we do. So investment in good governance, in technology, in the right people, creating depth in the institutions, I think is important. So we are very confident as a practitioner. I can share my view, and the numbers are all public. People can go on the website and see, or the newspaper, that there is a lot of potential. 8.5 million loans that's not even the tip of the iceberg. There is a lot of ground that needs to be covered. And I also would like to second Yasir when he says that more institutions are needed. We are far from consolidation. If institutions are suffering because of low capitalization, or they can be managed better, that is another issue. I think clubbing it with saying that maybe we have hit consolidation, I think in my view, I think that's not the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Kabir. Interesting thoughts. The flood impact going through an MFI versus going through an MFB, is there any difference of that? And so Sajjad Saab, you're based out of Hyderabad. You're sitting practically in the center of the flood situation, Sindh being probably the largest province being impacted, $30 billion country level numbers being floated around. Balochistan, we've not talked about, but that's one province which is further affected. Our penetration into Balochistan may be low from an industry point of view, but there's still certain institutions which are operating in Balochistan. Your thoughts on the flood, and what are you doing specifically in Sindh from a rehabilitation point of view to get out of this?
Well, thank you, Amar, for asking this question. We are working in 12 districts of Sindh province, and unfortunately, all those 12 districts are being declared by the Sindh government as calamity hit districts. At this moment, we learned one lesson that being a microfinance practitioners, we should have diversification in our operations. Like institution, we have 100% concentration in those 12 districts. Now our 100% portfolio is on a stack, but very honestly speaking. This time Sindh has received, more than 500% rain, particularly from past histories. Not only the rain, but we receive water from other provinces as well. There is a management by the government that how they deal it, but we see massive, destruction in particularly infrastructure, livelihoods, and businesses and the migration so far. Particularly in context of the microfinance institution, we engaged ourselves at this moment through our staff, but the staff is also being impacted, particularly not only our institution but all the practitioners who are working in Sindh province, because they have their own houses, they have their own families, they have their own livelihood. So initially we took care of our staff first, then we tried to engage them. We tried to engage them in person. If it was not, feasible, then the communication infrastructure was also destroyed. So there, we see particularly a week, complete blackout of the engagement with the borrowers and even with the staff, because 24/7 at 360-degree rain was raining, particularly in the province, so it was very difficult to us. In terms of relief, we NBFCs are not particularly humanitarian organization. So to some extent, we try to engage ourselves with our borrowers to bring them on the relief perspective. We try to distribute sort of food stuffs, sort of mosquito nets, and some special supplements for the children and the pregnant women. But it is not enough to do so far. So we try to engage our staff to link such our borrowers, with the philanthropist activities or the relief institutions who are doing so far. The challenge was to track the borrowers, trace the borrower, where they have been migrated. So it was very challenging for us and other institutions to know that from this village where they have gone so far. So the contact has been made with the borrowers, and almost we are in position particularly, and we have been experienced with other peer working in Sindh province, that we try to reach out our borrowers easily, and they have been sitting in the camps, they have been sitting in with their relatives and neighbors so far. Particularly, we are, facing sort of issues and challenges. Here, there are policymakers and regulators so far. So I would like to submit sort of, simple recommendations over there to how they can, support us and make us able to, come up with the normal position. So right now we need instant liquidity so far. So the regulator, particularly we are being regulated by the SCCP. So SCCP and State Bank should stand with NBFCs to give confidence to banks, particularly to support us in terms of instant liquidity, as we can manage our liquidity position so far. The recoveries are districts, and we have been reduced our disbursement targets. So certainly the position of the liquidity and all in every week we are doing stress testings that how recoveries are performing and how we can manage our caches. But what Bajwa Saab said and others, that the engagement with the borrowers, like we have been witnessing the collection pattern from the borrowers, that is very much positive. Even in such crisis, we have received around 75 to 76% collection, particularly in last week. So no, the engagement with the borrowers is giving us you return to be confident with the borrowers so far. So like they are receiving sort of cash assistance from other institutions and government, but they have to work with us. They have to live with us. We have to work with them. So they are saving their future with us by paying us so far. And certainly, with this liquidity injections, we will also request government and the policymakers to, pitch our potential and footprints, particularly in those areas where we are working. The effectees are, not only borrowers and others. We can be used to, provide our services and the footprint so far there. And lastly, I will, request that sort of, provision can be given to the NBFCs, like tax waiver or tax relaxation so far, and sort of, linking up with the initiative by the governments, as we can, engage ourselves more with the borrowers and come back on the normal position. So
Thank you, Sajjad. So I think it's a very valid point. Our connectivity to the client is critical at this time. पुराना कहावत है कि जी trouble times में अगर आप अपने clients के साथ हैं तो अच्छे time पे वो आपके साथ होंगे. So I think this is something, it's good to hear that with the 76% अगर आपकी recovery rates projected हैं या हैं, it's good to hear that. Azam Saab, microfinance अपनी जगह, but you're one of the biggest, largest players of the nano loan market. How do you, is this a dichotomy? Is this a vision change? And your thoughts on the flood as well. So,
I think problems of traditional microfinance have been discussed in great detail by industry experts, starting from Ghalib Saab and Dr. Bajwa and everybody else. This is an exciting question. Just let me give you a few numbers that will speak about the potential that we have as this country and this industry. In 20 plus years, we have reached about, if we talk about core microfinance borrowers, there are about 6 million. And just the pilot project of Nano Loans added about 2.5 million customers to this customer base in a couple of years. And the range is between 2.5 to 4 million customers, actually. The range goes up to 4 million customers. Now, what does that mean? That means that microfinance, or whatever, digital finance we call it, this has the potential of doubling the number of customers in just 3 years' time. Our sense is that out of 40 million mobile account holders, at some point in time, at least half will be using this credit. So that means about 20 million potential digital borrowers who borrow at this point in time up to 10,000 rupees. But this is also giving us an opportunity to deep dive and look at data and the segments, type of customers. There are consumers, but there are also merchants and individual businesses. There are freelancers in this population. So once we get a sense of what kind of customers we have in these nano loans, we will have the opportunity to offer products that suit them and also enrich our menu of services. So my sense is the entire growth that in the coming years is going to come is through digital banking and digital channels. It doesn't mean that existing businesses are not going to be relevant. They have their own merit. Relationship banking model is a great model that is time tested, including individual lending that microfinance banks particularly focus upon. So this model has its strengths and it will remain valid. But digital banking, that's why actually we see the 5 new licenses being talked about, that new digital banks are coming up. Our group company is also one of the hopefuls that we will get a digital bank license also. But this space is offering us to exponentially grow this market, which has not really grown according to the size of the market and potential of the market in the last 20 years.
Thank you, Saab. It looks like you're using the microfinance banking license for a digital bank license. So maybe you're preparing your entity to migrate to that. But certainly a valid point coming across that at least it's a credit market that they are now structuring, and perhaps these are potential future microfinance bars, but not necessarily. You may be targeting a certain segment which requires urgent cash, but not necessarily just for a microfinance loan. So we've done round 1 of the questions. We have a very short time of about 20 minutes, and then I'd like to move into the QA sessions. Open up the floor to ask certain things. So in the next round, please, if we could have more precise answers, because we don't have much luxury of time. Ms. Kamil, back to you. It seems the word that you mentioned yesterday was mergers and acquisitions. You talked about the MFI ordinance. Can you just sort of shed more light on your thoughts on those critical aspects that you did allude to yesterday? Some more light onto them? Do we have
that? I'd take up a couple of the points, and I'll be very, very brief. That other participants, very senior persons and people who we greatly respect. But I will say one thing, that there was a thought that some of the microfinance banks are having credit portfolio issues because the size of the loan has gone up to 500,000. I have 2 points to make on that. The average size of the loan in the microfinance banks is still 65,000. And the other point I'd like to make is that, we as a central bank give guidelines. It's up to you, the participants, to make your credit assessments. And and you have now the credit bureaus, and you have your own ways, and you are actually on the ground. And so to say that that is because the regulator has increased the size, I think that the industry has grown up as much. You're not infants anymore. So I think that's one point I wanted to make. Now, talking about the microfinance institutions and the ordinance, as you are aware, we have been in discussion a lot with the microfinance network and with many of you on the asks for the new legal framework. Now, those obviously has to go through its process, which, as you know, has to go right up to the Assembly and the Parliament and the standing committees. However, those changes have been made. Some of them are drafting, which is putting things in a logical sequence, applying it to banks and not all microfinance institutions. We've also broadly broadened the scope of what microfinance banks can do based on your recommendations and the way you want to reach, so that your inclusion reach is broader. And we've also done matters which will assist us in our supervision, and also looking into the ambit of Deposit Protection Corporation. So those are the broad things. The changes or the amendments are at an advanced stage, but obviously, as you are aware, there is a process that has to go through. So that's on that point. You also talked about the ideal size or how many microfinance institutions or banks there ought to be. We as a regulator, our main aim is in this sector is one, that inclusion increases, but even more so that there is financial stability. So we will keep both those things in mind. If there are particular banks that would like to go into a merger and acquisition, then we will certainly look at that in the ambit of the standing of those and the model that's coming across and whether that is going to be stable. We don't have a magic number in mind that there should be, like in Bangladesh, 700 such institutions. So we are open to anyone new who wants to come in. There was some reference made to the digital banking licenses, and even despite our economic situation, there is keen interest. The keen interest remains very keen. Our process of assessment is at an advanced stage, and we would in the next, well, certainly in the last quarter, but possibly even earlier, come up with our selected players in that area. And I think that is something, frankly, that the microfinance institutions will need to look very carefully at, because you will get competition. If I can say this, I believe that the level of innovation, while you have done a lot of work on technology, the digital means has yet to be seen, as far as I can say. So those are my comments on those 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kamit. Thank you. Ms. Sadia, we just heard from Wazan for Nano Loan is not just a reality, but very growing exponentially. And it's just not Mobilink Bank. We now have other fintech players which are actively coming to the nano market. Question arises from a regulatory point of view: who's managing them? Who's managing Wazanfar? Who's managing the MFI? Sir, your thoughts on that?
Sure, Amir. So, as you know, the regulatory framework for non-bank microfinance institutions came out in 2015. In these 7 years, we've registered about 32 entities, and the portfolio is about 107 billion with 3.5 million customers, according to my database. So a lot of scope for outreach and greater penetration. Now, what are some of the constraints? One, of course, has been the access to commercial finance, and SCCP has been very vocal about the need for the microfinance institutions to tap into the capital market, and some institutions like Kush and RSP has successfully issued bonds. The other aspect is the onboarding of equity investors, and with companies like Savco coming in as for-profit entities, hopefully those avenues of finance will increase as well. Now, the other aspect has been governance standards, liquidity management, underwriting standards, all of which have recently been strengthened. But also we are focusing now on the nano loans, as you mentioned. We have registered so far only 3 entities to do that, which is Seed Credit, Barwakt. There's Sarmaya Microfinance with Easy Loan, and Tez. Now, there has been a mushrooming of these activities in the sector, which are all unregistered and unlicensed. We are clamping down on them. We are writing actively, tracking them on social media, writing to the FIA and to PTA to try and curb those activities. Because obviously with these unregistered, unlicensed entities, there's lots of scope for abuse and for the customer being sort of defrauded. With that, we are bringing in some more regulatory changes, which will focus on protecting the consumers, making sure that there's fair treatment of consumers, there's fair recovery methods, there's greater adequate information being shared. There's also ability of the customers to protect the information they share, which is very important. And finally, that there is a robust mechanism in place for complaints handling. So all these things are being brought in to ensure that what we have in place is properly managed, but also we're trying our best to curb the illegal activities that have mushroomed as a result of this new trend.
Thank you, Ms. Sadia. I think that's good to hear that private sector lending, if you can call this, has to be regulated in a sense to protect the customer. We've heard of, I don't know, through social media that even personal data is being downloaded to the advantage of the entity. But anyway, it's good to hear that, you're looking at it. Bajwa Sahab, you mentioned, agri being a challenge now. Potentially, we need to import now wheat on the horizon. What are your thoughts? How do we get back into this game? What would encourage you as one of the largest agri players, both from NBFI, your NRSP Foundation, and a bank? What would you like from the government or the regulators to give you comfort level that, go active on agri? And not to just mention, or just to add to that, is the, over 1 trillion plus ACAC target being given.
I think it's a matter of choice. Where do we want to go from where we are? The size of the loan allows multiple borrowing, and we know about that, despite the fact that there is a credit bureau. But I don't know how many of us all in the room actually follow the credit bureau. If we find that this guy, a client, already has a loan, how many of us follow it? And this is a general, psyche of the entire country. So duplication is an issue. But let me come another way. Look at it from an aspect that there is a clean lending, which means without collateral, and then there is collateralized lending. Now, collateralized lending basically means secured lending. So are we ignoring the clean lending? Most of the clean lending is in the agriculture sector, which has gone for a hit. So what is happening is that most of the institutions, they are moving away from clean lending, including everybody here, and they're moving towards collateralized lending. So what is the collateralized lending? Mostly gold loans, asset-based loans, housing loans. So are we creating a kind of a pawn shops out of microfinance institutions? What are we trying to do here? And so to me, I think the choice for the country and for the sector here is go back to the clean lending. Yesterday, the minister, she talked about this e-Kisan program where 80% of the clients were new to bank customers. And that it was not that there was a method and the reason because of that. And the simple reason was that the Punjab government was offering them interest-free loans. Here, microfinance banks and microfinance institutions obviously charge a lot of interest. And people, there is only a set of people who come up for this loan. Now, if you dissect further, you will find that if we have a 6 million client base, almost 2 million are nano loans?
Out of 8.5.
From 8.5, about 2 million are nano loans. So the quantum of nano loans will jump, which means, lending just for consumption. I mean, we thought that microfinance was to create assets, to help the poor people create livelihoods rather than do consumption. So what is happening is that we have confused everything together. It's now a combination, it's a jumbled thing of nano loans, micro loans, asset-based loans, gold loans, everything is microcredit. And in this whole confusion, my problem is that the farmer, who was the real engine of growth, is suffering. And unless and until we do something for that, and one of the first things which we could do, and we should do now, is at least from the ministry or from the regulator, give a clarification to the people, the clients, this loan has not been written off. I've been trying I've been trying and requesting that at least this clarification should be there so that we can take this clarification back to the client and tell them that, guys, look, you have to pay it out. But at the moment, there's no clarification. For the last 2 years, there's no clarification about it. So what do you do? And at the end of the day, if all of us together will move away and go towards these gold loans and these asset-based loans, then to me, I think we will all lose in terms of our productivity, in terms of helping, and in terms of our overall objective that we wanted. We came here to help the small guy, the poor guy, build their assets and bring them out of poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Bajwa Saab. Yasir, we're short of time, so some specificity needed. Disaster risk fund, PMIC being an apex body, what are your thoughts on that? How can you contribute? Because if the way the floods are going, you might even see geographical financial exclusion happening, not inclusion, exclusion. So your thoughts on that, and how can you become the bridge? Can you become the initiator of this?
We'll be happy to do that. There are not very many disaster funds in the world. How you manage your risk could be either market-based or it could be, based on certain subsidies that you can get from the government or the development sector. So if we feel that the financial inclusion is something very closely related to the development of the country, I mean, if I remember correctly, almost 8 SDGs mention financial inclusion as one of the conduit or a tool for achieving those goals. So I think there needs to be some kind of participation by the institution, certainly, because, long time back, we have in this country maybe decided that this is going to be, more market-based kind of activity, microfinance, rather than, a subsidized activity. So, but if still there is huge room and unserved population, especially deep rural areas and the agriculture sector, as Bajwa Saab also mentioned, the farmers, then I think there needs to be some kind of joint effort, both by the market players, the practitioners, ourselves as an apex, and the development sector and the government. One of the funds that is operating, some of these funds have closed down in the world, but one that is operating is by PKSF, the Bangladesh Apex. It's a small fund, but it not only provides, subsidized loan during disasters at a very, very subsidized rate to the individuals, but also grants for those individuals who have lost their livelihood. We did something of a similar kind, but at a very small scale with both SAFCO and Thardeep in 2010 floods in PPAF. And with NRSP, there was a housing reconstruction, very small amount, through the donor agencies, the funding that we have. So I think it would be very difficult if we at one point, if we think of financial inclusion, especially of the poor segment of the society, as a development activity, and then leave the risk part of it totally to the market. So I think we need to have some contribution from the development agencies, the governments, and then also the participants.
Thank you. We don't worry, I haven't forgotten you, but I'm going to ask Sajjad Saab a question first and then move to the two telco-owned banks. Sajjad Saab, from not profit to profit, was the journey challenging? Was the journey exciting? Did you change any of your models around that? Some thoughts on that, so that the other players sitting over there can look upon you obviously as the first one, but what were the challenges or opportunities that you saw?
I think it has both challenges and opportunities as well, because converting from not for profit to for profit it's not to convert in a document, but you have to convert overall legacy of the institutions, which you have from, decades of the year. So currently, it is internally a challenging to set a mind of the, staff, strategies, and the policies to be a for-profit from the not-for-profit. But also, it's challenging, to tap sort of, the objectives and purposes you have been, carry out for the, transformation of from the NPO to for-profit, like the equity, particularly for the microfinance sector availability in Pakistan. We have to work hard with the regulator and the banks and the financial institutions to create some provision for such kind of institutions, which we are covering and recovering from the NPO to for profit. But yes, there are opportunities. We are in engagement with the equity investors, in not only in Pakistan but internationally. There is a positive, mindset. Just we are in transformation phase and in the notifying period by this SECP. Let us complete this, and then we all together will create a sort of entities, particularly in Pakistan for the microfinance sector. As far as regulator or concern, here I will also sort of this is opportunity to discuss some things, and policy session is there. So I will also request sort of discussion on the regulatory framework for the microfinance sector. We have two regulators, and certainly the issues and challenges which we have been discussed so far, it is all about the directions and the policy making decision by the two regulators so far. So I will strongly recommend over here that we should seriously think on this issue. This is not an issue, but this is an to set a mindset and the framework for the microfinance, in particular in Pakistan, that what we need as a regulatory framework. Either we need a one regulator, or we can continue two regulators. It's very difficult to, discuss over here in front of especially two regulators, but really we have to, set a particularly in a strategy over there that because we either we go to SCCP has no money, they just give us provisions, but when we are going to a state bank, we are not regulated by them, so certainly we are a sandwich between over there. So it is strongly recommended to this conference should discuss over this.
Thank you, Sir. I think it's a very apt point, looking for a parent or looking for someone to support. But I'm sure the regulators, if they sit together, can certainly work out or chalk out a certain something as to responsibility. For the two telco-owned banks, we see data, immense data available at your fingertips from your telco partners. How effectively are you using it? Are you using it for predictive analysis? Are you using it to do credit decisioning? Some thoughts from both of you on that. And you only have 3 minutes together. So. Go ahead.
Thank you.
There's only 1 minute.
First of all, I mean, I really respect Bajwa Saab and his views on most of the industry issues. But one area we respectfully disagree is that one type of microfinance is a very kosher microfinance, and other small lending is not microfinance. There are other individuals also. Someone says only interest-free loans are truly microfinance and rest is trash. Right? So that should not be the approach. The approach is that, look, there are 120 million adult people in this country, and only less than 10% of them have access to finance. So there are multiple segments. There are farmers, no doubt, the largest, maybe single largest community. But then there are about 1 million Kirana stores. Then there are fourth largest freelancers community in this country, which represents the younger generation, which works not only for the local people, but also internationals. There are, of course, consumers also, but there are producers as well. They do small little things on their own. So every institution has the space and enough market to actually have its own focus on which particular segments you want to focus upon. And no one single institution is actually able to serve the entire market. That's why we're talking about digital banks and because our outreach of the traditional banks in the last 20 years, and if you include even commercial banks, has, in terms of access to credit, is still about single digit, about hardly 10%. And 90% people, 110 million people, are still not having really access to credit the way it should be. So we need to come out of this debate that what is particular kosher microfinance or otherwise microfinance or consumer microfinance, because all of these financing needs are there for institutions to actually come up with products and services that actually suit that particular segment. Now, as I said, these nano loans in particular, 2.5 million to 4 million borrowers use them. And they are not only consumers, they are merchants also. There are freelancers also who are very good at just pushing a button and getting a credit up to 10,000 rupees. And they are engaged in productive activities as well. So the question of data, Amir, that you asked, we are right now in the process of analyzing how many of these 2.5 million customers or 4 million customers are actually pure consumers. How many of them are merchants who borrow on a weekly basis, they repay their loans, they reborrow when they make purchases, and how many of them are actually freelancers who need money actually to come up with more maybe software development products or other products that they deal with. So I think this is a very large market, about $1 trillion plus rupees market. In 22 years, we have just done about 300 billion rupees loans. Market penetration is still 60-70%, which still market is waiting for providers. So we have enough space. Each type of model has space to contribute in this fulfilling the market need. So we need to be large-hearted, and we need.
I'm sorry, I'm cutting you, but I really need to now hear Kabir on these thoughts. Kabir, a couple of minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Amir. So I think before I answer the data question, I would want to mention two things that maybe I should have mentioned earlier. One is circumstantial default that we were discussing. So as institutions, our experience is that we need to have mechanisms in place to manage circumstantial default. We've been through multiple cycles, and talk about relief is good, but I think the next cut that we will have with the prudential regulations and all, like in the commercial banks and the agri PRs, you have provision for managing circumstantial default and restructuring. And as DG Seema mentioned that, this time the State Bank expects us to actually take measures and handle the default. The other bit that I would want to stress upon is that the whole discussion of telco data for credit purposes, I think we need to peel the onion. Now, we are a telecom-owned bank, as you mentioned. Let's pick up Ufone. Ufone has got 24 million active clients right now, 99.9% all prepaid. So if I were to prepare a credit scoring model on the 24 million, and in fact, that's the case with all telcos, Gazanfar, correct me if I'm wrong, bulk of the business is all prepaid. So that data for credit scoring purposes is not going to serve us much. Now, PTCL is a different story. Now, we are the parent company's PTCL. They've got about 3 million postpaid lines. Now, that is an area that UBank is currently looking at, and we plan to leverage onto that going forward. But I think a distinction needs to be made using telco data for payment purposes, using telco data for savings purposes is different. But if you're talking about preparing credit scoring models based on prepaid telco data, we've been trying it. We tried it in my Telenor days also. We've been trying it here as well, but it won't work. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Kabir. Well, that brings to a close. Before we move to the QA session, while I thank the eminent panel that we have, but certainly some of my thoughts on what we've discussed. Opportunity is immense. I think there is no doubt that the entire panel sitting over here sees Pakistan as a great opportunity to do so. Rains will come and go. COVID is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of a thing. It's a matter of time that we need to have the ability to scale this. And once we scale this, the market is great. We have good regulators sitting in place who are there to protect the customers. for sure, but also protect the institutions so that we don't run into a challenging environment ourselves. So we look towards their continuous opportunities and their thoughts on how to make it even better. But more importantly, we as the players need to show some, let's say, responsibility on the actions that we do so that the client is just not 8.5 right now, but it can be 18.5 in 2 years' time and maybe 30 to 40 million within 4 to 5 years. So the ambition is great, and we need to now, let's say, step up and bring the opportunity to the customer to take us on as their financial provider for their own growth and their own success. So before I thank you all, I move towards Zainab to
Thank you, Amir
take on the
sir.
Q&A.
Thank you so much, Amir Saab. So we're quickly going to do some question answers from the audience. If we could, in the first 5 minutes, only have questions for Ms. Kamil because she has to leave for another engagement.
Hello.
So if there are any questions for Ms. Kamil, Mohsin Saab, Ms. Seema Kamil ke liye sawal?
जी बिल्कुल.
Great.
To Ms. Seema Kamil, but also Ms. Sadia, who is with the SCCP. Achha, this is about the disaster risk fund. I think, generally speaking, if you look at global experiences, Haiti, udhar aaya tha hurricane, and the entire financial system got destroyed. And they immediately came into action and they created a platform which is a sort of not a national catastrophic fund, but a fund which has helped them in against future hurricanes or other climate related disasters. So I think this issue needs to be addressed not today, but maybe yesterday. And something where both SECP as a regulator of the insurance sector and a state bank, which is overseeing the entire the financial inclusion industry in Pakistan. The way I look at it is from the Pakistan Microfinance Network is that we have three kind of risks that come in, or three kind of support that our clients require. One is, or microfinance institution or bank require. One is write-offs. So those who can't repay. So we need to provide them support against those write-offs. Number two is we need to refinance clients, so we need liquidity, emergent liquidity. Number three is we need to reschedule loans, and in that case, the MFIs or MFBs have to repay to their lenders, but they don't have the liquidity coming in from the client. So they need short-term liquidity support from these entities. So these are the three instruments that come or that disaster risk fund. I really very strongly urge that, because this is not a risk that the institutions through their management decisions happen to them. This is a risk that is a systemic risk, and that given the kind of macro situation this country goes through and the climate effect that we have, so we need support from external stakeholders, both regulators, government, and the donors. So this question is to both the regulators on that. I have another question also.
I think let's let Ms. Kamil.
I'll just say it, and that is to Dr. Bajwa specifically, and that is related to gold loan. मुझे ये समझ नहीं आ रही, बाजवा साहब बार-बार repeat कर रहे हैं gold loan को. Gold is actually something which we need to unlock. As I see it, ये पाकिस्तान में हर खातून के पास है. Why can't we unlock that gold, which can help in taking productive loans? So I'm not talking about someone taking loan for buying gold, but having gold as a sort of an collateral and then applying for loan which is for maybe productive purpose. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Mohsin Saab. So I think we'll take Ms. Kamil first and then we'll come to you, Ms. Sadia. So Ms. Kamil, on the disaster management fund, I think we'd like to hear your views. So I think Ms. Kamil may have left. So Sadia, it's over to you.
No, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
okay.
I'm here.
Sorry.
I will leave. I was on mute. My apologies. So on the disaster fund, yes, this is something that is needed. We will have to bring in a number of stakeholders. I would suggest that we very shortly make a working group to take this forward. And this, I understand the urgency of the matter. But again, it is not something that we can sort of put together in just no time at all, because we have to decide on the funding, how much the microfinance sector itself can contribute, multilaterals, and also look at best practices. As I think the questioner mentioned Haiti, but also we have seen that it has been done in Mexico as well as in Costa Rica. So we will look at that. And what I would suggest for this is, and we will need to bring in NDMA and other entities. So what I would suggest that ourselves, SCCP and representatives from the microfinance sector and the government, we will put together a working group and quickly come up with what can be done about this, because there is a lot of complexities, obviously, and legal aspects and everything. It's not something you can suddenly do. But yes, the point is taken, something that we do definitely need, and we need to explore how this can be done in the most effective manner.
Thank you, Ms.
I can
Kamil.
turn,
Sadia,
right?
would you like to
And
add something?
if you don't mind, I will, I'll stay for another few minutes, but I will then slip out quietly. I'm sorry, but I have another meeting.
Is there any other question for Ms. Kamil from the audience, since we have her for a couple more minutes? I think we're good. Thank you so much, Ms. Kamil, for your time. And
thank you very much.
Sorry,
and
Navid
I
Saab
hope,
has a question.
Sadia, we can take forward this disaster.
Just a minute, Ms. Kamil.
Navid Saab has a question. Sorry, Ms. Kamil, for you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Seema, basically, I think what really needs to be done today is, and I touched base yesterday, is the liquidity issue of these institutions. I think there is a dire need for these MFIs, particularly, who are dependent on borrowing from the banks. And the commercial banks seem to have gone into some paralysis at this moment in time. So I think a little bit of a note from your side will help.
We can only facilitate, as you know.
Absolutely, I understand that. I understand.
And Naveed, you know that better than I do. You know very well that we cannot influence credit decisions that banks take, and you know that better than me. You know, you're a more experienced banker than I am. But one can look at it, one can talk about it to banks, and that's about all. We can be a facilitator, we can be an observer to meetings between yourselves, but to arm twist any bank.
No, I think just be the facilitator, and I think just, we are trying to assure them, look, the markets are not dead. The market is very much there. This is a critical marketplace, and we need to work through this crisis, and hopefully we'll come out of it. We've come out of previous crisis.
We can facilitate meetings. We can sit in as observers. You know better that we cannot tell.
Greatly appreciate. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. This was a very interesting session. One comment I will make is that many of the issues raised need far more introspection from all of us. And I think a more detailed meeting than we are able to do on a panel. But thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Kamil. Thank you very much.
Sadia, आप इस question के ऊपर कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
Sure, Zainab. So just echoing what Seema just said, we are fully cognizant of the need and urgency for the disaster risk. As I mentioned earlier, we've already started the jurisdiction study identifying the gaps and the way forward. And I think teaming up with the State Bank and all stakeholders, we'll be able to take this forward much more quickly. This should have been done. I think we've been through a number of disasters. There's something that we should have come up earlier, but better now than later.
Great. Thank you so much, Sadia. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a couple more questions, and then we'll come to the panel at the same time. I know we're going to wait for a few more questions. So do we have any more questions for any of the panelists? And then we'll come to the first question, from Bajwa Saab and other questions that we have.
Alaikum ji, this is Palpasha from UBank. I have a question for Bajwa Saab. So Bajwa Saab, you mentioned that the government and the regulatory bodies should step in, and they should give a clarification to the clients that the loans are not written off, they are either deferred or rescheduled. Don't you think that it's the fiduciary duty of the institutions to be very clear in their communication with the clients? Or do you think that the government and the regulatory bodies needs to get involved in this?
Thank you so much. We'll take two more questions before we come to Bajwa Saab for these two questions.
Good morning, Guillaume Valente from Advanced Pakistan Microfinance Bank. I think we've talked a lot about the recent floods and the actions we've already taken in our institutions, the support we're expecting from the regulator. But I would like to hear about what we plan to do for the next year, especially in building resilience in our clients. We've taken a certain number of actions, probably to adapt our repayment schedule, but I'm curious about hearing my peers on these questions. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Can we take one more question before we go to the panel? So I think Abru Saab ji. Sir, on you, our mic.
Bajwa Sahab has mentioned, rightly identified about the real spirit of the microfinance sector. Because the one has mentioned about the interest-free loan. It means the people who are the ultra poor, they have need of such kind of the interest-free loan because they come forward and they raise their assets and they may build their businesses also. And after that, they, if they are in the better position, after that, the microfinance sector come forward and they support them for their entrepreneurs and businesses and many other things. After the graduation or scale up their businesses, then we are providing such kind of the platform for the banks, and bank may be support for their more support in the businesses and enterprises. I think one thing is very much important, that the microfinance sector have the bank has started the gold line. Mr. Mohsen has mentioned about the gold line and many others. This kind of the program has been introduced by the banks. The real spirit is the people who are in the remote rural areas. They are not bankable. The people who are not getting such kind of financial facilities from the institutions like financial institutions, like the banks and other. So the microfinance as a front force, they are providing such kind of facilities to the people who are in the remote areas. Either they have no assets, either they have no such kind of mortgage or many other things. So I think this is the need of the more patronage like the SSCP and the central bank,
you,
as
sir.
well the government of Pakistan maybe think about how this kind of the institution may be more facilitated to develop such kind of the environment in the in the areas in the different part of the countries, as well as especially in the rural community who are involved in the agriculture sector.
Thank you, sir.
And the other thing is that
Sir, we'd
as
like
a
you to
bridge,
limit your question, please, sir, so
only
that we
thing is
have
that
time to answer the
only
questions.
we are providing the financial setup and the deposit setup to the banks. So why should not the microfinance should be need of such cap? Then we get such kind of facilities and deposit in the banks also.
Great. बहुत शुक्रिया. So, Bajwa Sahab, I'll start with the first two questions that were for you. So the first one, how can we unlock the potential of gold as a means for collateral for productive loans? And the second one on who has to tell the client whether the waivers should be there or not. So is it the regulator? Is it the government? Is it the institutions? So we'll start with those two.
So I'll start from this last question first. Who asked for the rescheduling and restructuring? Did we do that, or was it thrust upon the sector? So all what we were trying and we are still trying to do is that a clarification will help the sector. It will clear the minds of the clients down there that this loan has to be repaid back. It's very simple. It's just a clarification, a letter, or some maybe a notification or something. And if it doesn't happen, we are still going to recover the money. It's not that it's not going to happen, but the fact of the matter is the thing can happen quickly. Maybe it will take not more than 6 months to a year rather than 3 or 4 years to do that. So why do all of us will go through all these pains for it? Just a little clarification from the federal government or whoever is the regulator that these loans have to be repaid back. And it's just a question of people, when there is a delinquent client, it more, and he's in a village, he encourages others also not to pay so that he's also saved. So that delinquency wave has to be somehow stopped because of this clarification. That's all. All the institutions are doing their best to do that. Now comes the question of the gold loan. Who owns the gold? Is it the male or the female? Who brings the gold to the branch for a loan? These are the questions you need to be asked. And a poor female in Pakistan, the only asset she has is this little piece of gold. And then the family comes in and gets a loan against that, mostly males. The third important thing, so there's a big gender issue around it. And the third most important thing is that what is the use of this loan? Nobody knows about it. Nobody tracks that. Is it going to be used for a productive creating a productive asset, or is it going to be a consumption loan for income smoothing? So unless and until these questions are clarified, it's very difficult to find. And I know, for example, that maybe 3 years back, even the regulator was not promoting gold loans. And there was a stricture that there was a percentage beyond which you could not do a gold loan. And now everybody started doing that. So the question here is that there is a gender issue around it. There's an issue of whether it is going to create any productive asset or not, or is it going to do a consumption? And then who's going to be the beneficiary for it?
Just like to add to that. With probably Bajwa Sahab, we're the only other bank which do not take gold as collateral. And one of my stakeholders actually asked the question, Amir, तुम क्या ये औरतों का जेवर लेके अगर लोन देना है तो फिर छोड़ दो. As simple as that. Get your credit underwriting skills correct. You will need not take as simple as that. There are other collateral that you take for higher loan sizes, but if you want to give a small agri loan to a gentleman, it's no use taking the wife's gold as collateral to give that loan. So I agree with Bajwa Saab. Get your credit underwriting skills in place.
Yasir Saab wants to add something, and then Kabir.
Yeah, also I think one needs to consider that there are only two major sources of savings of these poorer people. And in the case of one is gold and the other is the livestock, especially the smaller animals. And if you are, taking loan against gold in the time of emergency and shock, actually they would not be able to, bear that. And one other additional point is that when you take very, very substantial kind of security against a loan, I'm not saying that most of the banks would not be doing that, but I've seen the credit process, the risk assessment process is kind of, also not looked that attentively at times, because you have, full security and the ability of lending, I think, and learning from your credit process also depletes over time.
Thank you, Yasir Saab. Kabir, you have
Yes, I think I'm bound to respond to everybody because we've got the highest exposure in gold-backed loans. And it's very interesting to hear the different views that we have here. Now, first of all, in our view, there is no such thing as a gold loan. It's a form of collateral. There are loans. You do give loans for productive purposes. Like, for instance, UBank has a very high proportion of their loans backed by gold. I can give you some more stats as to how many billions of dollars worth of gold is imported in Pakistan every year. And this is a part of tradition also. So that's a security that is available down below, that people can utilize, get a rate break, and then get loans on easier terms. Now, coming to the underwriting part, it's very important for everybody to understand, if we are to run like pawn shops and somebody comes in, gives their gold, and in 20 minutes take a loan out and go and consumes it, that's a different story altogether. Microfinance banks are not allowed to do that by design, by regulation. So what we're doing is we're doing our due diligence. We make the cash flows. The loans in the agri sector are against Rabi Kharif crops. The seasonality in our disbursements and repayments, which is public, shows that this is actually used for productive purposes, and gold is a collateral. The other thing is an analysis needs to be done. How much of this gold that has been taken as collateral been sold or auctioned compared to the total amount of gold that has been taken? So unless you do a deeper dive and understand if this is a good form of collateral for scale purposes, for capital preservation purposes, I think this will be very oversimplistic to say, because I can get sentimental as well, that this is somebody's gold that we are keeping. And now another thing I want to mention here, and a lot has been said, but I will take a minute. 80 billion rupees of total equity for the sector, total, has been leveraged to 300 billion already. Banks have capital adequacy of 15%, which is a very high, much higher than commercial banks. Now, the talk of reaching out to the next 8.5 million or 20 million with this capital base or slightly higher capital base, you need to look for forms of good collateral, credit guarantee, gold, passbooks, other vehicles for that matter, higher loans, houses. So this is where you will see a spectrum. So it's not a zero-sum game that gold is a very bad thing and we should not exploit people if we take it as collateral. I think a deeper dive has to be taken. In our case particularly, happy to share with you, it's not even 1% of total auctions of the portfolio that we've built over gold over the years.
Great.
So I think a healthier debate, a longer debate, there is no time right now, but I think the debate should
So I think it's very nuanced, Mohsen. The response to your question is that's very nuanced. The product has to be right. And I think that's what we heard from all of the panelists. So I'm going to go to the last question first because I'm going to give. जी sir. आपका mic नहीं चल रहा.
Secured lending has been mentioned as some kind of negative. The reality is different. Even the microfinance banks that have helped clients to get their housing needs met, or tractors purchased, or other agricultural machinery acquired, which no other institution does. Actually, because of inflation, clients have benefited much more than institutions. If you talk about gold, every year about price increase is 30% plus, meaning thereby that clients have not really paid much from their own pocket because the inflation has covered their interest payments already. Same is true with tractors and other machinery that they acquired because the price keeps increasing. And actually, farmers are benefited because they acquired assets against their borrowings and not just liquidity which they spent anyway.
Right.
So overall benefit to customers is much higher in secured lending than actually unsecured lending.
Great. So the point again, you have to do the loan right. And I think that's something as a note that we have to take as practitioners. I'm going to go to the last question first. And then that question, I think, is addressed to Sadia, yourself, and Yasir. In which Abru Saab was asking कि ecosystem के अंदर कैसे space create हो सकती है और room create हो सकता है for the NBMFC sector to become more effective at dealing with vulnerability and creating resilience. So he was asking about what more could be done for the microfinance institutions. So he mentioned deposits. So on the ecosystem side, if you could both just point to that. And also for the microfinance practitioners on the panel, and there are quite a few of you. So the question that came from Advance was, what are you guys doing to create resilience? So if you could all just talk about one thing that you're doing to enhance resilience. So Ghazanfar Saab, Sajad Saab, Kabir, and of course Bajwa Saab and Amir Saab, we'd also like you to talk about just the one thing. So over to you, Sadia, and then Yasir, and then we'll.
Thank you, Zainab. I'm going to answer that with my regulatory hat on. So we talk about resilience, we're talking about good governance structures, proper liquidity management, proper credit underwriting skills. And this is something that we focus on the most recent reforms that we've implemented. Now, at the same time, we're cognizant of the fact that we don't want a mission drift either. And in order to prevent that, we have also stipulated that these kind of enhanced regulatory frameworks are not applicable to those which have less than 5,000 borrowers or less than 50 million portfolio. Also those microinsurance which have less than 30% of them will not have to be subjected to this enhanced regulatory standards. At the same time, we are also collaborating with PACRA to try and come up with the social impact rating methodology to ensure that due diligence is paid and due weightage is given in the rating to the social impact. To ensure just that the social impact of the microfinance institutions remain primary in their objectives. So this is how would I handle the resilience question, Zainab. Thank you.
Thank you. Yasir, would you like to add something on the ecosystem?
Actually, I'll be covering that in the next session. So
Okay.
I don't want to.
So you don't want to, give away the trailer to the next session.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
good.
then time
Great,
can
thank you.
others.
So can we start from the end? Ghazanfar Saab, what is the one thing that Mobilink Microfinance Bank is doing to enhance resilience for its clients as asked by Advance? What is the one thing that you are doing as an institution to enhance resilience for your customers in light of climate change and all kinds of other downturns that Pakistan is facing?
We are prioritizing a couple of things, which is one is financing for clean energy. I think some other institutions are doing that too. That helps clients and also the overall environment to actually make use of clean energy and cost efficient also in the long run. They don't have to pay regular bills and etc. We're also trying to help out women in particular to actually make use of all financing products ourselves also, and in partnership with other institutions like Care International and others to help them, I mean, in becoming more productive
Thank you.
and helping get.
Thank you for sharing that. Sajjad साहब आप अगर एक चीज हमें बताना चाहें जो आपको कर
I think you need to have, relaxation or particularly, flexibility in your decision making, particularly keeping in view the situation you are looking over the clients. So keep yourself and be relaxed, and particularly apart from provisioning of the risk perspective of the loan losses, we are particularly having sort of additional provision on the surpluses for the DRR, particularly as sort of instances becomes with the borrowers, we can manage with them accordingly. So this is particularly to
So flexibility is something that you guys are doing. Kabir.
I believe your question was related to the floods, the people who have been affected. So what we're going to do is we will be tailoring their repayments, according to their ability to pay. We will be giving out emergency loans where it is necessary. So they have to remain liquid. We will provide the necessary cash that is available, and we will be going for deferrals and restructuring till the time they're able to repay the loans.
Thanks, Kabir. बाजवा साहब एक ऐसी चीज जो NRSP कर रहा है.
I think the NRSP के अलावा the industry, I think you need to revive the MCGF. Remember there was a microfinance credit guarantee facility. I think that is, and it's also answer to Naveed Khan's questions that in terms of unlocking liquidity, because that's going to be the biggest issue challenge in the future, particularly for non-bank finance companies. That if a credit guarantee system is relaunched, it was there. I think the money is also there somewhere sitting. And so that would help not only organizations like NRSP, but also overall sector.
Great. Thank you. Amir Saab, one last comment from you.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a mix of things. For sure, insurance has to come into play. We need to work with the insurance companies so that there is some solution out there that we can either take it ourselves or bundle it from the processing fee, or the client buys out, because rain is not the first or the last rain. Second, resilience is from the organization point of view. We have to become more resilient around this from a provisioning perspective, from a credit underwriting profession. So we need to change ourselves, but also work with our partners to ensure that there's some good products out there for us to sell. And let's not also forget to really have that resilience in play, you need the regulators and you need the government to support this sector.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this amazing panel. We're just going to have the presentation of Mementos.
Just a minute. Also just take my opportunity to thank the panel myself. I think it's a great, lively discussion. I don't think it ends over here. We'll probably have a lot more conversations to get to where we want. So it may not be the first or last trend, but it's certainly not the first and last discussion that we're going to have. So thank you very much from my side to the panel.
Amir Saab, please give the mementos to each of the panelists. So we'll start just the way everybody's sitting. So can we have Sadia please step forward, like you're already on stage, to receive your memento. Thank you for your contributions, both in the sector and also in this panel. Thank you. Next up, Bajwa Saab, can I please request you to... Ji, can we now have Yasir Saab, please? Kabir, can we please have you next? Sajjad Saab, please, can we have you? Ghazanfar Saab, can we please have you next? And can I call Ghalib Saab on stage to give our memento to our very honorable and very competent chair for the session, Amir Saab? Thank you so much, Amir Saab. Thank you so much, panelists. Next up, we have the tea, which is sponsored by HBL Microfinance Bank, which is our strategic partner in bringing you this conference. I would also like to inform everybody that all of the proceedings of this conference are live on the social media platforms. So that's LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and the hashtag for the conference is AMC6. So if you guys are tweeting, please put the hashtag there so that our social media teams can put that on. Also, our next session is going to be led by Yasir Saab, so please hurry back from your tea. Thank you. We will reconvene at 11:30 for the next session, so please be the road to 40 million by 2045 or 2030. As the smarter ones out of you might have guessed, this session is going to talk about scale, replicability, and how the microfinance sector can create that critical mass in terms of numbers. And of course, who better to chair this session and set the scene for it than Mr. Yasir Ashfaq, who is the CEO of the Pakistan Microfinance Investment Company. Of course, Yasir has had many roles, all of which have been about enabling access to microfinance providers for funding so that they can scale up. So I'd like to call you, Yasir, please, to come and set the scene. And then we'll have the rest of the panelists on board. Thank you. Presentation on, Khatija.
All right, Ji. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Can I have some attention, please? Thank you. So, my presentation would be quick, not more than 10 minutes. I'm hoping to close it in 10 minutes. It will be actually comprised of two parts. One is about the achievement, and the other is certain, observations on the growth and to move forward in the next, let's say, 5, 10, 20, 15 years. The overall, objective of this session is to get certain concrete suggestions, not only from the speakers, but also when we have Q&A session from the audience as well. So this first slide actually captures the journey of microfinance over the last 22 years. And we can't say anything, we can't point one particular thing which we could say, it has been, the most important out of various steps and various events that has happened in the microfinance sector, taking it to 8.5 million. There have been many factors, and it could right from, starting off the apex of microfinance, Pakistan Poverty Alleviation Fund, to support of the ADB and others in formation of Khushali Bank at the beginning, then various strategies that under the then only regulator, State Bank, the Central Bank of Pakistan, we formed under the Microfinance Consultative Group, and many shocks and emergency situations that the sector has, encountered, and the challenges that we have faced, how the sector has evolved, the ecosystem, various players, development of the network, also various, institutions like the audit firms, the software companies who have provided support to the sector in growth and where we are today. Okay. Now, if we look at the achievement of the sector and in respect of GLP and active borrowers, I think we have already discussed a few times earlier almost 450 million of gross loan portfolio outstanding, with 8.5 million borrowers, which also include now Nano Loans. If you subtract them, it's almost 6.2 million productive loans, roughly. So this is a kind of achievement that we have been able to show in the last 20 years. Now, if you compare it with the overall banking sector, especially I think another big achievement is that of, composition of male and female clientele. The overall banking sector has 29% female clients or individuals who are borrowers, compared to, if you just look at the microfinance sector, it's 46. It used to be roughly 54, 55%, but most of the nano loans are directed towards men, and that's why this percentage has declined in the last few quarters. Now, if you look at the contribution to the financial inclusion, I think we can, very proudly say that almost 62% of the overall clients are served by microfinance sector, which includes both the microfinance banks, the deposit saving, and microfinance institutions. So that's another big achievement compared to, the overall financial inclusion. Now, some of the success factors, in my opinion, from the very beginning, I think it has been, and initial years specifically, it has been the focus on the client. The clients have been the reason that the financial inclusion industry started in Pakistan, because the overall, the financial inclusion or financial services provided to especially those who are at the bottom of pyramid was very, very dismal at the time, 20, 22 years back. And I think this is something that we need to keep in mind, that until and unless you don't focus on the client, no industry can work. Progressive regulatory policies. I think something that we miss most of the time is that one of the industries or the sector which has been a success story of this country is the microfinance sector. And it has followed a typical development approach of any industry that is followed in the world, wherein you start providing sort of subsidize or incentivize that sector in order to, for the growth of the sector. Subsidized funding was provided not only for the branches and on lending, but also a lot of capacity building was carried out by the government of Pakistan. And that actually provided the risk capital in a way, because most of the institutions at the beginning hardly had any sort of, equity or endowment when they started working. So now, after 20 years, the sector, I mean, we do have COVID and floods, but generally it's a sustainable sector. And there is hardly any subsidy now being provided other than one FIP program, which is supervised by the central bank. And even there, it's almost market-based, or in fact, it's market-based funding that is provided. So I think that's the success story, especially if you compare it with many others, let's say textile, motor vehicle, they are still provided huge subsidies. But microfinance sector is one where we can provide proudly, say that. And the role of both the government, the regulators of, gradually introducing better regulations and not overburdening the small and newer infant organizations with the very robust kind of regulation. Only when they reach to a certain stage, gradually, the regulations become tighter and tighter. Then the role of the apex. Pakistan Poverty Alleviation Fund, and now PMIC. I think what we inculcated over the years is not only efficiency, built the capacity, but also good governance practices. And I think that helped a lot of institutions to transform or get licensed from SECP in 2016, when the SECP took that role of regulating the MFIs. From the very small things like, you need to have better auditors, to better people on the board, on the board with financial and accounting backgrounds, having general provisioning, to absorb shocks. So these were some of the things that I think have worked well over the years for the growth. The microfinance network, I think the role that they have played in knowledge management, in capacity building, and also, raising issues, policy related issues with the regulators, with the policymakers. I think we can't overlook the entrepreneurial spirit of our clients. And whenever I go and meet, and I normally, during my field visits, I experience, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of energy in the clients, and to grow their businesses, their small businesses, and also the assistance that microfinance institutions provide, and banks provide to these individuals in improving their livelihoods and lives. So, I can't name all the leaders, but some of the leaders of the microfinance sector, and we all are aware the kind of growth their institutions have done, I think is due to their dedication and due to their commitment to the sector and to their clients for provisioning of financial services. Digitization is playing a very big role, especially in channelizing the disbursements and repayments through banking channels. Also, we heard about Nano Loans, and there are conflicting opinions on that, but I don't want to get into that. But certainly they have added to the numbers. So I think these are a few things, in my opinion. And then when I'll open the discussion with the panel, I would also like to hear from them what, in their opinion, have been the factors that have really played an important role in the achievements, or where the microfinance sector is today. What we did I think a couple of quarters back, was to conduct a study with PMN leading it, but I was part of that overall discussion paper that we then later on provided to both the regulators. And what we did was to identify certain countries who have or had pretty much the same kind of indicators when it came to the poverty levels, or the economic development level, or the kind of social setup. Also, the countries which had better regulations, or their microfinance has really succeeded in the past few years. So we came up with this list of India, Bangladesh, Philippines, and Peru, and we compared them with Pakistan. So what is lacking, or what we can actually learn from these countries. Now, if you see the numbers, I think something that we have discussed is the number of MFPs compared to other countries is very low. And I believe that is one of the factors. Also, outstanding loan portfolios. Some of the countries have larger loan sizes, so maybe this debate of large loan resulting in decline in the quality of the portfolio, that also needs to be deliberated. So what are the lessons that we have learned from these countries? Some of my observations and the colleagues who worked on that paper was in these countries, as we had earlier, and maybe this is something that we need to reincorporate or reinvigorate in our work. I'm not saying that that's totally lost, is the focus on the client. Because there is now at times, not as much discussion on the client than the sustainability of the institutions. Then MFPs in these markets, the 4 countries that we have discussed, have many channels of funding. Some of them still receive either subsidized funding in case of Bangladesh or directed lending in the case of India. Non-bank entities are also able to mobilize deposits through their members, especially in Bangladesh. Capital markets are more developed, hence MFEs can access a variety of financial instruments and institutions, thus diversifying risk of the sector. As I mentioned, in the last session as well, the capital markets, and this is not blaming any regulator or any institution. I feel it's primarily the structure of the economy where, other than one major asset of property, not much investment is done in many other sectors. So that is one of the reason, and then huge borrowing by the government of Pakistan is also one of the reasons of not, channelizing funding to other sectors. So this is something that is available. Some of these countries have single regulatory authorities. I think somebody spoke about this. For example, in Peru and Bangladesh. So what happens there is that there's a gradual progression of the companies. They start at very minimal regulatory level, and then over the time, when they achieve certain benchmark, it at times is pretty automatic to move on to the next phase. In certain countries, which are relatively poor, for example, Bangladesh, we'll see a lot of value chain and supply chain approaches like BRAC and Grameen, who work with their client on various initiatives. Even in India, the Amul cooperative and the microfinance sector has worked together. So I think that are some of my observations when we are discussing the future of microfinance. So, and I will be certainly discussing it with the panel and taking their opinion and from the audience as well. So thank you very much. And I'll sit there. Zainab, over to you.
Thank you so much, Yasir Saab, for talking about the achievements of the sector. And I think most of the panel discussion that we're going to have now is going to be looking at some of the achievements, but most of it will be about the growth. So without delaying, we have a hybrid kind of panel today. We have 4 panelists that are joining us online, and then we have 5 panelists that are joining us in person. So I'm going to introduce the first panelist, which is Mr. Noor Ahmed, who is a director of the Agricultural Credit and Microfinance Department at the State Bank of Pakistan, and has been contributing towards formalizing microfinance since 2015, which is since when he's been working in this team. Next up, we have Mr. Alok Mishra, who is also joining us online, and he is the CEO and a director at the Microfinance Institution Network in India. Mr. Mishra has a PhD in development studies and has been associated with NABARD and MCRIL. Mishra Saab is also a professor of public policy and teaches full-time along with his work with the network. We also have Mr. Sanjay Sinha, who is joining us online. Mr. Sanjay Sinha is the co-founder and director, and is a director at MCRIL. Prior to founding MCRIL, Mr. Sinha was the executive director at EDA Rural Systems Private Limited. Of course, Mr. Sinha has seen, last 3 decades, the ebbs and flows of microfinance in India, and can make a lot of contributions to how we can promote growth in Pakistan. So thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Sinha. Next up, I'd like to call on stage Mr. Murtaza Khokar, who is the CEO of the Rural Community Development Program, RCDP. Thank you so much for joining us, Murtaza Saab. Can we have you on stage, please? So moving on, can we also now, I'd like to call on stage Ms. Nayab Jan, who is the Head of Business Development and External Relations at CSC Empowerment and Inclusion Program. Nayab is also an avid feminist and a strong advocate of women's rights, especially in terms of political participation. It is our pleasure to have you, Nayab. Online, we also have Mr. Andrew McCartney joining us, who is a senior financial sector economist at the Asian Development Bank. And of course, Yasir Saab mentioned this earlier in his presentation that the ADB has played a very important role in augmenting microfinance in Pakistan. So we're very, very happy to have you on board. Thank you so much, Andrew. Next up, I'd like to call Mr. Umar Khalid onto the stage. Umar Saab is the CEO of Tasdeeq. As we all know, Tasdeeq has been using data analytics and data mining to support the sector in avoiding over-indebtedness and optimizing credit policy. So thank you so much for joining us. We'd love to hear more from you. And last up, I'd like to call Mr. Mohammed Imran Dhillon, who is the GM operations at JWS. Can I also now please call Ms. Rafia Salim, who is Associated Operations Officer at the IFC. Of course, the role of the IFC has been very pivotal in private sector financing for the microfinance sector in general. Thank you so much, Rafia, for joining us. I will hand it over to you, Yasir Saab. Thank you.
Thank you, Zainab. So since Alok is traveling, so I'll start with Alok, and he is, I think, next 5-10 minutes before you leave. So I have actually, 2 to 3 questions for this session. And for you, Alok, first of all, thank you for joining us. But, you have looked at India and maybe the region as well on Pakistani microfinance sector. What I would like you to, tell us and inform us, what, in your opinion, are the things that you feel that Pakistani microfinance sector in general needs to do in order to achieve scale? And I'm not saying, maybe 40 million, or let's say, at least we double the number of clients in the next 10 years.
Good afternoon. I hope I'm audible. Hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you and good afternoon, Yasirji. Pleasure to be here. I'm sorry I could not be here for the full duration of the panel, but I will try to be as much as possible. Thanks for your question. I think if you talk to me about the Pakistani context and the questions which you have asked, and you have already talked about the few success factors of the other economies which you were talking about, like Bangladesh or India. I think as a sector, we have to do something. And there are a few things which the regulation has to do. Like, for example, the importance of regulation, as you rightly said, in India, for dedicating a dedicated window for lending by wholesale or commercial banks to microfinance institutions. That has been a very positive step because 40% of the adjusted net bank credit has to be given as priority sector. Of that, microfinance is also part, and that has sustained the funds flow in the sector. I think that is one of the most important things which the sector needs in Pakistan, a dedicated source of funding. And on that, I think the sector doesn't need, over the decades of functioning which it has shown across various parts of the country, it doesn't need any subsidized funding per se. And I would say 2 things have to be avoided when we are talking about regulation and policy ecosystem. One is the direct intervention of the government in the credit markets. That initially it looks very good and it is a very fond objective of the policymakers, but it turns up doing less, what I would say, good than more harm. So a direct intervention in the credit markets by the government, whether by way of subsidy or you can say any other incentive, that to me is counterproductive. That should be avoided. The role of the government should be limited to providing a facilitative ecosystem. Having demonstrated its success in Pakistan in reaching the bottom of pyramid segment, I think the focus of the government, both the regulator and the policy, that is the government, federal government, has to be on providing a stable source of funding, which is stable, as well as it is not at a very high rate, and we don't want it at a subsidized rate also. Primarily, this is the first thing. Second thing, on the regulation and policy, which I would expect, as you say, that regulation always evolves. Regulation evolves to the context, and sometimes we find, even in India, my experience has been that the regulation often does a catch-up of the sector. And the regulation for microfinance cannot be at the same footing with which you rightly mentioned at the level of banks and other mainstream organizations. It has to be light, it has to be light touch, it has to be based on certain cardinal principles, but you should not get into micromanaging of the business. And there has to be a singular, I would say, a single point of regulation where the institutions can look up to, whether they are society or whether they are a commercial organization, moving basically towards an asset class based regulation, which luckily in India, after great persuasion and efforts in March, we have moved towards it. That Reserve Bank of India now has a uniform regulation which applies to all institutions, whether you are a bank or a small finance bank or an NBFC or an NBFC MFI. The regulation is the same. So the port of call and there is no regulatory ambiguity, I would rather say. So this is one thing which I think Pakistan can also adopt. And on the sector side, I think the sector over the years, whenever I see whether it is India or Bangladesh or Pakistan, there are 3-4 things which I think come to my mind, which I keep repeating it in India with our colleagues, which I see that we started as a double bottom line industry, which nowadays we call it also as a triple bottom line industry, but I will not add the triple E of environment to the industry right now. Let us keep it to the double bottom line. But over the years, as you also briefly mentioned in your presentation, that the focus has moved to institutional sustainability and profit making more over client sustainability and outcome measurement. I think this practice of measuring the outcome, that what you are delivering, what change it is making in the lives of the poor people whom we are lending, that is a very cardinal principle which is not being paid full attention to. I think we need to bring that agenda back into the mainstream dialogue of microfinance practitioners and all the policymakers. And if you do that, if you demonstrate that you are doing a sustainable business and you are also making a change in the lives of the person to whom you are lending, you have a credible case with the policy and regulation. I think that is a very important thing which you have to take care of. Second thing on the sector side, at least from Indian experience, I can say that I don't have that experience, at least in Bangladesh and Pakistan, because it has been some time. I visited Bangladesh last 2-3 years back before COVID. In India, what we are seeing is that with digital transactions taking place, now 100% of the loan repayments, loan payments, disbursements are into the bank account of the client, and repayment around 30% is digital. I hope it will move up to 50 or 60 in few time. What has happened is that the bedrock of microfinance, which we all proudly talked about, was group collateral, group cohesion, and all that. That is weakening. And that is basically the group dynamics is coming down to, I would say, not a relationship building point, but a transactional point. I think that needs also to be arrested. We need to devise as a sector ways how to engage clients, because we are in the business of doorstep delivery of financial services and relationship, because our clients do not have formal records of income or expenses to prove. So you have to have relationship, you know, to know their livelihood, to determine their credit requirements, and to see what difficulties they are in and provide adequate relief. That will miss if we completely rely on digital, only collecting and repayment of money. That is second thing which I think the sector needs to deliberate. And the third aspect, which is common all over the world, is this huge, what you can say, elephant in the room, whether you call it FinTech or you call it TechFin or you call it Big Tech, whatever you call it. I believe basically it is a process through which you deliver financial services. It is not an entity. But in the rush for digital, one thing we have to accept, that in this digital environment, one thing which is what is happening, which is shaking up the entire financial sector, is that earlier what used to be there, that one institution, suppose there is an X institution, it designs the product, it rolls out the product, it services the product, it disburses, and it takes the whole responsibility from end to end of that product. But in digital chain, what is happening is that the modularization of services is happening, where you have outsourced grievance redressal to a third party, you have outsourced product design to somebody else, user interface to somebody else, and the poor client, when they face such digital complex interfaces, they don't have a single point of grievance redressal. I think that also needs to be very seriously thought by us, that yes, we will embrace digital, but in a calibrated manner and continue to provide succor to the client. I think I will stop here. And if you have any follow-up questions, I will be there.
Thank you so much. I think you have highlighted some very important areas, especially, how digitization and the modular approach could be, made effective, and the role of the regulator. And we'll also hear from other participants and panelists on this. I would then move on to Sanjay, who heads MCRIL. Noor Saab, if you please allow me, you would have the last, say, because as a regulator, I feel that once everyone has said their things, I think it's time for the regulator to actually, give his sort of advice and response. So I would ask this specific question and any comments that you have at the end. So Sanjay, you've been working not only in India, but many other countries, and been writing your reports on even during COVID and other crises, and have been to Pakistan as well and close observant. In your opinion, I mean, what do you feel are the gaps, specifically if we want to move forward? I mean, we want to expand, and we want to expand at a quite a high rate, as we're still at roughly 8.5 million clients with a population of 220 million. Sorry.
You're on mute.
Yeah, can you speak now?
Yeah, sorry. I was on mute. Thank you for inviting me to speak to colleagues in Pakistan. I have met, I've had the privilege of meeting many of you, and it's a pity that within the past 5 or 6 years, it has not been possible to visit Pakistan again. Let me start by saying that broadly, I agree with everything that Alok has said. In terms of, but you put this whole session is about growth, and I think maybe in Pakistan you worry a little too much about growth. The numbers are not quite as bad as they look in your table. For instance, if you compare the 101 million of clients that you've shown for India, and you've got 8.5 million or so for Pakistan, you have to compare the population as well. So India has 6 times the population of Pakistan, a little more than 6 times. So your 8 million, actually, if you're comparing with the 101 million in India, actually translates to about 50 million. So it's half the level of India. It's not 1/10 or whatever. So you're not doing so badly. The other aspect to keep in mind is that for any a type of activity to flourish in a country, you need to have access to people. And we know that Pakistan faces security challenges in parts of the country. Microfinance institutions are not able to work so easily there. There is also the religious element which affects the growth of microfinance. So I would say that every time I interact with the Pakistan microfinance sector, I hear this, that we're not growing as fast as India or elsewhere. It's actually, I wouldn't be so concerned about that. The other aspect to keep in mind is that if you're pushing for growth, at some point, you're going to compromise on serving the people, serving your clients. You can't just push for growth. There are countries, where and in many of the organizations in India where pushing for growth has been the primary motivator. But there are also other countries like Cambodia, like Nepal, whom you haven't mentioned, where pushing for growth has been, a very important factor in their approach. The difference between a good microfinance institutions and institutions that simply cover large numbers of people, and I think Alok has touched upon this, is that the good microfinance institutions put a lot of emphasis on client needs, on client redressal processes, and ensuring that the products actually are appropriate to to the needs of your clients. If the microfinance sector becomes too entrepreneurial, then you lose out in serving the needs of your clients. The other side of it, though, is that, and this is something that I have noted in Pakistan, is that much of the microfinance sector has emerged from development organizations that do many other things as well. Perhaps that is where there is some change that needs to be made, where serving more people, specializing a little more on specifically on the financial needs of clients would be helpful. So perhaps separating out some of the rural development programs from the microfinance operations of those institutions, maybe that would help, but never hopefully losing touch with the needs of clients. That is of primary importance and should always be focused on. We shouldn't make pushing for growth our ultimate aim. So thank you. I will stop there.
Thank you, Sanjay. I think a good perspective on, emphasis of a lot of growth in Pakistan. This also comes through, this FinTech study, which comes out every 3 years, and somehow Pakistan is, rated very low in the growth, and that puts a lot of pressure not only on the government but regulators and the players as well. I also have my views, but there's not too much time to debate on that. So over to Rafia. You are with IFC, which has a very market-based approach when it comes to, assisting the institutions. In your opinion, and you might have seen other markets where IFC is active. In your opinion, are there any sort of gaps? A lot of them have been mentioned by both Alok and Sanjay, but what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Yasir. So I just wanted to bring examples from two markets. So one is Philippines, which was, I think, already a part of the study which PMN conducted. And I wanted to basically center on the innovation part that is taking place in the other industry, which could be very much relevant for Pakistan. So for example, in Philippines, a country which is worse hit by climate change like Pakistan, there are innovations taking place on building the climate resilience and adaptation angle into the microfinance offering. So for example, in microfinance, one of the microfinance institutions in Philippines, there is currently some work in progress around incorporating the Building Resilience Index tool when it comes to housing microfinance product offering for the client. So the way the tool works is that it identifies the building hazard and the location hazard, and then also kind of suggests some mitigation measures that could be adopted by the particular client. And that also kind of categorizes or assigns a particular degree of risk to that financing which has been given out to that client. So at the point when the financing is being made, the institution is very much aware that what could be the hazards which could potentially be faced by the client, and the losses which could come to the institution. And at that point, they're able to make a sound decision when it comes to financing, and the client is also supported in terms of the mitigation measures which they can do, either to bring the losses to a minimum level, or to adapt or do constructions in such a way that they are safe when the damage comes. So maybe that kind of innovation, that is very much relevant to Pakistan at this point in time. There are more than 2 million houses in Pakistan which have been impacted by the floods, and then there are also losses in the agriculture sector, and so on and so forth. And then another example is China. So a lot of conversation has been taking place around doing the digitalization and process digitization aspect. And I think one aspect in which China has been particularly successful is leveraging the big data and machine learning. So there's a lot of data out there in the market, also in Pakistan. And we all know that there are challenges related to the data reliability, consolidation, so on and so forth. But maybe if all of that data is structured and organized in such a way that microfinance industry in particular is able to take advantage of that, I think there could be significant strides that the sector as a unified a player can make. And I think the nano players are trying to do something of that sorts. But until and unless there is a unified approach around how potentially there's just so much data out there in the market and also at the institution level, until and unless the unified approaches take place, I think it will be a difficult way or path for the individual institution to take place. So just wanted to center on the innovation part. And I think in terms of the broader gaps in the microfinance sector, yes, cost reduction still continues to be a challenge. And we all know, we all agree, we've been talking about it, that digitalization is the way to bring that down. And innovation, and I think as much conversation as it is taking place around digitalization, I think we should be giving due importance to the climate resilience and adaptation part also. Because the agriculture sector, where most of the microfinance loans have typically been advanced so far, that is badly hit. Now housing is going to be impacted, livestock sector is impacted, and so are the MSMEs. So just wanted to bring examples from two countries and
Thank you very much.
highlighting the relevance to Pakistan.
No, very, very useful. Thank you so much. I'll now go to Andrew. And Andrew, ADB has been very active in Pakistan in the initial years of the microfinance sector, especially assisting or providing funding to Khushali Bank and certain projects that were conducted with the state bank in financial literacy. So in my opinion, I feel that the international financial institutions or the multilaterals exited the microfinance sector of Pakistan prematurely. And this is, I say, because yes, the sector was sustainable, but the level of maturity and the level of number of institutions that we would have liked to have not increased after certain programs of FIFA and World Bank discontinued supporting new institutions. So I would like to hear from you and your own experiences of certain best practices or certain best sort of things that Pakistan can do in order to improve the financial inclusion.
Many thanks. Yeah, so I'm Andrew. I'm a financial inclusion expert specialist with ADB. I was previously with IFC, so I've seen it on both sides. I agree with you. I think the IFIs, up until recently at least, have viewed the microfinance sector as
largely cooked and sorted and sustainable, as you mentioned. And I think the emphasis moved much more towards areas like SME and now climate in particular. But I think there is now, particularly with areas like digital, a renewed focus back. And now that with the impact of COVID and other things actually turning back the clock a little bit in terms of financial inclusion, I think we are very much looking back and saying, okay, how do we scale up? From an ADB perspective, I come from our sovereign operations side. The scale up of the microfinance sector is particularly dear to our hearts. And right now we are in the process of working with the government of Pakistan and also the regulators to put together a comprehensive program to support an area that we believe is kind of one of the other elephants in the room that hasn't come up too much, which is as the country has moved up the financial inclusion ladder, and there's clearly been some great success over the last 10 years. Over the last 5 years, the women are increasingly getting left behind. Now, this is due to many reasons, not just the fact that nano loans are around, but also the move away, as someone said earlier, the move away from group-based lending to more enterprise-type loans, larger ticket sizes. But I think one of our focuses is very much to make sure that the growth in the market going forward is also inclusive growth, and that the women, and let's face it, Pakistan has one of the lowest entrepreneurship rates in the world right now, the women are not left behind in the process. But I would say the two other major areas where we believe intervention is needed really is around kind of two areas. One, around the cost structure currently within the industry. There are good practice examples, but right now we have a microfinance industry that often has quite high cost structures when you compare it against the likes of MFIs and microfinance industries in Philippines or India. And that obviously then impacts our pricing and so on. So how do we leverage digital in particular to move to lower cost, lower touch models while still keeping the last mile access? I think the other key difference, I was based in India for 6 years before I joined ADB, and I saw what was happening on the small finance bank kind of revolution that took place there, along with Bandhan and a few other bank models. And I think this is one of the big areas in terms of getting, at the end of the day, the banks have 80% of the financial assets of the country today. Yes, banks do lend to MFIs, but compared with other markets like India, it is a fraction of what it could be. And I think this is again, this is a big focus for ADB. We're providing guarantees and so on through intermediaries to try to facilitate this process. But getting that flow of funds from the large bank sector, and whilst it's obviously competing with some of the public sector related lending, is key. I think the other aspect is in terms of a microfinance industry that deals with both the assets and the liabilities of the clients. And you've got obviously microfinance banks that are successfully tapping into both, but you've got the MFIs that obviously have to rely on wholesale lending and other sources. And I can't help but feel that there is still room within our regulations in Pakistan to establish some alternative ways, alternative licensing that without horrific regulatory hurdles actually allows a lot of these MFIs to start taking at least small ticket deposits, a bit like we've seen with the small finance banks in India. And I think just the last point really was around, making sure, from a regulator perspective, as I say, I'm working with both SECP and State Bank. One of our other priorities is getting rid of any of, how should we say, the regulatory ambiguities, particularly when it comes to the regulation around the MFI side. So hopefully that gives you an idea as to our broad strategy to support the scale up of the industry.
Okay, thank you. No, I hear you, and I think these are some of the things that we also discuss, especially the funding part and how can we, better convince the commercial banks of taking exposure on the microfinance sector. There is some, already, I mean, some of these commercial banks are leading in taking exposures, some of the larger banks, but I think some of the smaller banks are still not really, interested in taking exposures in this sector. मुर्तज़ा साहब, आप शुरू से तकरीबन सेक्टर की ग्रोथ देख रहे हैं और आपने जैसे अभी मेंशन हुआ, अभी कहा भी गया था कि डेवलपमेंट एक होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट अप्रोच के साथ गए, लेकिन फिर आपने आहिस्ता आहिस्ता जो है उसको फोकस करना शुरू किया माइक्रो फाइनेंस पे। तो आपके ख्याल और आपका उस वजह एक एक उसकी जो एक बैकग्राउंड है या उसकी जो तारीख है आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन की, आपका क्लाइंट पे फोकस मैं देखता हूँ काफ़ी रहता है, लेकिन फिर भी क्योंकि एक ट्रेंड चलता है कि जिसमें इंस्टीट्यूशन की सस्टेनेबिलिटी, प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी, जब आपने कमर्शियल बैंक्स को शो करना है तो वो आपको एक तरह से बैलेंस करना पड़ता है। आपके ख्याल में एक तो थोड़ा सा बताइएगा कि इंस्टीट्यूशनल लेवल पे, ना सिर्फ मैं सिर्फ आरसीडीपी की नहीं, उसके ऊपर क्या चीज़ें होनी चाहिए कि ग्रोथ, और जनरली सेक्टर पे अगर एक दो अगर आपकी कोई सजेशंस हो।
थैंक यू यासिर साहब। अस्सलाम वालेकुम। अगर हम देखते हैं एक्सपेंशन, ग्रोथ और डेवलपमेंट ऑफ इंडस्ट्री, तो इसमें जो स्टेक होल्डर हैं, स्टेक होल्डर ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीज, इनके रोल जो है वो बड़े इम्पॉर्टेंट है, स्पेशली रोल ऑफ रेगुलेटर और स्पेशली रोल ऑफ हमारे जो इन्वेस्टर और हमारे जो बिजनेस पार्टनर हैं, और रोल ऑफ जो हमारे टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट, जो भी इंस्टीट्यूशन है, उसका रोल जो है वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। आरसीडीपी के सिनेरियो में मैं जस्ट 1-2-3 मिनट में जो है वो बताता हूँ कि एवरीथिंग इज पॉसिबल एंड ग्रोथ आर also possibles if we have the attentions on our works or based on our visions, especially those people are doing these jobs. हमारी पार्टनरशिप विद पीपीएफ इन 2001 में जब एस्टेब्लिश हुई तो वी हैव 1.5 only 1.5 million portfolios. With the passage of time or with the support of all stakeholders and subsidized fund or technical support from PPF, now our company have 225,000 active clients with 8.4 billion portfolio and with 12 billion billions balance sheets. It means if we provide the environments, if we provide the supportive roles from all stakeholders, we can achieve our targets, target of growth, because कल के लोग बता रहे थे कि अभी 8.5 मिलियन का टारगेट हमने अचीव किया है. But I have understanding our client are mobilized within the Pakistan with the our networks. बेस वहाँ पे मौजूद है और जो स्पेशली हमारे जैसे जो MFIs इंस्टीट्यूट थे जिनका स्पेशली जो इन द इनिशियल जो उनका मिशन वो शायद सोशल मिशन था with social objective. With the passage of times our mission जो है वो चेंज हुआ और हमने उसको फाइनेंशियल मिशन के साथ अटैच किया. तो अब जब हम वो मोबिलाइज कम्युनिटी वहाँ पे मौजूद है, बट वी हैव द बिग चैलेंज ऑफ लिक्विडिटी. हमारी बैकअप पे ऐसा कोई भी स्टेक होल्डर जो है वो मौजूद नहीं सवाए PMIC. अगर वो PMIC के पास वो भी उनकी एक क्रेडिट लाइन जो है उनकी लिमिटेशंस हैं जिसकी बेस के ऊपर वी कैन नॉट प्रोवाइड द फाइनेंशियल रिसोर्सेज टू आवर कम्युनिटी. Microfinance bank have the backups with the State Bank. Anytimes they provide the liquidity, but NBFC company have no other option. If we provide the financial resources, we can achieve our targets and our growth और our expansion और outreach.
आपके ख्याल में फंडिंग एक जो है बहुत बड़ा
बहुत बड़ा जो है इस वक्त NBFC स्पेशली इशू है
मुख्तलिफ सोर्सेज से फंडिंग
जी
ठीक
थैंक यू
और कुछ एक आध मिनट चलो Nayab, over to you. I think you have brought new perspective to CSE, now SEEP, and with the kind of clientele that you have, especially women clientele, aapka zyada hai. Where do you feel? I mean, is the opportunity, and where, other than funding, I mean, if that is the biggest hurdle in your growth or in this growth of sector, so over to you. I mean, let us know, in your opinion, what could be done.
Thank you so much. I think I'll echo a lot of what Andrew said as well. Of course, I think anyone who's a practitioner, they'll know that funding is definitely one of the issues that we face. So I think I'll leave that there. But apart from that, there are also a lot of other macroeconomic factors that we obviously have to take into consideration. There's economic and political instability, as there was mentioned, because of the sort of security status of a lot of areas which are very impoverished. We cannot access them even if we want to. So I'd like to mention a lot of these macroeconomic factors and funding in the backdrop of what I'm about to say. So I think we can divide it into, there are certain things that we as practitioners also have to accept what are our limitations and what is happening in the macro environment. So if there is a lack of funds available, how does that impact us into reaching more people more efficiently? One of the things is that it doesn't allow us to invest as much in research and innovation and product development as we would like to. We've seen, I've seen this personally as well, that we've wanted to test out, new types of products, whether it's been, the education loan, whether it's been housing, whether it's been renewable energy. But what we've seen is that given the way that product formulation and testing and piloting and the kind of infrastructure that you need for that, it is very difficult for us to do that in-house without sort of, either dedicated subsidized credit, lines for that, or the other option then is to have specialized entities and agencies within the microfinance environment and infrastructure. For example, I was just talking to someone right now about certain facilities for research that are now available, for data, how better to utilize data. So I think everything links back to, yes, of course, there's a lack of funding, but what does that actually do? What that does is that it doesn't allow us to innovate and research and diversify as much as we'd like to. So that's the first thing. And I've seen that personally with so many of, the products that I personally really want them to expand. There, of course, is donor fatigue, not just in Pakistan, but world over. That's something that's happening everywhere. I think another thing, of course, is somebody has already mentioned technology. I think that there is, seeing how that has happened even inside SEEP, there is, yes, technology is expensive, and that's one factor, but a second factor is the reluctance of our own people, our own staff, convincing them about new ideas. It has been a very difficult, journey for me as somebody who's a firm believer in technology and in making use of data. I think that it really, we have to convince, and then there's another, the next step
is, of course, capacity building for our staff, knowledge sharing platforms, all of these things, some things you mentioned in your presentation as well. So all of this, we recently, I'll just share like a example. We recently, were debating whether we need to still continue having center meetings or not. And, our staff was so emotionally attached to the idea of, having these things, whereas we're seeing that the clients want to move away from a lot of these things that they see as just an extra day where they have to come. And, so making our process leaner and quicker not just requires resources, but we also have to convince a lot of people. And lastly, because, Zainab mentioned something in my introduction, I want to stay true to it. I think we've really abandoned women along the way. And we, particularly when we see from the point of view of larger institutions, I think that the essence and heart and soul of microfinance was with the kind of specific, advantages of lending to women. But I also want to connect it to the idea of donor fatigue. The reason why microfinance took off so much and became sort of like this darling of the donor community as well was particularly because it was reaching out to women in difficult circumstances, in difficult cultural and infrastructural circumstances. So when we abandon that, it's not just a question of sort of principle or moral, it's also a question of the business case that we could make, with lending to women and being a women-focused industry. We've sort of dropped that along the way. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. No, I think very pertinent. The way specifically, I think what you mentioned, this resources for research and development to experiment, what works and what doesn't work. Maybe even at the pilot phase, and that's what I also mentioned, in my presentation earlier, is the exit of a lot of, funding that used to come from development organizations. I'll now go to Mr. Umar Khalid. You are heading the STEEK, and now you're collecting data and analyzing data. How, in your opinion, that could contribute in a more stable kind of and sustainable growth of the sector?
Thank you, Yasir. There is no doubt in the use of data for growth in any sector. Our colleague from IFC also mentioned the case of China. Nilofer just also touched upon it also. We being an aggregator of a lot of borrowing data, we have a holistic picture of understanding how different sectors are incorporating data and how they are behaving. We have seen recently from the example of FinTechs, the way they have incorporated data in their systems and how they have grown because of this. So if microfinance sector starts learning from the FinTech sector and start incorporating data into their systems, the credit decisioning models, the income estimation models, the scoring model, the microfinance sector can make their systems more agile by investing in technology and this data. And the growth which comes associated with incorporating these things will be exponential. FinTechs used to be verticals. Based on the use of data, they have become horizontals now. And they are a clear challenger to microfinance industry now. They are operating in similar and targeting similar markets. So microfinance sector needs to become very agile now, start working with organizations like the STEEK or other credit bureaus, and start incorporating all, using data into their systems, and ensuring that a similar growth which we are seeing coming in the FinTech sector is coming from the microfinance sector also. Secondly, in terms of reporting data, in terms of incorporating, it becomes very important to report data for financial inclusion. When this data is reported and there's risk assessment done on the customers, then the then the decisioning or the credit underwriting or the risk assessment becomes very easy for microfinance or any other industry. And there can be a transition from lower loans to higher loans, and the growth can come from there. I'll stop it.
No, thank you. Certainly, I think for the growth of the businesses, and if you want to graduate individuals from microfinance sector to, let's say, more like commercial banking for SME lending, the data is certainly very critical. And also, I think it is critical for even lending to by the microfinance sector. All right. Next, we have Mr. Dhilu. And I would, yeah. So my question to you would be, as someone who is practically involved in at the ground level, what are the things you feel that the clients require and currently the sector is not providing, which could help in better, more sustainable growth?
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. So, before going that, I would like to add something that we are a country of 30 million population and will be projected to 60 million in 2030, and maybe we will reach 350 or 60 million by 2050. And the poverty right now is estimated 40%. People are below the poverty line. So there is a huge potential for microfinance growth. But specific to although there is a lot of work done before that, me from a non-banking finance company, as you know, and these non-banking finance companies, if we go back 15 or 20 years, they were just a small village level organization. They were just an NGOs. So there is a lot of efforts, lot of work, lot of energies being put by different stakeholders. I would say proudly that PPAF role was remarkable and wonderful for the institutions building, strengthen their internal systems. And of course, MIOP PRISM Credit Enhancement Facility, first time linked with banks, and equity injection as well. So, and then transformation. So with client perspective, I would like to say that typically we are providing a loan, a 12-month loans, maybe. 95% people are providing a typical product that comprises almost 12 months loans. But here, I think the need is to explore with the income cash flow of that particular business, what that is be. That may be the 6-month loan, that may be the 24-month loan, 1.5 million loan. So I think there is a still need for the diversification, for the product innovation in the sector. And moving forward that, need for, as already said, that there is a climate change and water shortage issues in Pakistan, and we need to address these issues from solar loans. And even though we need to forward for drip irrigation system loans, especially in agriculture. And within agriculture, if we look that maybe some clients needs a loan for input supplies on crop cycle, their repayment would be different. That loan who is for to procure agriculture machinery as well. And similar loans will be in livestock sectors would be that fattening loan repayment may be different from the milking loan as
Right.
well. So there is a huge potential
Potential and
at the
product
grassroots level.
diversification.
But again, my colleague add one thing, funding issue is still not addressed. Although this NGO-MFI is transformed in my non-banking finance companies, and the idea behind that was the funding issue was addressed.
Right.
But still, commercial bank did not, there is a no lack of trust building within the market and with capital market as well. If you allow me, I put the example of my institution regarding this case that in previous quarter, 3 to 4 commercial banks and 3 to 4 international investors who visited us, conduct
Right.
meetings, conduct due diligence, and even in 2 or 3 microfinance banks approved our credit line, but still that is not disbursed.
Okay.
By saying that the macroeconomic condition of Pakistan is not favorable right now, and there is a political uncertainty. So I think from NBS perspective, we look that we need to address this funding issue. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Ji. Bahut shukriya. So, I'll now move to the regulator. I think I've already covered. If you can show me if there is anyone on the who's online I've missed, so because there were so many friends on the panel. Okay. So I think we don't have, we have Noor Saab. So Noor Saab, over to you. If you can take, 7 to 8 minutes to respond to certain things, or you have certain ideas or certain things that the central bank is doing for the growth of the sector. You have very wide knowledge and you've been associated with microfinance sector for now many years. So we would like to hear from you, and then so that, if you can, you can take 7, 8 minutes, and we have at least 5, 10 minutes for the question and answer. Over to you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Shukriya, Yasir Saab. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. पहले तो मैं आपका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा for asking all the difficult questions from Alok and Sanjay and other colleagues. That has made my job a lot easier. So I'm going to just synthesize and summarize all those answers into.
Noor Saab, I've worked in the commercial bank, so I know, how to deal with the regulators, how to make them happy.
Yeah. No, I think my job is now easier. I think it would have been difficult. So if I were the first speaker, that was on a lighter note. So I think there are 2 aspects to it. And before I go into that, let me congratulate PMN for holding the 6th edition of Annual Microfinance Conference on creating resilience and enabling rehabilitation. I think these are 2 important catchphrases, or perhaps pertinent issues that today's conference and day and age we have focused on. So there are a couple of issues I would like to highlight on these, and then I'll come back to the plenary topic on achievement of 20 years of microfinance and the road to 40 million by 2045 or 2030. So I think starting off with where do we stand right now? There are 2 sort of challenges faced by the sector at the moment. The first, or any entity, right now that has any relevance, that we are faced with exogenous shocks. And those exogenous shocks, because the world has become more shock prone, there's been crisis upon crisis upon crisis. And I'm saying that in Pakistan, we had first COVID, which was a global shock, and then geopolitical situation, instability, that gave us another shock, and now floods. So 3 sets of shocks together. So it raises, I think, some attention when we are focusing on a certain target. And I would like to mention a couple of facts, which I was just reading the IMF report, the annual report, which was published last night. And it highlighted a couple of issues. The first issue is, of course, loss of livelihoods and the decrease in purchasing power across the globe of customers. So it is a fundamental challenge for any, whether corporate entity or government, how to deal with that kind of situation when you are fixated with, of course, improving economic recovery and building resilience and rehabilitation. The second aspect, and which is more alarming, is that the report highlights that globally, the public debt levels are at the highest during the last, if we compare it with the last 6 decades or so. It is at 40%, so that is another challenge. So it is kind of bringing in, we heard about donor fatigue, but at the same time, there's the real threat and challenge that the donors and governments may not be as, financially, well prepared to help in the improvement in livelihoods and, of course, supporting the customer in terms of purchasing power. So those 2 sets of challenges with an opportunity as well. So these crises have led us to another issue, which is sort of an opportunity as well, digitization and inclusion. That has been accelerated. We've looked at the Global FinTech report, and that is the third sort of thread that I would like to highlight, and then further build on the fundamental approach that we will take. So before I go there, in terms of, how do we then build in resilience with that kind of an environment where there are multiple crises? So in my personal opinion, and this is my personal opinion, I may be wrong, that shocks or exogenous shocks of this nature are usually temporary, and that one way of looking at it is global history. If we look at, how many of such global, what you can say, mega level crisis the world has faced during the living history, I think it happens after, some time. So those are temporary. It brings down, of course, the economic, what you can say is, opportunities, livelihoods are affected, recovery efforts are difficult to get on, but then the world recovers. So that is a key factor that I'm banking my analysis on, that this is going to be temporary. There is hope. So how do we then build in resilience in this time with that kind of an environment? Is that then the sector needs to look at how do we have the buffers. So the first thing is, of course, the sector is built on private equity. So there are risk takers who have invested in the sector. So they are going to bear, of course, the shock. But at the same time, the industry can deliberate on, of course, this is as, be taken as an opportunity that they can work towards a disaster risk fund, which is built on, of course, if there is donor contribution, there is government contribution, but then it should be a sustainable model, which should scale up with the size of portfolio and exposure that the industry will be underwriting over the years. And that can only be done if it is some kind of a contributory model, of course, through risk premium, that is charged from the customer. So that can be an approach. Now, coming back to the fundamental side of getting to 40 million by either 2045 or 2030. In my personal and humble opinion, I think getting that target and where we stand right now is 8 million. We are thinking of having a 4 times growth in this to get to that. So we are bringing in additional 32 million clients. The fundamental question is that what is the effective demand right now in the market? And I think that needs to be answered. Number one, as the first, stop, we need to look at whether do we have, as many clients as, who will be willing to accept microcredit. I will just quickly throw one more fact at the audience is that if you look at the growth of branchless banking in the last 12 years, they started off with nothing, but they right now have 90 million mobile accounts. Compare that to 32 million additional MF credit clients with that caveat that I'm adding that, okay, there will be, of course, need-based financial services. So it looks like it is possible for the sector to achieve that target. Having said that, I'll quickly mention some of the challenges. Number one challenge that the industry has been faced with is the HR challenge. HR challenge has been a fundamental challenge for the industry. It has taken quite a bit, for the industry actually to get to 8 million, but they'll be compounding by 4 times, right? So industry should think through that how it is going to bring in more, workforce. But having said that, there has to be a balance between now brick and mortar, physical versus digital, and adoption of digital bankings will be, of course, needed to achieve that target. So that takes me to the second stop of investment in technology and the right set of HR capability for MFPs to act as either fintechs or partnered with fintechs to build digital banking models, to have open banking approaches. However, I would like to add a challenge here for the sector, or perhaps a caveat, that digital banking is seen as a panacea for all the problems. But having said that, there has to be some focus on bottom line, but at the same time, there should be focus on responsible financing. And by that, I mean products and services, of course. With the agility of digital banking, it will be very easy for providers to build products on the go and offer them. But having said that, it should be need-based. So that analysis should figure out what are the customer-specific needs and should address that. It should not be offered as in the predatory mode that usually digital banking sometimes, ways off. It should be affordable. So these are some challenges. And finally, with that, I'll close. I know there's shortage of time. The fundamental issue of funding. So as I said, on the exogenous shock side, that of course there will be need for private capital, risk capital for these things to happen. So investment will have to come from the private investors. But of course, if we look at the trajectory of microfinance banks only, over the last 12 years, the industry has grown in terms of deposit base from 4 to 450 billion for MFBs. If we look at, the commercial financing that the industry has accessed over the last 12 years, it was nil in 2008 or negligible to 60 billion only for MFBs, and I'm sure MFPs are also active. So with these sort of, challenges and opportunities, I would like to pause here, and if there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Zainab, for question and answer. Sorry, there were a number of panels that I had. I was only able to, get through one round. But I hope that if there are any questions, the panelists would be happy to answer.
We had last time around, which is that we'll take a couple of questions and then we'll ask them to the panel. So I know there's one from Bajwa Saab. Taimur, can you please get him a mic?
Thank you very much. This has been very informative. I think, so the question is it now the appropriate time to deconstruct the products and then see where is the growth in which product? For example, there could be a product for branchless banking. There could be product for gold-based lending, product for agricultural loans and others. And then see what is the problem, why is there no growth? Because if we collect, since we are clubbing them all together, so it's becoming a hodgepodge. We can't understand which side is growing faster and why, and which side is growing slower and why. So we don't understand this thing. In the agriculture sector, I'm very clear that it is just because of cost of capital. I mean, the cost of when the microfinance institutions, both banks as well as MFIs, when they are giving at a higher interest rates, the farmer gets a bit, depressed, dejected, because the cost is very high. And when you reduce the cost, we have seen that in the Punjab and lately the Kamya Pakistan, that there has been a huge traction. People line up for this product. So to me, I think it's important to also see that the offering and what is the ultimate cost to the borrower, which is going to determine the growth of a sector. The demand is there, but since the demand has not been able to, we are unable to capitalize because of the issues which I've raised. So what happens is that the same set of people are getting loans over and over again.
Right. So it's
there is
about
no
penetration also, not just access. It's about penetration also, not just access.
Yeah, because the penetration can't be, because there's a set of people, there's a professional set of people who are just taking loans.
Yeah.
And they are the ones who are taking multiple loans also. So now, so the question here is, how do we break this cycle and move beyond that and go to the real clients who are maybe new to bank customers and the ones, but the demand obviously is there because people, the other option is to go to the money lender or the shopkeeper, and we know the cost of that. So to me, I think this is important. But if we deconstruct the microfinance sector into categories, and we can debate on the categories, then I think that would be the first step towards how we can put in the growth.
Great. Thank you, Bajwa sir, for that question. Do we have any other questions from the audience?
So the question was to the State Bank, by the way.
Noor Saab, I hope you caught the question. Otherwise, I'll rephrase it for you. Are there any other questions from the audience?
So this question could also be to PMN, who publishes the report on the sector.
So I think Noor Saab, हम आपसे सवाल ये पूछते हैं जो Bajwa साहब का था, in which he's essentially asking how can we increase the outreach, based on a product-based approach. And what do you think is the, how do you think we should deconstruct the product to see avenues for more growth so that we can actually increase the number of people that are coming in the ambit of microfinance as opposed to lending to the same people? So Noor Saab, आप please इसके ऊपर अगर हमें जवाब दे दें.
Thank you. I think Dr. Saab knows the answer, but he has just, challenged us. If I look at it, I'll answer it on two levels. The first level is, of course, about the products, the approach, and the second is the channel. Pehla dekha jaye to, I think we need a market segmentation approach. A market segmentation approach when we look at, and I think PMN ka ek famous pyramid hai. Yasser ne sahi kaha ki I think PMN is the right party to respond to that because it's a market function that they have to come up with products and services. But I'll give my 2 cents and then you can ask PMN, whether chairman or CEO of PMN can answer that. So if we look at that, and my understanding is that bottom of the pyramid is the segment that is destitute, which program like BISP and others are targeting. So fundamentally, those are the set of people जिनको cash transfers or grants की ज़रूरत है. उनको कैसे आप target कर सकते हैं? Of course, government is involved heavily in that, but of course, what is missing from that in private providers, MFPs and others, charities need to look at how to pull in private, charity or funds or philanthropy, primarily, of course, we are a predominantly Muslim country. So zakat, sadqat, khairat, waqf, all those models have to be looked at, uh, and I think there may be some regulatory, support required on that, whether SCCP, and I think my assessment is it has to be SCCP to bring in that kind of enablement for the sector to be able to actually be credible at the same time to the people who are contributing, but at the same time to ensure that, the funding that is channelized goes through that specific segment. So private sector can play a role in that. That money can also be used if we go above that poverty, near poverty line where there are poor and transitory poor, and above that line where you graduate some of those clients from the regular microfinance program, or you can have a blended finance product for that particular segment who are sort of challenged by these shocks. Sometimes they're below the poverty line, they get above the poverty line if they're positive shocks. Those can, of course, use either Qaze Hassan or blended finance products. And there are people who are commercially sustainable, who can be looked at, as pure commercial clients, financed through, of course, the way, and I think Dr. Saab raised an important point that affordability is a challenge given the macro finance environment in Pakistan. The rates, microfinance are not the price makers when it comes to wholesale funding. They have to get it from the commercial market. So that challenge can only be addressed if commercially viable clients are targeted by the commercial providers. Those can be, of course, graduated to which we call the missing middle right now. So as a regulator, we have a focus on that, and that's why we recently enhanced the loan limits. But having said that, the progress on that particular aspect is right now very low. The average loan size overall portfolio for microfinance banks is 65,000. If you look at the enterprise lending, we've enhanced it up to 3 million, but it's still under 300,000, less than 300,000 for all the providers. So segmentation approach is the key fundamentally, and then digital banking to devise products or with agility of digital big data analytics and identify these segments and offer that would of course be the channel for these products, of course, to be developed on the go and offered to the customers digitally, which will of course improve the affordability and accessibility of as many clients as possible who are digitally connected. Thank you.
Thank you, Noor Saab.
If I could also respond, because this is the only question we had on that. And then I would like to take some comments from Sanjay and Andrew, specifically, taking into consideration the global kind of, practices. So in my opinion, Bajwa Saab, in my opinion, I feel that there is financial inclusion and then there is microfinance. So if every customer which is getting a nano loan or an interest-free loan or other kind of products, utilizing it, is part of the financial inclusion sort of strategy and the targets that we have. But being a classical follower of microfinance, in my opinion, it has a certain definition, it has a certain methodology, and it has a certain, which is working very closely with the clients, looking at their, requirements. And also, so I think we could kind of have a compromise on, sharing the overall financial inclusion numbers, and then specifically, how the two regulators define microfinance as well, because there are limits and there is income level of these individuals who we can consider microfinance clients. So that's something that, when I normally have been thinking in the last few months, because there's large growth of nano loans. So how do we actually track yourself in the overall financial, but these are also required. I mean, there is a demand, and that's why people are providing nano loans. But how we define financial inclusion and microfinance, I think that's something that we need to look into. So Sanjay and Andrew, you have any sort of, opinion or any comments on that?
Yes, if I may. Um, uh, two points I'd like to make. I think Bajwa Saab's point about product segmentation is very important. It's something that the microfinance sector in most of the world, actually, most of the countries where microfinance is important, where the microfinance sector has not put enough thought and effort into. And I think this is something, serving the needs of the clients is very important, and product segmentation is essential for that. But I'd like to make another point, since Noor Saab is on the panel and I've met him in the past. I would like to take the liberty to suggest that some degree of directed lending, like the priority sector program in India, priority sector lending program for banks in India, would be important. It would release funds for the microfinance sector. And you can even satisfy the IMF, if I may be cheeky enough to suggest. You can even satisfy the IMF on this. And this is how I would suggest you do it, that releasing more funds for the poorest segments of the population actually makes a greater contribution to economic growth than does releasing more funds to industry, which is often misused, which often goes into the pockets of the rich, who simply spend it on foreign travel, whereas the poor, when they get more funds, they spend it on basic goods, on consumption goods, which actually promote the growth of the economy. So that's my suggestion. If you could have some kind of directed lending, releasing more funds for the microfinance sector, it would actually make a substantial contribution both to poverty alleviation and also to economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
And hi there, just from my perspective, I think two focuses. One, in terms of the reporting, as well as absolutely product segmentation, there are ongoing efforts and continuing around getting better gender disaggregated data to understand the full, not just on the loan side, but also in terms of the deposits and also insurance, so that we get a full picture and baseline of where our microfinance is, and our financial inclusion is, or isn't going. I think the other concept that, based on the ticket size that we see, is a need to focus more and more on graduation. So how do we migrate as institutions our clients from the small ticket sizes through things like non-financial advisory services, financial literacy? How do we actually migrate them and help them grow their businesses and livelihoods? I think that's the other major potential focus in maturing the microfinance industry further.
Okay, thank you. Omar?
I would like to touch upon the last part of which Bajwa Saab mentioned, of expansion of market. We have a lot of data available for nano loans, and we have the risk and the need analysis for that. If microfinance industry can use this data, work with us, I think in terms of bringing new customers, non-bank customers into the microfinance industry, it will play a big role, and it will help the microfinance industry a lot.
Thank you. Yasser, I'm going to request you to do a short sum up before we do the presentation of Mementos.
All right, I would like to thank all the panelists for taking out time and participating in this important discussion. I think some of the important outcomes or the suggestions that we have received, certainly focus on the client. So until and unless the main sort of person or the segment of the society who we are talking about is not there, be it men and women who are more excluded, I think it would not be possible to have sustainable growth. Then I think we also spoke about funding. So funding requirement, I think, is another critical area. How to mitigate certain risks in order to have more sustainable kind of growth is also very important. New institutions, regulations, I think also are we, because I think new institutions are also important for the growth. With limited institutions, the onus and the burden of growth is so high that there is always the risk of, losing out a major chunk of portfolio. I mean, if you have 100 institutions and there is, 10-15% of growth, then we will all see a substantial growth in the total number. But if we have just 50, we need to maybe grow, double that rate in order to achieve the same client. And that would put a lot of pressure on the institutions and may, result in compromise on certain processes. And I mean, one of the factors that have resulted in high, in my opinion, loan losses in the recent past has been greater than 40-45% of growth during before COVID. And so I will stop here. The sector has achieved a lot up till now. We can certainly, proudly, as I've been saying previously, proudly say that this is one sector in which the government has invested, private individuals have invested, and it has now achieved sustainability without substantial support from any government or subsidized funding. So thank you very much, all of you, and thank you for the audience too listening to us.
Thank you. We'll just have a presentation of Mementos. Yasir Saab, if you could just come up front, and I'll just go in line. So I think we'll start with Rafia, if you could please come. Can we have Dylan Saab, please? Umar Saab, please. Can we have Naya, please? Saab, please. Can I request Unveil Saab to please come on stage to give the memento to Yasir? Thank you so much for the excellent moderation, and it was a large panel with 9 people, so getting it done almost on time is a big feat, so thank you so much. Thank you to all of our panelists who joined online. Your contributions were very appreciated and valuable, so thank you for taking the time out. I'd like to move on to the next session after this. Thank you.
I look forward to receiving a memento from your representative in London.
We will have it sent over, Sanjay.
Thank you.
Okay. So we've been talking a lot about expansion. We've been talking about trying out new things. We've been talking about innovation. So we're going to quickly move on to our last session before lunch today, which is a spotlight session. In this session, we're going to be focusing on the transformation of SAFCO from a non-profit to a for-profit NBMFC. And we're going to look at different opinions from different stakeholders on this transaction. We are very honored to have with us over here two people who've been pivotal in making, taking this transformation forward. But quickly, I'd like to call Yasser Ishfaq back on stage to be moderating this conversation also. So Yasser, could you please come on stage? Next up, from the opinion and perspective, of course, of the regulator, can I please call upon stage Ms. Khatija Habib, who is the Executive Director and HOD at the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. Khalda Habib, sorry. And can I next call Mr. Abru on stage, who is the CEO of SAPCO?
Haji, thank you. The focus is on SAFCO, which has recently transformed, and it's the first entity which has transformed from a not-for-profit to a for-profit entity under the non-bank microfinance institution segment. If I can recall, I mean, I joined PPAF around 12 years back, and SAFCO was one of the organizations whom we used to lend. At that time, it was, I think, a line of less than 200 million. And I think maybe 5 or 7 total branches that SAFCO used to have. I have the data, but I don't remember it. So just give me a moment. Right. So only in 3 districts, Abrosab. And so over the years, SAFCO has expanded. And it has not expanded operationally only, but also has invested in the institution and improved the governance, improved the efficiency in the entity, brought in better people in the management overall. And that is what led us to take more and more exposure. And in the last few years, they've also approached many commercial banks who have supported them and in the growth of SAFCO. So over to you, Abdo Saab. We would like to hear from you your motivation of transforming from a not-for-profit entity to a for-profit entity. And if you can also share with us your journey and what are the more critical things that you have done during this time and critical factors that contributed to this success.
Thank you very much, Yasser Saab. It's a long journey. When we started the SAFCO in the year 1986, and that was mostly the development work we started. And that time we feel that the people have need of such kind of the economic needs also and how we address their needs. So that time we started our program with the minimum amount of 5,000 rupees for the backyard poultry farm with the female and the goats with the male. And that was our start that time. And through the development activities, we started this program with the passage of time, but thanks to the PPF that time, 2000, in the year of 2000, they supported large and they trust us that we are doing well in our program and we are serving with the communities as per their acute need. And that's why when we discuss with the PPF, then that time mainly the PPF was the wholesaler in that market and they supported and trusted us to please you serve at large as per the need of the people, and we started the program. And when we started such kind of program, we think that need is the huge, and people have need of such kind of. So then Pakistan Microfinance Network came into existence that time, and we are one of the pioneer member, and we started such the industry in Pakistan's acute need, and several people who are in the already process, they may think about how it especially focus on the such kind of the lending process to the people and the communities who may serve. So the microfinance specialized program has been developed, and we start to separate our program from the government sector, and we started a specialized MFI in the Pakistan in our area. And with the support of the PPF, we started. Then we think about discussing the different investors, banks, and we started the program. Again, we feel there's a need of the people, lot of the program. Then we separate our this specialized and as a register with the SACP as a microfinance MFIs, especially MFIs. Then in the 2016, we again in the NBFC, and lessons has been issued by the. It means our scale has been. We started our work and spent our and served a lot of the issues. At present, we have the 57 branches in our Sindh province. In the Tolio district, we are working, and 0.8 million clients has been served. And at the present, we have the lot of investors in the national and international, as well as the banks. The constraints what we feel that, and thanks to the regulatory, the bodies they have already supported, and they created the enabling environment in the country, and they think that the SAFCO is doing well in the Pakistan, and they have need to more expense and specialize in the country. That's why we focus on this, that how it would be. So when we started, the constraint was that when obstacle, we feel that when we discuss with the bankers and investors, they think about, okay, you people are working as an NGO, and you people have need to, so the trust deficiency, we feel that they are not focusing on, they focus that the NPO means you are the NGO people. Although we are saying that we are the NBFC, non-banking financial company, we are working and we are serving the people, and we are introducing many products for the people and who are getting such kind of benefits. And we have connected the people in the people who are not bankable, who are not connected with the financial institutions like the banks, the MFIs, and other. So we are playing such kind of role. So we are as a NBFC, but the people who are serving the different financial institutions, they have the mindset that you people are as an NGO like. So I think that the investors, the shareholders, they are willing to share their capital with us. The national investors, they are thinking about that. You people are doing well. You have your balance sheet is good. You have the reputation in the country. You are serving a lot, but still you are the NPOs, and this kind of the constraints we are feeling. After that, thanks to the in the whole journey, really we are very much thankful to Pmic, who has supported a lot technically and in the good governance and the management and the every aspect from the institutionalization process. And the Pakistan Microfinance Network, who has focused on our exposure in the internationally, lot of the trainings, understanding and education we got from the international like Bangladesh, India, and the different South African countries and many other, we got the experience. And then after that, we think that now the time is that we have need to think about the sector independently in Pakistan maybe. So thanks to the SACP, who has created such kind of facilitation, and they understand our this kind of requirements, and SACP has created the enabling environment that just in Pakistan in the Sindh province, the SAFCO is doing well, and if they are thinking about such kind of the independent, the microfinance specialized and private limited company, then we start to discuss with the SACP, and SACP understand the whole profile and the obstacles, and they are also very keen to set the precedent in Pakistan that yes, how this microfinance sector will be secure, trustworthy, and more they may get the capital in the country, and they may serve the more people with the diversification of the product in the country. So thanks to the chairman SSCP Amir Khan Sahab and Madam Khalda Sahiba and the Akil Jishan Sahab, Amir Mia, and the rest of the team who have extended their full cooperation, and we started this process. And successfully, when we submitted our all the documents and discussions and many meetings, and after that, within a year, we got such kind of the license of the private limited company, and thanks to that, in the whole process, we are really no doubt that the PMSI has played a vital role in the facilitation, PMIC and the Pakistan Microfinance Network, PMN, as well as our international investors who has also encouraged us that, okay, there's no problem that if you are in the conversion, we have no problem, then we can, no any objection, we can support you. And many other investors in the internationally, when we discussed with them, they said that if you are in the private limited company, we are ready to invest in your company.
Okay.
And after that, thanks to the SACP, and we are.
One or two things, Abro Sahab, ek do cheezein bataएं for anyone who wants to transform, जो आपके ख्याल में are the most critical things. सारी transformation में जो दो चीजें जो आपके ख्याल में सबसे critical हैं, if somebody is thinking of transforming from a not-for-profit entity into a for-profit entity, वो क्या चीजें आपके ख्याल में जो challenge आपको थे और आपने अबूर किए वो?
So हम समझते हैं कि एक तो this is the one thing is that there's no legal provision in the from the direct NPO say if we transferred as a company, like this is one of the major obstacles we feel that इस तरह का there's no provision कि हमने बनाई तो that is a subsidiary of the Sabko Support Foundation. This is the main of. And the other one is that we are thinking that the central bank, as Mr. Sajjad has already mentioned, the central bank as well the SACP and the Ministry of Finance, the government of Pakistan, they may also think about that how the enabling environment be created for this. So this is, we feel that this kind of the environment is very much essential for the program.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Khalda, thank you for coming, first of all. My question to you would be, you know, all the whole process, and I know that SCCP has been encouraging institutions to become for-profit entity, but there are pros and cons in any kind of structure, and we would like to hear from you your perspective. So one of the things that comes up that, you know, even the top 5 microfinance institutions in the world, there are still 2 institutions that are not for profit. And Bangladesh has primarily, you know, grown on that particular model of not for profit. Each country has its own dynamics. But in your opinion, and in the opinion of the SCCP, how is that going to contribute towards increasing the financial inclusion for the, and for you know, for improvement in the provision of financial services to the clients, and also, you know, overall improving the and reducing the risk of the sector going forward?
Thank you, Yasin. I think as you already mentioned and Abrosop explained, that the process started from the regulatory perspective way back in 2015 when these not-for-profit microfinance institutions were brought within the ambit of SECP. Earlier, they were unregulated segment, but now they opted for license as a non-bank microfinance institution. This was in 2015. This was the first transitions because earlier they were just not-for-profit entities. Now they had the dual license, both as a not-for-profit Section 42 entity, as well as a microfinance institution license. Then came the era of, I think, the FATF restrictions on Pakistan, which are the global disclosure requirements, and certain regulatory requirements were imposed. And subsequently, we faced the pandemic of Corona, whereby the microfinance segment, they significantly faced the issue of liquidity and their sustainability. So this was the high time that we as a regulator realized that there was a need of transformation of their not-for-profit segment to a for-profit entities. Because the issue that Abdul already mentioned, trust was the primary issue. Trust in the eyes of their founders, their stakeholders, investors, their lenders, everyone had a trust deficit because of their not-for-profit status. Their product offerings were limited to the extent of lending. So there was a need of expansion of their product offering, much highlighted in the earlier segments also. Their access to the commercial borrowing avenues, because in the eyes of commercial bankers, their status of not-for-profit was a big question mark. Then their access to the equity funding. They were primarily, earlier they are relying on the donor fundings or the subsidies from the government. So in the coming days, we see both these areas are drying up. So they have to rely on the equity based from their investors, from their shareholders. And also, as I mentioned, that FATF brought new regulatory requirements where they had to register with the provincial authorities. There were new regulatory reporting and compliance requirement under the Charities Commissions Act. So we as a regulator, we consider and recognize that this was a time that we encouraged the industry to transform from not-for-profit to for-profit segment, and we facilitated them in the entire process, as acknowledged by Mr. Abram. SECP specifically devoted senior resources to guide the institutions. The one of the issue that he has mentioned, that there is no legal requirement or legal provision that allow conversion of not-for-profit to a for-profit. This is a legislative gap, and we recognize this. Appropriate amendment in the Companies Act have already been drafted and shared with at the relevant levels, but obviously this will take time. But in the interim phase, we provided a solution to the industry entity that were willing to transform. We made them available that they can form a subsidiary where they will be subsequently transferring their assets and liabilities. And in the meantime, certain relaxations were given by the regulator for them to continue with the two licenses. Otherwise, they had to surrender one of the license as a microfinance institution. But we allowed SEFCO to continue for a period of 1 year for dual license. Our understanding is that this transformation, having their access to the capital, both in the form of borrowed capital or the equity capital, will enable them to be more focused on their primary agenda of financial inclusion and helping the unbanked and underbanked people to be part of the financial sector. So this was the basically thought process, and our understanding is that with this conversion, they will be addressing the due risk that the system will be posing to them. But because of their strong capital base, which they can build over a period of time, because of more equity based from their investors, they will be in a position to address all those challenges that they will be facing over a period of time. Thank you.
So Just one small quick question, and then we can maybe wrap up the session as I think we are slightly overrunning. There's also some sort of, debate on as you become for profit, maybe the focus on the client declines and focus on the profitability of the institution increases. So Abro साहब, आप तो शुरू से डेवलपमेंट सेक्टर में रहे हैं, आप पे तो पूरा एतमाद है कि आपका क्लाइंट पे फोकस रहेगा क्योंकि आपने काम ही वहीं से ग्रास रूट लेवल से शुरू किया. बट आप कैसे इसको अपने प्रोसीजरल या उसके अंदर रखेंगे कि क्लाइंट पे फोकस रहे? ठीक है, प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी भी आपको करनी होगी अपने शेयर होल्डर्स. इन दोनों चीजों के कैसे, हाउ वुड यू मैनेज दैट?
आप देखें कि यासिर साहब, हमने वी हैव फेस्ड द मेनी चैलेंजेस एंड शॉक्स इन द ड्यूरिंग द होल जर्नी. आप देखें कि जैसे हमने 92 से हम देखते आ रहे हैं कि देयर आर मेनी फ्लड्स एंड आफ्टर दैट द कोविड, एंड वी आर द क्लाइंट सेंट्रिक पीपल बिकॉज वी आर वेरी नियर टू आवर क्लाइंट्स. हम बहुत ही उनके नज़दीक होते हैं, इसलिए कि वी आर एज ए फ्रंट फोर्स ऑलवेज अवेलेबल विद द everywhere in our communities, and most of the communities are very much close to we people. और उनके साथ हमारी financial education होती है, and we are mostly focusing on their business, and we are trying to change their mind into the commercial process, because in the rural area most of the people have no such kind of the skills, the mind, and they are not near to the bank, they are not connected with the banks. So we are working as a bridge between the banks in the microfinance institutions like and the development sector. The people who are in the rural areas as well as the urban areas, the people who are not connected with the bank, they may deposit in their banks, the savings, they may deposit in their banks, and whatever their businesses is, when they scale up their businesses, they may connect with the bank, and banks will be provide such kind of facilities where the government is providing such facilities. And अब देखा कि now they are the FinTech is already working in the microfinance, many things are. But at the time of the flood, at the time of the COVID, we people very much near to, and we provide them such kind of the relief and support and top of loan to them to please you may start your, and refinance them to start your businesses. We are with you. And we when they discuss with the people, when you got the any loan or any facilities from the FinTech and other things and the MFPs and the banks, I mean, everyone is sitting in their offices. Nobody has, we have seen them. So I think that this is the difference between the MFIs and the development sector and the MFPs. Although we are in the private sector now, but our practices are same because the socially we are following our social performance indicators and management measures. We are also focusing on that. So हम समझते हैं कि the socialization and the social mobilization has been the core activities of the we people, because the people have their such kind of the apnayat जिसे कहते हैं ना, they feel their apnayat, we people are within them, and we provide them the lending.
एक link है, एक रिश्ता है between.
एक रिश्ता है. We are providing them the lending, the advices, financial education, as well as mind shift towards the entrepreneurship in the program, so they may come into the mainstream of their better livelihood.
ठीक, thank you. मैम, यही क्वेश्चन आपसे भी है, थोड़ा सा इसको मैं थोड़ा सा करूँगा कि I mean, the last few years there is more debate internationally as well. Okay, the companies should not only focus on shareholders but the stakeholders की एक approach आ रही है जिसमें it's about your clients, उनकी welfare, your staff members, then also your suppliers, and all the kind, I mean 4 or 5 regulators and funders and creditors. So and microfinance is a perfect example where this could be applied. So it's not only returns for the shareholders, it's also how much clients are benefiting. And I think one of the reasons for microfinance in the sector why it has less, defaults compared to maybe conventional SME sector is because of the, strong relationship between the client. So I know there are client protection and you are very, very, SCCP is very particular about that, the rights of the clients and rights of others. So, but is there any kind of, currently, current sort of, thinking going on within SCCP to focus on this?
Thank you, Yasir, again. I think our role as a regulator is to provide an enabling framework for this segment where all the stakeholders are comfortable to deal with the microfinance institutions. Our recent, I think, initiative was the implementation of corporate governance regime for the microfinance segment too, whereby the boards have been made responsible to ensure that appropriate link for the corporate governance between the board management and the stakeholders is established through various mechanisms. It is less stringent than what is required from a corporate sector, from a listed sector, but obviously I think this was the high time that uh, the the requirements, the regulatory bar should be raised because the segment or the entire segment came into the regulatory ambit in 2015. So after 7 years, we feel that there should be some governance standards that they should be complying with, keeping in view the interest of all the stakeholders, including the creditors, the customers, and the other lenders too. So this has already been implemented on this segment, and I would also highlight the another initiative of the Commission that is rolling out of the SIP methodology, which is basically a combination of performance assessment as well as the social impact assessment. So far, it's been on a voluntary basis, and we encourage the entire segment of microfinance institutions to adopt this. Um, at first stage, we will be encouraging through awareness of the industry that this is important that they be assessed against their social impact assessment. This methodology has already been implemented. Subsequently, we will be reaching out to the lenders who will be relying more on this SIP rating of the institutions while extending borrowing or the lending to these institutions. And going forward, if I think to safeguard the interest of the stakeholders, if further regulatory reforms or changes are required, we are open to that too.
Thank you so much. And, just to what you mentioned about the SIF rating, we are currently with your, support, and partnership, we are currently supporting 3 entities or 2 entities for the first SIF,
Yeah.
SIF rating. Because in my opinion, and I think you rightly, highlighted some of the points, the sector, this particular sector would only work when we have both those, social and financial, so double bottom line approach. जी अबलो साहब आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं उसके बाद फिर, क्योंकि हम तीनों जो है ना वो लोगों के लंच के दरमियान हायल हैं, so
One thing I would like to share with you here, because this is a wonderful precedent has been set in the country. But when through the PMN, when we went in the Cambodia and the different countries, we have seen that the parliament, the central bank, and the other regulators are on the same page for the enabling environment for the microfinance sector. And they mostly provide such kind of the facilities in their respective countries. The microfinance, the specialized MFIs are providing such kind of the diversification in the project as well as in the addressing their acute need. One thing is that they're now, the thing is that as per the inflation and many things is there, the need is the double than what we are previously we have provided them. That's why the equity is very much important for the. Thank you.
So may I add a few comments too? As Salman Sab mentioned, that conversion of not-for-profit entities to a for-profit is definitely relying on the equity injections. We being the regulator of capital markets, I would again like to highlight that SCCP will encourage and facilitate the entities to approach capital markets, the securities market, for raising equities. In the current scenario where we are facing high interest rates, raising equity from the capital market, we have both avenues, normal board, while the GEM board also encourages small size entities. So growth entities like the microfinance institutions can approach the GEM board for raising the equity. And another initiative that was taken in collaboration with the PMIC and NIT, if the entities raise funding through launch of CPs or TFCs, then an avenue is available for investment of such CPs and TFCs. We have launched a sector-specific microfinance sector-specific fund already in the form of a CIS, collective investment scheme, a mutual fund, who will be willing to invest in those CPs and TFCs of the microfinance institution. So both avenues are available for you to raise funding needs, either in the form of CPs or TFCs, or equity raising from the capital markets, from the GEM board or from the normal boards. And we will be there to help you pass through entire journey of this raising funding. So you can approach us anytime.
Thank you so much. Abro Saab, all the best in transformation. I know the processes are still, going on. Kuch cheezein complete ho gayi hain. So from all the sector and the regulator, I hope the regulator has already, helped you, assisted you in completion of that, and also your success for the future. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you so much, panelists. We have some tokens of recognition and appreciation for the people who have steered the transformation for SAFCO. तो आबरू साहब मैं आपसे कहूँगी अगर आप प्लीज सामने आ जाएं और आप ये अवार्ड्स दे दें क्योंकि SAFCO की ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है. सबसे पहले we'd like to recognize आबरू साहब आप आ जाइए सामने, हम आपको अवार्ड देंगे तो आप वो प्लीज बाकी लोगों को प्रेजेंट कर दीजिएगा. जी आप आ जाइए. फालदा साहब सबसे पहले जी, we'd like to recognize the effort and the steership and the stewardship that the regulator has had on this transformation. So we'd like to recognize the efforts of Khalda Sahiba for this. So ये award है special for Madam Khalda. आपने उनको दे. Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we'd like to recognize the efforts of the Apex funders. So there's a special award for Yasir Saab that we'd also like to recognize the efforts of the network. So there's a special award for Mohsin for steering this and supporting this transformation. जी जी उनको बुला रहे हैं जी. नेक्स्ट बुला रहे हैं हम उन्हें. इसके साथ साथ ऑफ कोर्स जैसे आबरू साहब कह रहे हैं, सजाद साहब के बगैर भी ये ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन पॉसिबल नहीं थी. तो वी हैव एन अवार्ड फॉर सजाद साहब आल्सो, इफ यू कुड प्लीज. जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. आई थिंक एक बहुत पर्टिनेंट बात सुबह में सजाद साहब ने की कि जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है वो सिर्फ डॉक्यूमेंट्स पे नहीं होती. तो जस्ट बिकॉज अब इनकी लीगल स्टेटस जो है वो फॉर प्रॉफिट हो गया, that's only like the beginning of the journey, and they will of course have to optimize and look at ways of changing the way that they're thinking and doing business as a for profit. So thank you so much. And best of luck, Abru Saab, with this new transformation. We hope that you will be able to do much more than what SAFCO has been able to do in the past. Thank you, Sajad Saab. I think I am the bearer of very good news now. We will go for lunch. This lunch is sponsored by the PMIC. I hope you guys enjoy your lunch, but I also really hope that you're back in time so we can start promptly at 2:30 ताकि हमारा आज का दिन पूरा आगे delay ना हो. So thank you so much for your attendance till now. And we will see you at 2:30 in this hall. Thank you.
We're talking about 5 million health and 3.5 million life insurance clients. These life insurance clients are also covered in terms of where required any funeral insurance or in case of permanent disability of that client. So very limited crop insurance or livestock insurance or anything which is to do with what we are seeing today as crisis going forward. Okay. So now let me share with you, I think Yasser shared with you in his last session things about the policy growth in the industry linked to the policy landscape of the industry over the last 20 years and linked to that the growth in the industry. I am sharing with you the different kind of risks that the sector has seen over the last so many years. So if you look at this, we are talking about in 2005 there was an earthquake. We then had some internal problems in terms of delinquency crisis in the Punjab area. Prior or just next to that was the internally displaced people crisis. So this was in the Swat region. And then we had the super floods of 2010, 2011, rain in Sindh. Then we have the Chenab River overflowing because of floods coming in from India. That was 2014. We then had a span 3-4 years. मैं वैसे काफी ऊंचा बोल लेता हूँ. Okay, so 3-4 years which were relatively, I think, without any crisis, and then we had a drought, and backed by that there was the Supreme Court, especially in the third region asking for some very clear action, and then they formed a committee which Dr. Sonu also was part of that committee, and so the issues were then conveyed, the right kind of issues and the challenges and the solutions were conveyed to the Supreme Court in that. And then came both COVID and locust, and now the floods in Sindh, or heavy rain in Sindh, back with floods from the South Punjab region and the Swat region. So this is the landscape. Now we look at this. What we are seeing is that the kind of crisis that is happening, if we take out COVID or we take out IDPs, majority of the issues are climate related. And we can very clearly see that we know that this is a reality, that climate vulnerability is a reality. It's Pakistan is amongst top 5 or 8 countries which is going to be affected by that, and our portfolios are growing. Now, if somebody allows me, I don't have that information right now, but what I can also share, what I can also juxtapose on this is, as this we see these droughts or floods or rains happening across the different parts of Pakistan, we will start seeing that there will be contraction and moving out of microfinance entities from those particular areas which are prone to these kind of risks. So it is a direct issue of financial exclusion because of climate change. So we are talking about two different industry interplays: financial inclusion industry and climate vulnerability industry. And I would reiterate what I said in the morning, that what is fundamentally very important is not just crop insurance schemes in their own silos, or government coming up with a loan scheme with some small guarantees attached to it, but a disaster risk facility where the entire industry knows from the very beginning that if these 2-3 particular event happens, we will be secured against that. And the kind of security that happens is not just that you don't write off the entire portfolio. We know that a percentage of that is written off. The remaining we require liquidity, and also we required refinancing of clients. So now we know that, and I think Faraz is over there. He's the best person right now to talk about this. So I hope Nilofer will give time to him about this. But there are net cat funds in the market. Then we also know that in the market there are risk mitigation funds. There is an ADB risk mitigation fund which is with the central bank. It's a reasonable sum of money. I think $30-40 million. We know that there is the National Disaster Management Authority and the NDMRF, which has $800 million from ADB through the government of Pakistan. And I don't know I'm sure it's being spent in the right way, but it's not being used for the sector we are talking about. So we need to interact with them, and we need to inform them that this is the kind of sector which is serving the government of Pakistan public policy agenda, and it is are risks that we are facing. So we need to engage with these entities so that some of those funds can be channeled to address issues that concerns this industry. So I will end here, and I will let Zainab take over.
Thank you so much, Mohsin, for setting the stage and also taking our extra microphone away from the static. So this is, like I said, is a very important, very good, very good. It's a very important session because we're now looking at how half of the sector can really do other products. So, we have NBMFCs over here who are really focusing on insurance. So who better to lead the session than Nilofar Shahid, who is the Nilofar Sohail, sorry, who is the Deputy General Manager and Head of Channel Strategy and Execution at EFU. She is also a member of the Board of Directors at PMN. She is also a member of the Microinsurance Network. And she's a great advocate of inclusive finance, and she's also a very good friend. So I welcome you on stage. Thank you so much, Nilofar, for doing this for us. I'll also introduce the panel. Again, we have a hybrid panel. So I think what COVID has taught us is that, we can do hybrid panels well. So we have some people joining us online and some in person. First off, I'd like to introduce Mr. Mohammad Aminuddin, who is the CEO of TPL. Mr. Aminuddin, of course, brings with himself vast experience of working in finance and insurance, and for the past 4 years has been the CEO of TPL. Next up, I'd like to introduce Mr. Faraz Amjad, who is the Natural Capital Risk and Resilience Lead at UNDP. The topic of our conference is also very similar to the title that he has. So we're really hoping that we'll be able to get a lot of benefit from what he has to say. He's, of course, had multi-country experience in insurance, both on the regulatory side and on market development. So thank you so much for joining us, Faraz Saab. Next up, we have Mr. Zainul Haq, who is the CEO of the Asia Insurance Company. So Zain brings with him 14 years of experience and has been working to really channelize new partnerships and bring innovation to the insurance sector. So it's very nice to have you here. We also have Ms. Amna Hassan joining us. Ms. Amna Hassan is the Group Head for Business at Khushali Bank. And she brings with her vast experience of working in microfinance more than 11 years. So thank you so much for joining us. And it's really important to have practitioners on the panel. So thank you for coming and joining us for this panel. Next up, I'd like to call Mr. Barakola, who is the CEO of Agahi. He's also a board member of the Pakistan Microfinance Network. Thank you, Barak, for joining us. We also have Ms. Elise Lee joining us. She is the commercial manager for Asia for Pola Advisors. In her current role at Pola, she liaises with different development sector organizations such as the IFC, the International Fund for Agriculture, GIZ, ADB, and others. Thank you so much for joining us, Elise. And we also have with us Ms. Shazia Rahman, who is the joint director of the SCCP in the insurance division. Ms. Rahman is a certified chartered accountant by profession and has worked previously with EY Bahrain and PwC Pakistan. Thank you so much, Ms. Shazia, for joining us and coming for the conference. I am going to hand it over to Nilofar now, and I will be available if you need me. Thanks.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well today. So yes, it is a difficult time to moderate a panel because, of course, after lunch, it's always difficult and before tea. But I think this panel is such a power-packed panel and has all the right ingredients so that everyone sitting here in the room and listening to us over the social media channels would be as engaged. I'll try to keep it brief, but obviously there is a diverse set of experiences that we have in this panel. So first I move to talk more about this panel. I would like to thank PMN, our chairman, Kalib Saab, Mr. Mohsin. I think last year, this session was placed on the last day and the last session of this event. Last year, it was on day 2, second session. And then I requested that, or I said that maybe 2 years, 3 years down the road, we may have it on day 1. And see, here we are. We have been promoted. So we are on day 1. So thank you very much. But now this gives us a realization that are we really promoted? Can we say that we are promoted when it comes to insurance? क्या हमने वो सारी achievements achieve कर ली हैं? क्या वो impact जो insurance create कर सकती है, have we really been able to do that? Since yesterday, I think when Madam Senator was here, SEC Chair was here, Deputy Governor, State Bank was here, everyone focused कि जो है ना, जो अब जो है times are different. अभी हम कोविड से बस बाहर आए थे एंड दीज फ्लड्स स्ट्रक अस एंड दे स्ट्रक अस बैड. इस सेक्टर पे जितना उसका इम्पैक्ट हुआ है, आई थिंक वो बहुत ज्यादा है. किसी भी सेक्टर से आई थिंक बहुत ज्यादा है उसका इम्पैक्ट. वी हैव बीन टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस फॉर एवर नाउ. हम हर दफा ये इवेंट आता है, उसके बाद सारे गैदर होते हैं एंड वी थिंक कि अब इज द टाइम टू रिएक्ट, अब इज द टाइम टू ब्रिंग द राइट प्रोडक्ट्स, टू ब्रिंग द राइट प्रोसेसेस, टू अडेप्ट. बट देन उसके बाद क्या होता है, शायद एज अ नेशन हम इतने रेजिलियंट हो गए हैं कि उसके बाद आहिस्ता 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 वो सारी चीजें जो है वो डिमिनिश हो जाती हैं और फिर कुछ दिन के बाद अ न्यू इवेंट strikes us. So everyone, I think, mentioned कि climate change अब कोई भूल नहीं सकता है. We can't forget this because इसने आज struck किया है हमें badly. Next हो सकता है the impact is even greater. So I think अभी time है, we should all sit together, we should see कि क्या चीजें हो रही हैं. And it was very kind of them to mention about insurance. I think everyone mentioned. It was kind of Madam Senator to say कि जो है मैंने borrowing और lending के बहुत सारे products I have seen. So I want to see new innovations in insurance. Subha se I have been hearing to the discussions that have happened and all of them have focused towards insurance. So अगर हम stats की बात करें, I won't repeat जो हमने बहुत देर से जिस पे डिस्कशन की है. आई थिंक पॉपुलेशन साइज इतना बड़ा, माइक्रो फाइनेंस की स्टैट्स मैं क्या बताऊंगी, आप लोग जो यहाँ प्रेजेंट हैं यू ऑल नो देम वे बेटर. बट इंश्योरेंस की आई वुड स्टिल लाइक कि थोड़ी सी स्टैट्स हम सबको पता होनी चाहिए. तो इंश्योरेंस पेनिट्रेशन इन पाकिस्तान अभी रिसेंट SECP ने रिपोर्ट पब्लिश की है 0.91% एंड this has increased. I would say this has increased. हमने 2 साल पहले इसको 0.7 के करीब देखा था. So gradually and slowly things are moving up. तो फिर मसला क्या है? I think मसला है context में. जब इसको हम देखें अपनी neighboring countries में. So if we talk about India, very much like us, we had people representing that industry in the panel that was in the morning. क्यों? Population बहुत alike है, मसले बहुत alike हैं, climate situations बहुत alike हैं. वहाँ पे इंश्योरेंस पेनिट्रेशन इज 4.2. वियतनाम, फिलीपींस, इट्स डबल टू व्हाट वी आर. फिर डेवलप्ड नेशंस की बात करें तो फिर बात ही चेंज हो जाती है. यूके वी हैव 11%. सो वो तो दैट्स नॉट इवन अ पॉइंट ऑफ डिस्कशन. बट ये इंश्योरेंस पेनिट्रेशन है. कंपनीज कितनी है पाकिस्तान में जो ऑपरेट करती हैं, आई थिंक हम बहुत सारों को नहीं पता है, बट अराउंड 45 to 50 कंपनीज ऑपरेट इन पाकिस्तान, जिसके अंदर देयर आर जनरल इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज एंड देयर आर लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज एंड ऑल्सो वी हैव द इस्लामिक लाइसेंस नाउ. सो एक जो बैरियर हमेशा रहता था इन द प्रमोशन ऑफ इंश्योरेंस ऑफ इट बीइंग इस्लामिक, सम कल्चरल डिफरेंसेस, वी हैव दैट नाउ. सो वी हैव तकाफुल इन बोथ जनरल एंड द लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर. सो सारे जो इंग्रेडिएंट्स हैं प्रेजेंट हैं, बट फिर ये क्यों नहीं हो पा रहा है? So what I have seen and what we have read from the reports और जो है UNDP के reports and many other reports highlight to the fact that demand side challenges भी हैं और supply side challenges भी हैं. So what are demand side challenges and what are supply side challenges? Demand side challenges, I think the first most important, I'll also ask the panel to contribute in it, is the awareness of insurance. It's very, very low. दूसरा, world affordability को rate करता है. I won't rate affordability as a challenge because now the kind of products we have made as an industry, the premiums are really low. जब हम micro की बात करते हैं, we have products which has premiums of 2 rupees a day and 3 rupees a day. So I don't think affordability is a problem. Awareness is. Cultural issues, yes, I will rate them as a demand side problem. सप्लाई साइड पे क्या चैलेंजेस हैं? सो हम एज इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री बता सकते हैं कि ये बैरियर है, ये प्रॉब्लम है, ये प्रॉब्लम है, बट सप्लाई साइड पे ये चैलेंजेस हैं कि शायद वी हैवंट बीन एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड द नीड ऑफ दिस सेगमेंट. वी हैवंट बीन एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड कि इनको चाहिए क्या, व्हाट इज देयर बिजनेस मॉडल. कौन सी ऐसी चीजें जो हमें शायद हमारे तौर पे आसान लग सकती हैं, बट वो सामने वाला जो उसको अडॉप्ट कर रहा है उसको भी उतनी ही आसान लगे, उसको समझ आए, ऑलमोस्ट एक्सक्लूजन फ्री हो इस टारगेट मार्केट को, where the understanding is at a very nascent level. You can't have like a policy document of 20 pages with 100 exclusions and you can imagine कि वो बंदा उसको समझेगा. क्लेम करने का तरीका बहुत आसान और सादा होना चाहिए, like preferably on modes, using the modes of technology like WhatsApp, very simple, Urdu language, and from experience I can say, and the panel will add, कि ये वो आवाम है जिसको English तो बहुत दूर की बात, Urdu भी गाइड करनी पड़ती है. You have to hand hold these individuals, you have to take them together to really understand what's insurance. तो फिर ये 8.5 million जो नंबर है, do we say कि we disregard it? No, not at all. We should never be disappointed. I think our micro insurance network एक landscape study, it publishes every year. So when we see that study, it's very very prominent कि वहाँ पे जो सबसे ज़्यादा product globally, worldwide, सबसे ज़्यादा percentage जिस product की है, that is life insurance. And if you talk about life insurance, it's credit life. So that gives me a lot of encouragement कि at least by doing this credit life and health products to some extent, the microfinance industry now has the flavor of insurance, now has a bit of an awareness of insurance. ठीक है, credit life in actually is not about protecting the borrower, it's more about protecting the institution, but indirectly वो borrower ही protect हो रहा है, वरना burden उसकी family पे पड़ता उसकी loan को pay off करने का. So I think the right ingredients have been there. अब सिर्फ बात ये है कि एक comfort zone से बाहर निकलना है, both as an industry, microfinance players, इस बैरियर को ब्रेक करना है. एंड देन वी हैव सच फैंटास्टिक इंश्योरटेक्स जो कि अब आ गई हैं पाकिस्तान में, एंड वी हैव वन ऑफ देम सिटिंग हियर. सो आई थिंक जो है ना वो भी बहुत एक इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करेंगी इन द डेवलपमेंट. वी हैव द रेगुलेटर राइट हियर. सो व्हेन आई से इट्स अ पावर पैक पैनल, वी हैव अ रेगुलेटर राइट हियर जो कि हमें ये बताएंगे कि what they are thinking from the perspective of regulations. I know they are doing a lot of work when it comes to helping the industry. So what we'll try to do is that I have kept 2 questions for each of my panelists. हम try करेंगे कि इसको brief रखें, the panel, because like we will target 2 to 3 minutes, because if we go to 5 minutes, one round will take 35 minutes and second round will take 90 minutes, so that would be a lot. So let's try to keep it brief. What I'll do is I'll start with the regulator so that they can give us the guidance, they can assure us that they are with us, they are there to listen to us. Then we'll move to the industry. The industry will then let us know ki unke challenges, the microfinance industry, what are the needs of this industry, what is their customer base, what kind of products they would like to see. Then the insurance industry itself, what solutions they have, the very, very recent development, the InsurTech, and obviously from an international perspective, I think UNDP has done a lot of work in a lot of countries like us. So they will guide us what will be the real way forward. So moving to you, Ms. Shazia Rahman, welcome aboard. Welcome to the panel. So for you, my first question would be that we read a lot in news these days that SECP is doing a lot of work, a lot of new thinking for the industry. So can you shed some light on the new initiatives, and especially in the light of these new floods that have struck us bad? What kind of new initiatives is SECP taking? What are your expectations from the insurance industry and from this collaboration?
Thank you very much, Nilofer, for your question and inviting me. And I really appreciate the initiative that PMN has taken, to brought all together think tanks and to brainstorm together. I completely agree with you on the importance of protecting the low income and the micro insurers from the risk that they're exposed to. And we have seen massive impact due to the recent floods. Unfortunately, what happens is from all the income group, the people that are most affected from these disasters are the low income earners. And at the same time, they are the one who are they are the least protected ones. I think with the right set of products, technology, and the distribution channel, we can work together to increase the outreach of the insurance, specifically microinsurance. SECB has been taking microinsurance, quite top on its agenda, and there are several measures that we have been taking. Recently, I'm pleased to tell you about the new regulations that have been introduced for dedicated digital only and the microinsurance. With this new regulation, companies, they can register themselves as only microinsurance and digital with a very less capital and the solvency requirements. This is a step that has been taken to, reduce the entry barriers and giving the opportunity to the micro insurance who have the innovative ideas to, test the new products to the market. What happens is this: with this new regulation, even the existing companies, they can continue their business either as life or non-life. Currently, the microinsurance products are being offered by these life and non-life companies. But with this new regime, if they would like, they can separate their microinsurance business and they can run it separately and can enjoy the benefit of reduced solvency and the capital requirement. And at the same time, new entrants, they can enter here. I have mentioned about the digital-only insurance regime. This regime requires the complete digitalization of the insurance operation, end-to-end operation, starting from the customer acquisition, then their onboarding, underwriting process, then the payment and the claim handling, all has to be end-to-end digitalized. So we have seen the progress that the nano lenders are making through the digital platforms. So we all know the great potential of this distribution channel and the response they are getting from the market. So we understand that this could be a great platform, and that's why these specific regulations has been introduced. So SCCP is also has taken an initiative where the new business ideas and products are tested in the sandbox. We recently have approved 8 new products to be tested as part of the third cohort of SCCP. In it, various insurance and financial products related innovative ideas are being tested. So regarding insurance, our emphasis has been on telematic insurance, crop insurance schemes, and various other digital products. So I greatly believe in the potential of this initiative. So we are getting a great response from the industry overall, and currently many of the products are under testing phase. If I talk about, as you have mentioned about it, that these insurance schemes cannot be run at the company's level. There has to be some national level initiatives need to be taken. So SCCP has given a proposal for a national disaster risk insurance scheme, and this scheme is under consideration of Ministry of Finance. So it gives, it is basically based on the new techniques of parametric insurance, where the loss assessment has been linked up with the weather index-based parametric parameters. So, so that is there, and this is under consideration of Ministry of Finance, and they are reviewing it. Apart from it, as we talked about the disaster risk insurance scheme, we are also, collaborating with the international organizations and are working to see the current landscape of, study the current landscape of Pakistan, and we are learning from the international practices, and a complete roadmap and implementation plan is going to be prepared for it. Yeah, so that is the plan for this year, and we are collaborating with different government organizations like NDRMF and others. So I would also like to take the opportunity of this platform and like to emphasize the role that microfinance institutions can play to increase the outreach of insurance. So microinsurance banks and institutions, they are already in the market. They are connecting with their customers and they are being trusted by them. So this relationship can be, can be used to increase the insurance outreach by their partnership with the insurance and by increasing their collaboration.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shadia Rahman. I think you appropriately covered it. Without the regulatory support, without having the right policies, I don't think that we can enter this new arena in a seamless way. Just before this panel, we were discussing that for everything to go to the next level, we need those policies and that support and continuous regulatory regimes so that we have the path and then we go towards that path. And obviously if in that path we face any challenge, we can come back to you and we can tell you. So moving from the regulator to the very important industry sitting here, that is the microfinance industry. So Mr. Barakullah, my next question would be to you. So we have already discussed that we have 8.5 million policy holders, which by no means is a is a small number. I think this sector alone, the kind of policy holders it generates is the greatest that any sector can produce. But do you think that all the needs of the microfinance customers are met? If not, that what kind of products and services do you suggest that we as an industry should look into?
Well, thank you, Nilofer, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just before I go to your question, let me share some figures on the insurance industry, since our plenary session is about achievements of insurance for the last decade at the base of pyramid. So I will share two numbers with the panel as well as with the participants for the audience. That one is the number of policy holders. That was around 3 million in January 2011. Now it's close to 8.5 million policy holders as of June 22. The second figure, which is quite interesting, that's the amount of sum insured, which is around 38 billion in January 2011, and now that sum insured stands at 362 billions. You know, it's a huge number. It's a substantial figures, and these figures are quite substantial. And I think, in my view, these are numbers where we as a microfinance industry can take proud on these numbers. And obviously, these numbers can't be achieved without the active engagement of microfinance insurance companies. And many thanks to all the insurance companies who were part of this journey throughout this process, and many more years to come. And I'm sure that with the in coming years, we will continue this journey with more commitment and dedication. And now coming back to your questions, what are the specific needs of these sectors? Historically, microfinance sector has gone through a number of insurance products that started with the credit life insurance of the borrowers, followed by credit life insurance of borrower's spouse. First borrowers, then its spouse. Then there was a component of borrower's health insurance. Then there was a product around permanent and temporary disability of household and as well as borrowers. And these products have shown very good results over a period of last couple of years, particularly credit life insurance. And with the credit life insurance, there was an integral component of funeral insurance, providing a grant, providing an amount of money for the funeral of the borrowers. So these products have shown very good results. Given the fact that Pakistan has been adversely affected by the natural disasters, we have just shown by Mohsen that it started in 2005 with earthquake, followed by floods. Then there was a natural disaster in the shape of locust attack. Then there was COVID. And this year, we have experienced unprecedented rains and flash floods. And with these kind of huge natural disasters, I think the need of insurance products and its relevance with the borrower's need is more is the need of the hour. What I think is, and even given the fact that climate change is another challenge, and we have recently experienced that the crop productivity has reduced due to change in weather patterns. This year, Pakistan has witnessed a great reduction in wheat crop because all of a sudden there was a winter, then there was no spring, all of a sudden it happens summer, and the crop yield was adversely affected. But I think there are couple of products that need to be addressed by the insurance sector. That includes crop insurance, number one, given the fact that we have recently faced rains and flash floods in most parts of the country. Then livestock insurance is another area where we should be looking at. Third one is enterprise insurance is another area where should we look at that, as well as some component on the part of borrowers' life insurance. It can be routed through the microfinance insurance providers by using their branch network. And what we need from the insurance companies is the development of appropriate products, like in these areas which I have mentioned, crop, enterprise, and livestock, and then creating awareness among the borrowers at mass level. And thirdly is the competitive pricing, competitive and affordable pricing of these products. And the last one is it's the claim process, which should be convenient and hassle-free. So these are the some of the areas where we should be looking at, and we will be in need of we will need support of insurance companies in these areas.
Thank you, Mr. Barak. I think very valid points raised. And slowly, what he's also done is he's told us the transition. So it started from credit life, then spouse getting added. And we think it's a small thing, but it's a very big thing, especially in the case of female borrowers. So when the spouse of a female borrower, if something happens to them, then again, they are in a state of trauma. Both mentally, and also they have distress in terms of financial crisis that they face. So we have developed innovative products in this regard. But now the environment, the climate, the industry, the world, I think wants us to move a little further. So moving on to you, Ms. Amna, would you like to add to Mr. Barak's suggestions? More, what do you think, what the industry can do that can help microfinance banks and microfinance institutions? What kind of products, what kind of services do you need from them?
Okay, thank you, Nilüfer. यहाँ पे तो सारे experts बैठे हुए insurance companies के, so I am representing the microfinance industry. So I will also try to be the voice of the customer. So first of all, we need to understand कि हम लोगों का customer कौन है. We are working with the bottom of pyramid people. इनकी जो priorities होती हैं वो basically food on the table की होती हैं, basic livelihood maintain करने की होती हैं. इनके पास limited resources होती हैं, education और skill set भी limited होता है. So इस तरह का जो borrower का profile है, obviously उसके लिए insurance is the least priority, क्योंकि उसकी जो दूसरी priorities हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा हैं. So keeping in mind that but मैं ये बिल्कुल नहीं कह रही कि insurance companies help नहीं करी. They have developed wonderful products in the market, both digital products और outreach भी increase की है. लेकिन एक customer के perspective से जो products हैं, अगर हम like as a microfinance practitioner, if we go out and we try to sell an insurance product to a customer, तो यही कहते हैं कि ये बहुत महंगा है, ये हमें suit नहीं करता. तो फिर the brunt of the insurance then falls on to the institutions. So इस वक्त जितनी भी services offer हो रही हैं insurance की, वो institutions खुद ही कर रही हैं. और ज़ाहिरी बात है कि जिस तरह से customer base grow कर रही है, so the whole load is being taken by the institution. तो वो भी फिर इस ये सवाल उठता है कि यार ये cost implications हैं institution पे. Is it really viable कि हम ये cost incur करें? ज़ाहिरी बात है कि हम ऐसे segment के साथ काम कर रहे हैं जो कि risky है, और हम अपने risk को mitigate करने के लिए हम insurance का सहारा ज़रूर लेते हैं और हमारी ज़रूरत भी है. But at the same time we feel कि ये product इसलिए भी successful नहीं है market में, या इसकी आउटरीच नहीं इंक्रीज करी, उसके मेन रीज़न ये है कि ये जिन लोगों के लिए ये इनकी ज़रूरत है, वो इसको इस तरह से व्यू नहीं कर रहे कि जी हमारी ज़रूरत है, ये हमारी नीड है. सो लाइक यू सेड कि यस, अवेयरनेस हैज़ टू बी बिल्ट इन, और एज एन इंस्टीट्यूशन हम कोशिश करते हैं कि हम इसकी अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करें. We've tried to cross sell banca and other products and health insurance and वो भी हमारी अच्छी रिस्पॉन्स होती है. लेकिन जो हमारा माइक्रो बोरर है या एंटरप्रेन्योर है वो अभी भी इस तरफ नहीं आ रहा. लोन तो वो ले लेते हैं बैंक्स के ऊपर, अब उनका एक इन्हसार है बिजनेस की कंटिन्यूटी के लिए, तो वो लोन तो लेते हैं. लेकिन जब हम उनको कहते हैं ना आप इंश्योरेंस भी कराएं, तो वो कहते हैं नहीं. तो वहाँ पे आई फील कि हमें कुछ इस तरह से करना चाहिए कि हमें इंश्योरेंस को मैंडेटरी बनाने की ज़रूरत है, हर प्रोडक्ट के अंदर एम्बेड करने की ज़रूरत है. और ये चॉइस नहीं होनी चाहिए कस्टमर के पास कि मैंने लेना है कि नहीं लेना. ठीक है, उस प्रोडक्ट्स इस तरह से डिज़ाइन किए जाए कि उसका पार्ट हो इंश्योरेंस, सो दैट कस्टमर जो प्रोडक्ट की प्राइसिंग हो रही है उसी के अंदर इंश्योरेंस की प्राइसिंग भी एम्बेड होने की ज़रूरत है, ताकि उसको अलग से ना फील हो कि जी मुझे कोई एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट करने की ज़रूरत है. मुझे ये एक बंडल अप्रोच मिल रही है जिसमें खुदा ना खास्ता अगर मुझे कुछ होता है या मेरी बिजनेस फेलियर होता है या मुझे कोई भी क्लैमिटी में मैं फॉल कर जाता हूँ, तो मुझे एक बैकअप सपोर्ट है. सो यू सी ये सबसे बड़ी जो सिक्योरिटी है एक माइक्रो फाइनेंस कस्टमर के लिए, वो सबसे बड़ी यही है. सो आई थिंक वी नीड टू जॉइन हैंड्स. आई एम श्योर बहुत अच्छे प्रोडक्ट्स हैं मार्केट में, आइसोलेटेड हैं. टेलकोज अपना सिंपल डिजिटल इंश्योरेंसेस सेल करी हैं, हेल्थ प्रोडक्ट्स बहुत अच्छे हैं. एंड आई वुड लाइक टू अप्रिशिएट कि जो सारी इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज हैं लाइक स्पेशली हेल्थ की हमारे साथ भी बहुत काम करती हैं, पार्टनर्स करती हैं, बहुत सपोर्ट देती हैं. लाइक दे कैरी ऑन फ्री हेल्थ चेकअप्स एंड वो सेंटर्स लगाते हैं, कैंप्स लगाते हैं हमारे माइक्रो फाइनेंस कस्टमर्स के लिए, विच इज़ रियली अप्रिशिएटेड. But at the same time, when it comes to buying insurance, वहाँ पे हम लोग challenge face करते हैं. So मेरी recommendation तो यही है कि इसको कोई bundle approach पे जाना चाहिए और mandatory कर देना चाहिए, और ताकि जब भी कोई मसला हो तो customer can he knows that I'm insured. पीछे there is a hand behind me. So that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amna. I think very valid points. I think दो चीजें बहुत अच्छी तरह कवर की हैं माइक्रो फाइनेंस इंडस्ट्री ने. इफ आई वुड लाइक टू डिफाइन, मिस्टर बरक कवर्ड द प्रोडक्ट्स एरिया की वी नीड प्रोडक्ट्स इनोवेशन, हमें किस किस तरह की और नए प्रोडक्ट्स की जरूरत है. मिस आमना टच्ड अपॉन द कस्टमर जर्नी विच इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. आपके पास बहुत अच्छे प्रोडक्ट्स हो जाएं, बट इफ यू डोंट अंडरस्टैंड द जर्नी ऑफ द कस्टमर दे विल नॉट वर्क. दुनिया भर में एक कॉन्सेप्ट अब बहुत मशहूर हो रहा है एंड दैट इज एम्बेडेड इंश्योरेंस, कि आप जो है ना वो इंश्योरेंस को एम्बेड करें इन द जर्नी ऑफ द कस्टमर्स. बहुत तरीकों से ये किया जा रहा है, राइड हेलिंग सर्विसेज, डू पे एज यू गो टाइप मॉडल, कि उसी जर्नी में वो एम्बेड कर देते हैं. डिपॉजिटर्स के साथ अलग एम्बेडेड इंश्योरेंस चल रही है, लेंडर्स के साथ अलग चल रही है. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट दैट वी डू दैट, बट उससे ज्यादा आई थिंक व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज उसको पता भी हो कि उसके पास ये बेनिफिट है. आज इंश्योरेंस एम्बेड हो जाती है मगर कस्टमर को पता ही नहीं होता है कि उसके साथ ये है. So I'll move on to the insurance industry. I think they have more of a responsibility now. They have a long to-do list. They have a long demand. So Mr. Zainul Haq Qureshi, my question would be to you that how would you solve these problems of the industry? What kind of products that you have introduced? What kind of ease in the customer journey initiatives that you have taken, which eventually will help insurance get the required penetration?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. And also, thank you for your comments, especially that insurance should be made mandatory. I couldn't agree more. I think before going into what we've done or what we've tried to do, we need to also address the fact that, like you had mentioned as well, when it comes to insurance, it comes with cost implications. And I feel that is not the best way to look at insurance or to think of insurance. An MFI's loan markup or a bank's loan markup is also an expense, but it is considered the cost of getting the loan. Whereas the insurance is seen as something that comes right at the end. The loan is approved. Yes, you can get this financing and you can carry on with your business. And then there's this extra cost. And at that point, 9 out of 10 people are going to say, yeah, I don't want to pay any extra costs because this is a cost. If we invert this, which is really what insurance's purpose is, that you are either eligible for larger financing or you are eligible for this financing alone, maybe at reduced markup, because it is an insurable risk. That is maybe a more healthy approach to look at insurance. And that is how it underpins financial inclusion. More people can get access to finance if an insurer is willing to carry some of the risk with the lender. That's a general point. Coming on to how we interface with the microfinance industry and what we can do to make customer journeys easier. I would be lying if I said we know customers as well as you do. The microfinance industry, the way it works in Pakistan, the way it works in other countries as well, like we heard in earlier panels, it is very deeply embedded in the communities that it operates in, by and large. And that is beyond the reach of most insurance industries. Not just most insurance companies, but most insurance industries. And so we would need you to be our eyes and ears on who are the customers, what do they need? Like you'd mentioned about the development of products. Products can be developed, they have been developed, but it has come with input from the microfinance industry itself. And so on our part, we try to do the same thing. One of the more popular products that we see is those distributed by telcos. It's a daily deduction product, like you'd mentioned, as low as half a rupee a day to 3 or 4 rupees a day, and you get coverage if you get hospitalized. As a use case, for example, the uptake of this product increased after universal health insurance was introduced. And what we found was, it wasn't an insight we had, but what we found was now people were more willing to go to hospitals because they could get free treatment. But the reason they had not been going, because government hospitals have been there for decades, the reason they were not going was they feared a loss of income if they went, which is what this product addressed. So the same way, if we're able to understand customers better, then we can see what aspect of insurance it is that they need and that's suited to their requirements. I'd also like to give an example in crop insurance for this that we have done with the weather index-based coverage. We've been underwriting the crop loan insurance scheme by the government of Pakistan for more than a decade now. One of the criticisms we have had with it is that payouts come long after the disaster has occurred and long after people's livelihoods have been completely disrupted. And even then, there's a lot of things that you have to go through to get those claim payouts. Not necessarily things that insurance companies want to hold back payments, but more that from a regulatory perspective, there's a lot of things we must fulfill. A lot of KYC checks, a lot of loss incidents assessments. In weather index, it is simply the trigger is hit, the payout is made. And what we found is that even though it's a more expensive product, the uptake is there because people feel that the timeliness of the claim payout is the most important thing. They're able to get the claim amount within their account or as a check, as the case may be, before the season is even finished. And that is of tremendous value, definitely enough value that they're willing to pay higher premiums. And so I feel there is this need for us to understand there would still be more insights to be gained by the microfinance industry itself about its own customers, naturally. But we can only feed off of that information. And the more we have, the more we're able to tailor our products. As a last note, on the pricing side, scale means lower prices. Mandatory or not, the fact is that if we take coverage or if we provide coverage for individual farmers or even groups of farmers, compared to a microfinance institution, compared to the microfinance industry itself, price keeps going down the more you scale up. There are overheads as well, but also a spreading of risk. And so we face this question a lot of times whenever we go and introduce our range of products to an MFI, that these are expensive, how to bring the price down, how to bring the price down. But really the key question is, how do we scale this up? The price will automatically come down. That is really what we must work together to figure out ways on how we can achieve the scale and balance the pricing and scale hand in hand.
Thank you so much, Zen. I think if one point I would pick was that some problems have solutions lying right there. So we had a problem of pricing and we have a solution of embedding it. So as you embed it, you have a large population. As you have a large population, your price grows down. So more panel discussions like this, more discussions, more collaboration will definitely lead to more answers of these hidden questions. So moving on to Mr. Aminuddin. Thank you, Mr. Aminuddin, for joining us virtually. So we know that TPL General does invest a lot in technology. You have innovative products on board. You have also done several pilots when it comes to crop insurance and livestock insurance. What, in your opinion, was the factor that these products haven't been successful in Pakistan, or I would say that have not been implemented on a large scale in Pakistan?
speak.
Sorry,
so
we
in
can,
essence, if you can hear me, in essence, the framework is very important. Where insurance is, as picking up from the earlier speakers, is essentially a scale product. It doesn't make sense if you insure one individual. It starts making sense when you start insuring hundreds and thousands of individuals. So when you are doing scale business, as we have seen in the financial services sector, that when you do business with scale, you require a few key ingredients. Few key ingredients are a positive regulatory framework, which by and large exists. It requires basically a distribution network, which by virtue of the microfinance institutions as well as the other banking institution already exists. And then the key factor, which we've talked about previously in this forum, has been the awareness and the embedding. I think this key getting together of all these components is what makes a product more viable as well as easily adoptable. I think where we are is that we've got a few key ingredients, but it's like putting a dish together. We've got the ingredients, but we haven't been able to, at this point, connect it. What technology does is it gives you ability to bring all these key ingredients together and deliver the service, the coverage, and collect the premiums and the pricing in a far more efficient manner. So I think we are very, very fortunate to be at the stage of development that we are, where the social networks that we have, the social media connectivity have, underpinned by the phenomenal tele-density penetration that we've had. I mean, 60 million users is a number that is used for smartphone users. I mean, that is a number any other country would envy about the connectivity that exists. I think we are just at the cusp of that turning point where these key ingredients will mix together and allow us to get to the objective of providing these key services at a very minimalistic price, which is scale allows, and bring that transformation. So I think we're just at that turning point where some of these key ingredients have been missing, and we're just about to hopefully turn a page where by virtue of technology and some of these new products being introduced, we will be seeing a lot of these take-ups happening going forward.
Great, thank you so much. I think a very valid point that we are doing things, but they are generally in isolation. So we have the enablers in place. We have the business that is running very successfully. It's time to just sit down, join the dots, make the business model so that every player, every enabler contributes towards that. So from the industry, which is generally considered to be a legacy, to be older individuals in that segment, myself included, I'll move to the younger and the technologically very savvy people in the room. So to the InsurTech. So we know that Pula is a global InsurTech. You work in many markets. So first of all, on behalf of everyone present here, we welcome you to Pakistan. And with that, the question that comes in my mind is that what brings you to Pakistan and why Pakistan? What opportunities do you see? And how do you see that Pula can add value to this market?
Warm welcome. Yes, so to answer the first question of what brings us to Pakistan, Pula Advisors was first introduced to the Pakistani market by a gentleman called Charles Studley, who was formerly with the World Bank. And Charles Studley is one of the pioneers of agriculture insurance globally. And it was a local institution by the name of Pakistan Agriculture Coalition, who basically was looking for a solutions provider in the area of index-based insurance. And Charles said, you should talk to Pula Advisors. Pula Advisors has been working largely on the African continent before coming to Pakistan about 2 years ago, where to date, we have helped to provide agricultural insurance offerings to governments, to credit facilities, and to private sector companies with a product called the Area Yield Index Insurance, which is a index-based solution which is looking at all of the systemic risks that a farmer faces, be it climatic risks like floods and excessive rain and drought and so forth, but also including pests and diseases, pest infestations like locust attacks and so forth, as well as plant-specific diseases that is increasing in frequency as well as intensity, not only here, but the globe over. And so what keeps us here are the institutions that are like-minded, like us, who want to bring an upgrade in terms of the solutions, that can support the institutions of Pakistan with a better product. So we've been working together with TPL Insurance, as well as HBL and BOP, for a very small scale pilot to basically convert the crop loan insurance scheme onto AYII. And currently, in the aftermath of the recent flooding events, we are now in active discussions with the provincial governments of Sindh and Punjab to hopefully have a larger level discussion for a government engagement for these kinds of initiatives.
Thank you, Elise. I think that was very insightful. And with you in the market, I think we have a lot to learn from the experiences that others have been. And since you have already engaged players from the ecosystem, the banks, the insurance companies, the network itself, so I think whatever comes out of it will be a value addition for Pakistan. So sorry for us to keep you waiting for this long, but we know UNDP is doing a lot of work, and insurance is one of the key strategic pillars. So Global Climate Index rates Pakistan as at the 8th position in terms of most vulnerable countries. You have heard what the microfinance players had to say, what the industry had to contribute, the insurtech. But if I were to ask you that, in your opinion, what would be a systematic approach towards developing insurance solution against disaster risk? So what would that be?
Okay, thank you, Nilofer. And first of all, Assalamu alaikum to all the fellow panelists and all the participants. I'm sending you my greetings from Geneva. And just today we had this launch of one of the first reports on ensuring nature. And I think it's a very relevant topic here that we are talking about the impact of nature and disasters. So I would like to talk about all those things. But before that, I must say, I can see some of my old friends and former colleagues in the room. I would like to say greetings to them. I can see Ghalib Saab and Qazi Saab. Assalamu alaikum, sir. I would also like to bring it up that we had a long working relationship with PMN when I used to work in Pakistan with the regulator. 12 years ago, with PMN, we conducted the first ever diagnostic study on microinsurance in Pakistan, and then that actually led to the development of the microinsurance regulations almost 11 years ago. So I have this long history of working together with PMN. I understand what are the issues here. What you have asked here in terms of the systematic approach, Nilofer, what I would like to suggest that probably we are mixing up two different things here. We need to understand that ensuring the population, the low-income population, that's a different thing, and protecting the viability and sustainability of the microfinance sector is a separate thing. So let's bifurcate this discussion in two parts and understand that what are the products that are needed. For example, one of the fellow panelists, Amna, I liked what she said. She talked about understanding the customer needs and developing the solutions and the products that are matching with the customer profile. But then we have to take a step back and understand that it's not just about protecting the customers, it is also about protecting the sector and the financial viability of the sector. Now, you asked about the systematic approach here. Before we actually go and understand that what could be the systematic approach, we need to first understand and prioritize that if we are going to talk about developing the products for the people at the micro level, the individuals, the households, the smallholder farmers, then the nature of the products are very different, for which I think the microfinance sector already understands that what are the customer needs, and the insurance companies are willing to provide the solutions. But then take a step forward and talk about creating a meso level or a sector level scheme, which is meant to protect the financial sector, the microfinance sector, where you protect the microfinance sector's lending portfolio. For something like this, we conducted a scoping study back in 2018 together with Mohsin and Ali at PMN. We conducted this when I used to work with GIZ, and we conducted this scoping study for creating a climate risk insurance scheme in Pakistan for the microfinance sector. Now, that is an idea which is still relevant today. And the recent devastating floods, I think they are gaining a lot of traction, like, from the donors. And as I talk to the international colleagues at different events, and I'm seeing that how much Pakistan is getting the attention. Now, this is the time where you consider developing a sector level scheme. Before that, you have to follow certain steps here. I would like to suggest 6 steps. I mean, you can certainly combine some of the steps, or maybe you can further divide these steps into sub steps as well. Now, the first step will be to identify the hazards here. We don't know right now, because every part of Pakistan is facing different kind of hazards. Some parts of Pakistan are more prone to flood, some of them are more prone to drought. So the kind of customers of microfinance sector, they have a very different risk profile depending on where they are in the country. So first, you need to understand the hazards here, to understand the insurability of those hazards. The second step will be to understand the exposure, which is the financial value or the economic value of those losses. Because if those losses materialize, it's not just the borrower of the microfinance sector, but also the microfinance bank or the MFIs, their loan portfolio is also at risk. The third step will be to do the vulnerability assessment to understand that, what are the risk reduction measures that are in place, and then what are the chances of the loss. Based on these three steps, you should be able to come to the insurance application when you decide on developing the insurance product together with the insurance partners, the insurance industry. And then is the question that who is the buyer here? Because one of the colleagues here talked about the insurance being voluntary and having less uptake as compared to making it mandatory. So you need to understand who is the buyer here. Are you bundling it with the microfinance loan portfolio, or you're just asking the customers to become the policyholders voluntarily? And the final step will be the stakeholder engagement. Now, I see that even if the regulations in Pakistan, the microinsurance regulations are not very comprehensive, but still they are not stifling the growth of the microfinance sector. And that has been the case all over the world, that we have not seen the financial innovation or the financial sector itself not progressing in the absence of regulation. So I think if you follow the systematic approach that I have just talked about, these 6 key steps, I think that will help you a lot in coming up with a systematic solution for the microfinance sector. But remind you, just one last thought here. Please keep in mind that, don't mix up these 2 things together. One is about protecting the borrowers or the people at the lower end of the pyramid. Protecting them is a separate thing, and protecting the sector through a sector level disaster or climate risk insurance scheme is a separate thing. So let's not mix them up together. Let's keep them separate. So individual products can be offered through the microfinance sector, microfinance banks or MFIs, but the sector itself need to come up with some solution which is there, even if the customers are not borrowing it, but the sector is able to protect itself from these disaster and climate risk. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Faraz. I think you raised very, very important points, and we'll definitely remember the difference between the 2 very important points that Faraz just raised. That one thing is that protecting the borrower, but second and very important, very, very relevant to everyone sitting here is that now is the time that we should devote our energies in protecting the sector. We should not wait for anything again to hit us bad, but we should sit together and see the ways in which we can protect this sector. So I think we completed the first round of questions just a little over time. So in the second round of questions, I would request everyone to be a little more brief. Very key points that you think, and the first was a little general. Second would be, I would at least like it to be some action points that we all have, so that when we go out from here, we have certain key takeaways with us, and then whenever we meet next, whenever we collaborate, whenever we sit with the regulator, we have a checklist and we can move ahead from there. So it would be a general kind of discussion, but I would I would request you all to be very specific when you answer that question. So the first one, again, starting from the regulator. So if you tell that what is the key points that is hindering us to implement such kind of solutions, and how can we increase this outreach? Key points, key takeaways for us.
Okay, thank you, Nilofer. If we are talking about the disaster risk strategy
Yes.
that we just mentioned, yeah, this is an important instrument, the transfer of risk when we talk about, handling with the disasters. But these instruments needs to be placed well in advance, and needs to be available to the customers. It is a very important tool, but obviously, if we need to deal with the disaster, the first and the most important thing would be the measures to be taken to reduce the risk of the disaster. This is one basic hindrance that we face in the progress of developing any disaster risk strategies. We have seen recently, like we see the hotels just on the bank of a river and it's just going inside. So if that the kind of owner will go for the insurance, so we can just imagine the rate of premium that would be charged to him and the exposure that the insurance companies would be taking. So for first point, action point needs to be that the government agencies needs to take measures. So we see that there are rules and regulations, and there need to be more focus on the implementation of them. And second, I would agree with with Faraz, the roadmap that he has suggested. So when we see the industry overall, we see there is a lack of risk and the loss data available, and the specific risk modeling techniques, absence of that. So various different organizations, they are collecting data on these areas, but there is need to have more collaboration among them, so that they can capture the right data and can take it into risk modeling, can use for the risk modeling, and that models need to be available at the national level to the insurance companies, the reinsurers, and other stakeholders. So NDRMF has been given mandate in this regard, and in coordination with some other organizations, they are working to build some models to measure the financial impact of the potential disasters in Pakistan, and we are collaborating with them and supporting them in terms of our coordination and information from the insurance industry. Second, the affordability of the product that rest of the participants have discussed and pointed out that too. So I think our relevant implementation agencies who have been given the task to implement the disaster risk financing strategies, we need to emphasize the government and the donor agency to need to have the public and private partnership. So if we study the different international regimes, we will see that these kind of schemes are kind of subsidized, or a donor assistance is there. So the world is accepting that due to this climate change, Pakistan is going to suffer, and we are on the receiver end when there is almost zero contribution on the carbon emission from Pakistan. So if we will have a detailed plan and implementation strategy, so we can get sponsorship from the donors, and we need to involve the government as well.
Thank you, Ms. Shazia. I think a comprehensive checklist, we have something to move forward with this data, very important. Of course, we are challenged. It's not that publicly available, but I'm sure with these new measures, we will be able to have that. Second point was also very, very important, that we, in the stage that we are, we might need the support of the donors and of the agencies to make it really successful. So of all of us, if we work together, we might achieve that front. So moving on to the microfinance sector, again, my first question would be to Mr. Barak. Mr. Barak, Agahi, we see a lot, it is obviously engaged in lending, but then what Agahi also does is create a lot of awareness, empowering the population. So what can we take if we were to implement a program like this? How do we increase the awareness? What would be your recommendation or steps that we as the industry should take to increase the awareness of this kind of insurance in Pakistan?
So, in fact, this area had remained quite challenging. And on the mandatory versus optional side, let me share an story of ourselves. We had a customer base of around 20,000 back in 2015 or 16. And prior to the launch of National Health Program by the Government of Pakistan, which was sponsored by the Government of Pakistan, we offered a health insurance product to our customers. And we offered that product as an optional. And believe me, 3 persons out of 20,000 people came for that product. So I strongly agree what Amna said, that we should embed it with the product and it should be mandatory. And secondly, with regards to creating awareness, it's all about perception. The kind of people which we deal is on the base of pyramid, and they think that insurance as a kind of investment. They don't see as a risk coverage, which as the case should be, but they see as an investment. And by the end of the day, when they don't get any claims or there is no need to pay any claims, they think that they should be incentivized. That incentives may be in the form of reduction in premium rates, or that incentive may be in the form of like you can say adjusting future premiums in the already paid premiums. So when we talk about with insurance companies, most of the cases the insurance company says that this model is not workable for them. I will share an example of livestock insurance. We had an arrangements of livestock insurance, and the claim payout was less than 5%. And on maturity, we asked them to either you should reduce your premium rates or you should adjust this amount in coming years' premiums. But none of that thing happened in that case. So my view is that we should look around these options. Either it should be the incentivizing the customers in form of premium in reductions, or adjusting premiums in future premiums. And second one is the hassle-free payout claims, hassle-free and timely payout of claims, as mentioned by panelists, that by the time claims settles, there was no need of that claim. So I think this should be taken, and with these measures, that will boost confidence of our borrowers on the insurance companies, which obviously will lead towards more and more insurance policies, and more products are being taken by the microfinance borrowers.
Thank you, Mr. Barak. Important points that if we were to launch such program, awareness will be important. The process, the ease of the process will be very important. The product has to be relevant and it has to be affordable. Ms. Amna, if you would like to add anything to what Mr. Barak said.
Yes, of course. I would like to just point two things here. One, that we've all, this discussion, one thing is established as insurance is paramount to, the sector, the microfinance sector. With referring to Mohsen's the chart, we've seen repeated disasters. And it has been built, the stress has been building on the microfinance industry, gradually. And with these coming recent floods, it's really come to a head. So I feel that insurance is very, very critically important for both the industry as well as our customer, individual borrower. And again, you mentioned that, if scalability will reduce the cost, then let's join hands and achieve scalability to reduce costs for both the customer and for the microfinance industry, because that will act as a savior. And I think that we critically need it right now. So that is my own. And the next point is that the policy. Most of the times, the insurance companies only pay up because they say the government, announces a disaster area and we will only do this when this has happened, and the government does this. And you see there, and the financial institution is paying up the premiums day in, day out, year out. And when the time comes for repayment, they say, sorry, this does not meet the criteria. And then the institution is wondering, like, we've wasted all this money and it's really not helped us. So I think there's the policy level also things need to be addressed, that, if a disaster is hit or a farmer is, impacted, whether it be floods, with rains, whatever, a pest attack, the insurance company must understand that he needs the support at that time. And the institution who's been paying the premium, want to, get a payback and, insurance on their loan. So if these things could be worked out, I think we will have the outreach for insurance will increase tenfold.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Amna. Valid observations that we can't, if we launch a national level program or a grand level program, we can't just say that we'll wait for these many requirements to be followed before we process that claim. It is natural. It has to trigger on itself. So very quickly, moving on to Zen. Zen, you have launched crop insurance in the past. Just please briefly let us know what things worked and what didn't.
I'll try to be quick. To your point, I agree. Insurance companies also need to stick to their contracts properly, and for that, all the negotiations should end when the policy is issued. After that, it should be very black and white. I agree 100%. Regarding the crop insurance that we did, what worked was that we went with a non-bank finance institution. So what worked in that sense was there were relatively few regulatory hurdles that a commercial bank or a microfinance bank would face in terms of approving a loan product, approving an insurance that tacks onto that. So that was a pretty efficient process of rolling out, and we're scaling the same thing up with the same lender as well. And I would encourage any other MFIs as well to please come speak with us on how this product has worked. The other thing that worked is we had a reasonably high payout ratio. I'm a firm believer that there is such a thing as a healthy claims ratio, and that is not 0%. It needs to be enough that the product is sustainable on its merit, not as a mandatory product. Like, I worry about the CLIS, that when the government lifts those subsidies, the product will collapse. Insurance is the business not of collecting premiums, but of paying claims. And everything we do has to facilitate how efficiently we can pay claims while surviving as an organization. And so for that, that is how we need to design products, that there is a certain claim ratio which brings customers through the door as well. And in the long term, everyone can benefit. In bad years, the insurance industry pays out. In good years, the risk appetite is built up. And that is really what works, and that's how we're scaling the crop insurance up as well.
Thank you, Zen. Brief and very useful feedback. I think it will really help the industry. And with Zainab standing right here, we all know that we are running out of time. So we'll just continue with 3 more questions. Mr. Aminuddin, we have a welcoming audience right here. They are all ready to adapt and to accept these new products. So what 2-3 measures will the industry do to meet the needs of them?
I think it goes back to the basics. So the products are the easy bit. I mean, there are lots of examples in the world where you can pick up ideas. I think it's the execution. And the execution is a function of multiple things. As you said, there is some element of demand, some element of supply. And I think one of the things that was mentioned by the practitioners was essentially the pricing. So I think all of this comes together by virtue of a number of things that need to be done. We've done some of that. Some more of it needs to be done. There is support from the regulator to help build the awareness. There is about pressure on the pricing. So when disasters like what we have recently seen happen and incidences happen, there has to be enough premium for the claim payments to happen. So as Zain was saying, we are not in the business of collecting premium. We are in the business of paying claims. But however, if there is pressure in terms of capping the amount of premium we can charge, and therefore the exclusions are accepted, then it is quid pro quo that when the claim comes up and those conditions and those pricing is not being paid, then obviously there is going to be some challenges in terms of paying claims. This is exactly what we've seen in the area yield index insurance that we did with Pula, is that it is a more expensive product, but it gives better coverage. So one has to accept the fact that if the financial services sector has to price the products right, if banks and microfinance institutions give loans and they expect a certain amount of defaults and non-payments, that is factored into the price of the loan. It works similarly on the insurance side as well. So I think there's some work to be done to take it to the next level. More awareness building, more facilitation by embedding it, making claims easier by using technology. Again, there's a lot to be done, and there are adequate products and knowledge and expertise and bandwidth available. It's just now the time where we use this opportunity to really push this agenda and get things done.
Thank you, Mr. Aminuddin. Technology, obviously, in the start, it is an investment, but obviously the scales can only be reached if we have technology. That's the way we can create efficiency, we can reduce costs. So moving directly to Pula after you. So Elise, next steps for Pakistan microfinance sector if we want to launch this program on a grand scale.
So if I can also use the 6 steps that Faraz mentioned, I think even before I made my first visit to Pakistan, we had already done steps 1, 2, and 3. And so we know what the hazards are, we understand the exposure, and the vulnerability assessment is there. Now, what we need is a buyer. We need to have someone basically step up to the plate and basically procure the insurance. We are ready with the product. We're also ready with reinsurance capacity because global reinsurers are also ready with the right product to take this risk away from Pakistan.
Great, thank you. So we have the relevant technology in place, we have the product, we need people to take that to that level. So again, collaboration, people working together. For us, last and a quick one and a very direct one to you, that you have already mentioned in detail the 6-step process. So we want to know how can UNDP add value to this process for us?
Okay, thanks, Nilofer. I'll be very quick. So now we all agree that these ex-ante mechanisms, they actually provide finance quicker. And, especially in times of disasters and these kind of losses, you need some predictability. So insurance is the solution. Now, again, I'll refer back to what Amna mentioned, that there has always been the mismatch of expectations where the microfinance banks and the MFIs, they have been working on trying to get the insurance through the right means and right channels to this population. But then sometimes there are surprises that this is covered, this is not covered. So for that, I would like to suggest this risk layering mechanism where you use the insurance and non-insurance solutions as well. So that you do the layering of risk where there is a risk retention layer where you can, the microfinance sector, MFB or MFIs, they can create the reserve fund savings or the contingent disaster financing. And then they use, on the top of it, they use the risk transfer layer, which is the insurance, of course, where the risk is transferred to the insurance companies. Now, you can't have insurance for everything. That's what we all agree, I guess, that the polarization of risk that we see, faced by the microfinance clients and the sector itself. So you can't have the insurance for everything. So I will suggest that you have this, risk retention layer for the low intensity and low frequency or high frequency risk. And then you move on to the medium risk layer where you utilize the insurance, you have the insurance players in the room right now as part of this panel. They are there to help you to develop this insurance layer and the suitable products. And then on the top of it, you actually go for the alternative risk transfer, where there are major events for example, look at the recent floods in Pakistan. This is a major event. It's a 1 in a 1,000-year event. So these kind of losses, no insurance company will have the risk appetite or capacity to actually provide you that level of coverage. So this is where you need the alternative risk transfer. So you ask me what UNDP can do. We can certainly help you in designing this kind of risk layering mechanism. And then we can work with the collection of donors, for the capitalization of this kind of scheme. This is something we have been discussing with PMN and the microfinance sector in the past, since last almost 4 years. I referred back to 2018, where we did this scoping study. So that scoping study, I think, is still relevant for Pakistan, because that's when we suggested that how and why microfinance sector needs a disaster level scheme for the sector itself. So if you like, you can access the copy of that scoping study, which I'm sure is still available with PMN. And that's where we can actually build up on that scheme, and we can create, as UNDP, I can offer you, we have some offer going on with the government of Pakistan right now. We have this support that we have put on the table. And like, if there is an interest and there is a traction at the level of the microfinance sector, we can certainly consider helping you out on the design of such risk layering mechanism, and then we can certainly talk to our partners how to capitalize this kind of scheme. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think very relevant again that from being nowhere, having very little insurance protection to covering everything is really not possible. So we will have to have that risk layer in place. And thank you for offering us all the support. And I think we'll be able to utilize this support, and we'll be able to this time design something. So moving on to Zena for the question answer session.
Great. So I would request people to ask the questions. Please be brief in your questions. We're going to take 2 together, and then we'll take them to the panel so we can actually start the next session just 5 minutes ahead of time. 5 minutes delayed, sorry. So do we have any questions in the audience? There's one from Shahzad Iqbal Saab in the front row.
जी मेरा सवाल जो है फ्रॉम रेगुलेटर एज वेल एज फ्रॉम द इंश्योरेंस प्रैक्टिशनर्स से है कि आई मीन माइक्रो फाइनेंस इंस्टीट्यूशंस को अगर हम देखें या बैंक्स को देखें, दे आर प्लेइंग देयर रोल इन टर्म्स ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट्स दैट आर अवेलेबल विद यू, but we are waiting for and looking forward towards the insurance companies that they develop something beyond the very traditional products, as you have rightly mentioned: credit for life insurance, micro health insurance, and livestock. These are the 3 products that we are using, and we are marketing it to our clients. Are we really thinking of going beyond that? I mean, there are so many other risks available in the country. How many of those are we looking forward to mitigate with the insurance insurance products? And how, I mean, I would इस पैनल में अगर ज्यादा लोग जनरल इंश्योरेंस के होते, that would make more viable. I mean, there is only TPL, so that make us more fruitful discussion for this session. But I mean, I would request अगर regulator किस तरह से इसको देखते हैं, I mean, how they are pushing the insurance company to go beyond their scopes to design more products for the micro finance sector and other. I mean, there are risks available for others as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another question from the audience? Okay, great. So I'll bring the question to the panel. So we have a practitioner online, and then we have some practitioners on the panel. Of course, we have the regulator also. So what are we looking in terms of new products, and what is the regulator doing to kind of push us all, and especially the insurance sector, to do products that are more suited to BOP clients?
Yes, regarding the specific products that they are in the market, maybe I'm not able to list them or just tell you the exact names of it. But from the regulator perspective, and to encourage the industry, so we are in the process of reviewing the regulations, the micro insurance regulations. We are reviewing them, and we are looking for how we can support the insurance industry to bring the innovative products. We need to see, whether we need to enhance the definition of the low-income insurers, and we can increase its outreach. We are, as this process is ongoing, so we would like to take suggestions from the insurance companies if they would like to. If they see some specific hindrances in the law that is, blocking their way to bring innovation in this sector and bring new products, so you are most welcome to bring up your ideas.
Thank you. Maybe Zen, we can hear from you, and then Aminuddin Saab, we can hear from you.
Yeah, so I think to give credit to the regulator, what we have seen is the regulator is very open-minded. We've had 3 cohorts in the sandbox where various ideas were country. The first digital insurance company came out of that. The first digital broker came out of that. We've got now a couple of telematics-based solutions which are being tried again in the sandbox. So the regulatory framework to test an idea, to validate a concept, to sort of trial it out is already being done under the aegis of the regulator. And so this is an incubator, a sandbox, which allows these things to happen. And products are actually the lesser of the problem. There are lots of products available. There's no kind of rocket science to creating products. The challenge is around getting adoption of the product. So that's what we talked about at the panel earlier, the demand and supply equation. There are lots of products that have been bought, but there is, unfortunately, due to awareness, due to distribution, due to the pricing points, those products are not able to sell, and therefore it doesn't get the problem solved. I mean, we've seen neighboring countries where floods have happened. Flood insurance is available. It's not rocket science, it's available. But will there be institutions who will subscribe to these products? We have tried, and I'm sure other players in the industry have tried, lots of new ideas. It just takes a combination of a few things which makes it work. And in the past, we've not had that success, but we keep trying. I mean, the telematics-based solutions that are currently put through the cohorts, the third cohort, and a few new ideas. There are a couple of financial institutions trying new things. So there's a very healthy pipeline. And I think we are at the stage where we will see some of these results of these initiatives in the days to come.
Thank you. And Zen, just a last comment.
Yeah. Salsa, to your point, product innovation or product development, it doesn't occur in a vacuum. And it has to be based on information. I said earlier as well, we need the microfinance industry to be our eyes and ears and tell us who our customers are that we need to develop products for. Like Amin Saab said, there are many products in the world, many products in Pakistan, but we need to know where are the customers who need them, and then how can we customize those products. As an example, there's a lot of SME financing that is done in microfinance, but we don't know, or at least we as Asia Insurance don't know, what the range of those SMEs is. What are they doing? What are their trade inputs? What are their trade outputs? If they need to take some credit, not just as a loan, but if they need to take some micro credit for their cash cycle, are those products something that we can insure? So that sort of information has to come from the sector, and then the product will sort of reveal itself on what the need of the customers is. And there is, ultimately, the need is for collaboration, nothing else.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll ask Nilofer to sum up the session before we have the presentation of awards.
So
Thank
first,
you,
I would
Nilofer.
like to thank you all the esteemed panelists. I think your contribution was very valuable. Thank you all the audience that is sitting right here for being a very humble audience and listening to it. So to quickly sum up the entire panel is that we have quite a few takeaways, but we also have solution to those takeaways. So we have a target market who is ready to accept this new insurance wave. We have the companies who have a lot of products that are on board. We just need to join the dots. And of course, we can't forget that we have a very forthcoming regulator who is ready to make those changes in the policy. So it's time for all of us to sit together, understand the customer journey, understand the products, make viable business models, and make insurance work. So insurance as a value addition creates three things. It protects the consumer, but what it also does is that it secures the investment of the institution, who can then invest it elsewhere and have a lesser burden. And at the end, what it also does is it reduces the burden on the taxpayer when any such kind of flood or a damage has happened, because then we don't rely on the state, but the insurance is there to protect everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. So the time is now for insurance, and it is now also time for presentation of awards. If Nilofer, you could come up front and hand out awards to your panelists. First up, we'll give the award to Zainul Haq Qureshi. Can you please? Next up, can we have you, Barak, please, for your award? And thank you for your contributions to the panel. Miss Amna, could we have you up next, please? We see a lot of people from Khushali in the audience, clearly. Elise, could I please ask you to come and take your award? And could I ask Ms. Shazia next to please come and take her award? I'm hoping the PMN can send the award to Mr. Aminuddin. I'm not so sure, Faraz, you're going to get your award. Last award, I'd like to request Alif Saab to please give an award to Nilofer for hosting a very long, lots of panelists in very short time. Thank you so much for your service. There is no break after this session. We're going to go right into our next agenda item. This is a hybrid session also. So we have a fireside chat, and the fireside chat's title is quite interesting, and it's quite loaded really. It talks about unraveling the myths that are surrounding microfinance, and it's moderated remotely by Mr. Ali Khizr, who we all know is a very famous economist for Pakistan, is also the head of research at Business Recorder. And we will just wait for this photo, and then we will ask Kabir Naqvi to please come on stage for this fireside chat. So Kabir, I hope you can do some of the unraveling of the myths, and then
recording in progress.
Yeah. So after this, we want to feel like we know new things, and completely the myths have been unraveled for us. Yeah. Thank you. Can we have Kabir on? Kabir, would you like to stand here or sit there? What's your preference? You're the early one. Okay, great. So can we have Ali online?
I should sit? Sure.
I'll give you company for a bit, and then we'll wait for Ali to remotely give you company. So I'd like to thank all the audience members actually for coming back from lunch on time. We are only 5 minutes ahead, like 5 minutes delayed as far as the schedule is concerned, which is, I think, something that we will work on tomorrow and finish exactly on time for each of the sessions. So I'd like to thank you all for coming back to the hall on time, and for everyone for sticking to the time limits assigned. As we wait for Mr. Ali Khizr to join us, we have to wait. So Ali unfortunately could not join us in person because of some family engagements, and he is, I think, joining from Lahore. Otherwise, we can just have you unravel the myths without any questions, right? Yeah. So, I mean, that's plan B. So you can take the first, like, top 5 myths and maybe unravel them if we can't get Ali online. It's been good. For the post-lunch session, it was really, really good, I feel. Yeah, they keep saying 2 minutes, so I think it'll take 2 minutes. Right after this fireside chat, we have a new thing that we are starting at the AMCs. It is the leadership talks or the leader talks, and we'll have a coach joining us for that. So I hope you all are going to be here to sort of listen to that. Of course, we know Nadeem Hussain Saab very well, and he's going to be talking about the nexus between the future and the present. And I think we have Ali online, so I am going to see him very soon on that screen. Great. All right. Over to you, Ali and Kabir.
Thank you. Hi, Kabir. How are you?
I'm good, Ali. How are you? We can hear you.
Yeah. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Kabir, I'm assuming that it's just you and me in the session, so it's more of a conversation than a panel discussion, I believe. So, what I would like to talk about different things. There are different issues and different perception about the microfinance and industry that have been in the 20 odd years, and that has done some great work in terms of the financial inclusion and reaching out to the need of the businesses, a need for those who are at the bottom of the pyramid or in the lowest two quartile of but there are certain issues which are there which people still talk
Recording
about,
stopped.
still alive. So one which would I like to talk about is that the lending rates are very high. I mean, we understand that the lending rate has to be high because of the high cost of processing, and relative to the size of the loan, the processing cost is high when you compare it to the commercial bank, where a big RM is handling like few loans, and the big size loan where one RM is handling multiple loans and small size loans, and then you have to borrow at a higher rate, and if you have to borrow, if you're a bank and you're allowed to have deposit, you have to offer higher rates, and your cost of deposit is higher than a commercial bank. And if you're a non-bank, then it's a bigger problem that you have to borrow at KIBOR plus rate. So those are issues, but there are certain things like technology has evolved over the period of time, and so the cost of processing costs should come down. And then, irrespective of the interest rate in the market, your rates remain high in the north of 30%. And even in India, the rates are about 20%. In Bangladesh, it's 25%. But in Pakistan, it's very high. I mean, it's about 35%. And if you're paying, taking a 50,000 loan for 3 months, you're paying like 60,000 on it, 10,000 on 50,000 rupees in 2 months or something like that. It's a very high number. So how would you take this? And what's your point? How would you respond based on the industry and your own bank?
You answer, Kabir. Ali, could you please move closer to your mic so that the audience can hear you a bit better? We hear you a bit distantly from from your microphone. So if you could just move a bit closer to the mic. We got this first question, and Kabir will answer that for further questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ali. Thank you. I could hear you. So I think this is a question that we all get very often. And it won't be wrong to say this has become my favorite question also. We've answered to the parliamentarians, we answer to the central bank, we answer to the world at large. I think every second day, if not every day. So I think we have to peel the onion here, and we have to talk about margins also. And as you rightfully pointed out, that the cost of funding is relatively higher compared to commercial banks. The operating cost to operate at the last mile, to do due diligence, to prepare income proxies, it's a human-centric model. Obviously, the operating cost comes out to be much higher. Now, if you peel the onion, say 35% asset yield, if for clarity. Now, the KIBOR right now, as we all know, is 16, hovering around 16 plus. And obviously, we as microfinance banks and institutions do not get sub-KIBOR funding. So it has to be something on top of KIBOR, if it is 1, 2, whatever, depends on the risk profile of the institution. So you're easily talking about 16.5%, 17% under the current circumstances. Now, coming to the operating cost, which is the second very important element, usually a relationship officer goes down in the field, does the cash flow, then a verification officer separately goes, does the cash flow, the file moves around in the bank, and we do and I'll come to the technology part, I'll answer I'll elaborate on that. But currently what's happening, historically what's been happening. So the operating cost comes out to be around good 16, 17% as well, generally. And it has been improving over a period, over the last few years. I would say once an institution, I'm not talking about the sector, an institution reaches economies of scale, the numbers start looking better. Now, there are multiple factors to that. If you are a smaller institution with fewer members and smaller loan size, the percentages would seem more absurd. As the loan limits increase and the loan sizes increase, for instance, I can give you an example. The industry gave housing loans at 14 to 15% profitably because the loan size was much higher. So when you go down to a 50,000 rupee loan or a 40,000 rupee loan and you bake in the cost of compliance, the labor cost, the cost of funding, the margins come out to be around 4.5%. Now, in that 4.5%, if there is a locust attack, if there is coronavirus, if there are floods, anything and everything has to be managed by these institutions within that margin. So this is the first part, that the margins of the industry, we did an analysis last year, precisely came out to be average between 4.5% to 5%. Now, an NPL is the third big element. After deducting that, we're coming to 4.5%. NPL currently is hovering around 5%. Historically, it has been around 2%, 2.5%, because of the coronavirus, restructured loans, and other things that have happened, and now the floods, it's hovering around 5%. So this is the situation right now. So I think the focus needs to move from only discussion on asset yield to the margins. Now, coming to the technology part that you mentioned, yes, the bulk of the institutions are investing in technology. But having said that, preparing or building digital railroads for disbursement and collection of loans is different. Underwriting digitally based on scorecards is a different game altogether. So I think there is a distinction that needs to be drawn between automation and digitization. So automation, everybody has gotten tabs, data is flowing through digitally right now, but we haven't gotten to the stage where we can start acquiring clients digitally in the rural part of the country where digital literacy levels are low as well. So it's a journey, it's going to take some time, and we are very hopeful as we hit economies of scale and the loan limits increase, the asset yield percentage number will start coming down. So we are on track, and hopefully you will see over the next 3-4 years, the yield will be much lower than what you see right now.
Great. So I would like to add on a bit to what you said. You said that your margins have come out to be around 4.5% to 5%. And you said that the housing loans you've been giving up around 14-15%. So whatever the KIBOR, let's leave that discussion aside. When you were giving the housing loan at 14-15%, you were giving.
We lost you.
Maybe you can talk a bit about, what are some of the myths around housing finance and what we can do to sort of unravel those myths. What are the challenges that you face? Since I know UBank has been working in housing finance, and how is it an opportunity and how is it a challenge? And then let's see if we can get Ali Khisa back on.
Okay. So for housing, obviously, it's a different game altogether. When we say that the microfinance institutions, he's back. Should we take the question or?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes, you can complete.
So there's some connection issue, so I'm connected through my phone. My point was this, the margin is 4.5% to 5%, irrespective of, what the interest rate are. And you were giving housing loan at 15%. At the same time, you were giving 50,000 loan at 30% plus. So if the margin is 4.5%, 5%, so why is this? The other thing you said about is the insurance cost. I mean, the inheritance insurance. So why don't you get an insurance of 2-3% and add on to it, and let's take it up to 7%. So if you're giving housing loan at 15%, you should be giving away somewhere about 22%, maybe 24%. but that's 30% plus. How would you justify that?
Yes, Ali, thank you. So when we talk about the 35% average yield, the whole discussion is based around the average loan size of 60,000 rupees for the industry. So, and when I say cost of operation is about 15-16%, that is in relative terms to a model that has an average loan size of 60. I hope the discussion is not getting very technical, but I think to answer this question, I have to go dig a bit deeper. So when you talk about housing loan, the housing loan say about 20 lakh rupees or 25 lakh rupees. So a 14% revenue on a 20,000 on a 20 lakh rupee loan, where the RO is involved, where the verification similarly is involved. So when you talk about the operating cost in relative terms to a much larger loans, it does not come out to be 16%. It comes out to be a fraction of that. Now I'm talking about marginal accounting per loan, right? So that's why, plus the housing loans were dished out from the same network. We did not have to establish new branches and make new structures to do housing loans. So it was an add-on in the existing structure. So the structure supported, the costs were, many of the costs are sunk costs or absorbed costs that are already there. So when you look at that segment, the relative term cost of operations comes out to be much lower. 14-15% housing loan was given when we had a subsidy of, it included, by the way, 9% subsidy from the government. Sorry, I didn't mention that earlier, which is part of the 14%, by the way. It is part of the 14 because we could charge the customer only 5%, if you remember, under the scheme. Now, looking at the cost of funding at that time, cost of funding, KIBOR was at 7%. In this particular scheme, we were getting funds for free. If you remember the structure, funds were coming through the commercial banks and there was a 9% subsidy to cover the operating cost. Then it was viable. And yet, if we were to move away from the subsidy scheme and have to do it in-house, the rate will be obviously higher than 14%. It will not be 35%, but it will be somewhere around 19-20%.
Okay, let's hope so that we'll be coming up down with the rates going forward with the more technology adaptation and credit scoring models, you'll be able to do so. But at this point in time, the rates are very high, and I think you'll get some competition with the companies coming in the nano lending space and they're going to be digital banks who could be focusing different kind of markets into that. Anyhow, the other problem which many people have is about the recovery practices. There are predatory. I mean, is there any regulation or code of conduct that players in the industry have signed off to? Apparently, they have compliances to level. But when you talk to people, when you see the experiences are there that the microfinance banks use coercive actions against them. So how would you defend this?
Yes, Ali, thank you. Now, to put things in perspective, you know, anecdotes will always exist. There will be certain instances where there are practices that are not acceptable at times at a branch or with a particular customer. But if you talk about the overall industry, there is no empirical evidence around this notion that there are predatory recovery practices. Rather, I'll share with you what we did, the industry did in the COVID situation. We deferred and restructured loans, took more risk on our capital basis and allowed people to pay back at their convenience, people who suffered from the lockdowns. Now in the flood situation, you will see something similar. As a practitioner, I can tell you, if you take a hard line with the client, you never recover the money. You have to walk with the client. You have to have a very intimate relationship with the client in terms of their cash flows, in terms of their family situation. This is a relationship-based model. And all over the world, if you look at it, microfinance or recovery, particularly in the rural segment or peri-urban segment, is more relationship-based. So in my experience, in our experience, this is rather a surprise that there is a view that the recovery practices are not good or very hard. Plus, for banks, I can tell you, Central Bank is very, very clear on this. Our policies for financial literacy, for digital literacy, because the client, the education levels are low, they can be easily exploited. So the State Bank keeps a very close eye as well as far as our practices are concerned. There is regulation in place and there is compliance, there's very hard compliance requirement there also. So I don't think that is a problem that exists. If there is evidence, we're yet to see that.
Okay, that's good. So I would request the PMNN to give some examples after this discussion and share with people and the media that what are the practices and where and which organizations are lacking and how to deal with it. So now the next question is about the resilience of the industry and the turbulence that is going through due to the exogenous factors. I mean, as you historically said that.
Zainab, you should have these questions as well.
But I think what he's talking about is how is the sector approaching resilience, and if you could shed some light on that.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
So yes, so historically there were 2% of NPLs. Now they've grown up to 5%. So you went through the period of COVID where the businesses have been hit, and then the loans were restructured, and the SPP allowed you to defer the loans. But there were some cases where the collusion happened between the banks and the borrowers, or the borrower didn't need that kind of a restructuring, but you gave, and then some of the loans become bad. Then now you have floods, and floods is impacting the rural economy and the poor people where the many microfinance institutions have, and in parts of Sindh, Baluchistan, and the South Punjab, while the main banking sectors are not that big where you guys are. So how is this affecting you, and how you're going to, what is the course of action of your bank or as an industry at a large to deal with such kind of external shocks?
Right. So Ali, there was a lot of discussion this morning also on collateral, particularly gold collateral. I think the discussion is fairly large. It's about capital preservation. It's about the risk management practices. Now, the industry has evolved over the years, and I think there is a lot of ground that we have to cover. I hope you can hear me because your video is stuck. Just confirming.
I can listen to you.
Okay. So now how we're dealing with it, COVID was a wake-up call, if you ask me. Pre-COVID, I can talk about UBank at least. We were pretty much a one-trick pony, loans and deposits and margins, and that's it. And we had to look at sources of revenue other than the loan revenue. If we had a situation, we had no recourse. We had nothing, other than the gold collateral that is prevalent in the market. Now, the way we are approaching this as an industry and as a bank, I can tell you right now, is that we are looking at multiple layers in our capital structure. So we were primarily relying on the shareholder paid up capital before. Now tier 2, additional tier 1, perpetual bonds, all these structures are being explored on top of profitability that adds up to the capital. The other area where I would want to particularly focus, there is a lot of debate regarding the relief measures that the regulator gave during the COVID period, where we could restructure loans or we could defer loans. Now, circumstantial default is something which is inherent in our business. Floods will happen, other catastrophes, God forbid, will happen. So there has to be a mechanism internally in the institution. Sector level is one area, but I think the institutions have to look inwards and see how resilient they are. Now, capital is one thing I spoke about. Collateralization, there is a myth, I would say, since we talk about myths, that gold collateral or collateralization of any kind of loan is against the spirit of microfinance or against the mission of microfinance. Well, I strongly beg to disagree with that. As a financial institution, if you're looking at different forms of collateral that are easily available with the clients, whether it is gold or a passbook or housing documents or a credit guarantee, outright insurance or guarantee by a commercial bank or an insurance company, these are collaterals that have to be explored. There is a reason why we are sitting on 8.5 million loans after 25 years. And if you peel the onion, these include duplicate loans. So you can easily take it down to under 5 million. Then if you look at the household, this has the same household lending as well. So maybe the households that are being served are 1 million or slightly million plus. So it's not even the tip of the iceberg. Again, I will add one more thing to it. The total capital base of the entire industry, banks as well as institutions, is slightly over 80 billion rupees, which is already leveraged to 300 billion as we speak. Now, if you remove collateral, gold or any other form, and you comply with the capital adequacy ratio of 15% for banks at least, minimum, which is the floor, you're already undercapitalized, if you ask me. So if you are to build the next 8.5 million, Can you wait for 25 years? I say no. So the banks have to look for ways to manage the risk-weighted assets on their balance sheets, which can only be done through different forms of collateralization. Collateral will help you in building resilience. Collateral will help you in allowing you to leverage your capital multiple times more than what you're doing right now. So the UBank approach that I can share with you very proudly, if I may say, we've done the layering in capital. Our exposure is, bulk of our exposure is backed by gold. We have just cracked a deal with a commercial bank and an insurance company for a very large credit insurance against unsecured loans. And if you ask me, bulk of the portfolio needs to have some form of collateralization if we are to scale to a level that Pakistan needs.
What if there are credit guarantee schemes in the market, and not I'm saying that the government to give that subsidy and for the credit guarantee, but there could be private sector credit companies that there was something happened in case of the SMEs, and then you can use those guarantees and reach out the unsecured loan higher, as we've reached out. There's about 1 million households out of 32 million households in the country. So you can reach up to 2-3 million households and can double your size effectively. And there could be a case of hypothecation of the working capital or inventories or other assets. So these businesses do not have that kind of an accounting practices and have, like, for bigger companies, like for SMEs, they have a problem because they don't really keep the books tight and right. But in case of your thing, can you come up with some kind of an inherent model where you can, find out the assets within the business, maybe fixed assets, maybe the working capital, and provide loans? So there are two questions. One, the credit guarantee scheme in the private sector, and it's about the other kind of collateral rather than the real estate or gold.
Yes. So Ali, at the outset, I'll say yes to both. Credit guarantee schemes, as you mentioned, now there are two kinds of schemes that have been here in Pakistan. There was a very famous scheme, MCGF, Microcredit Guarantee Facility, which was for the commercial banks to draw comfort. It was a 25% first loss or 40% pari passu, where they could lend to microfinance institutions against that guarantee. Now, that is one part. Now, over the years, the commercial banks have become very comfortable in terms of lending to the microfinance banks. So even without the guarantee, we borrow money. The guarantee that I was talking about is for a microfinance bank to transfer their credit risk onto the balance sheet of a commercial bank, where the commercial bank actually takes risk, and we weave in an insurance company that takes a premium, and at the stage of write-off per se, you have a real recourse and reimbursement of the principal and the interest amount. That has not been done in Pakistan. We have crystallized the structure. It's in the works, and hopefully we should be out with it in a month's time. So I think this will open doors for other players to explore such structures as well. The added benefit of such a structure is that the capital adequacy requirements of unsecured loans that are secured by such a guarantee is also 20% as opposed to 100%. So you can give 5 times the loans in the same capital if they're collateralized by such guarantees. So that is the credit guarantee.
So maybe the SPP needs to revise that capital adequacy ratio based on the risk reduction on this, guaranteed loan.
Yeah,
from
the risk
20%
weight,
to
the risk weight of
50% or
these
something.
loans. Even if the ratio remains the same, the risk weight assigned to the particular loans against capital will go down.
That's what I'm saying. Risk weight is 20% versus 100%, so 1 to 5 ratio. If you go up to 50%, it's 1 to 2 ratio or something.
Absolutely.
So that's how you can work on. Okay, and now the next question is about, microfinance banks are the 25 years there, but they're pretty much focusing on that narrow market. That started with the philosophy of this Grameen Bank in Bangladesh and the community-based lending, and then you go on different models. Based on that, if you have diverted, not in a great manner. You didn't move up the ladder of the schemes. You still have your average loan size at about 50,000, or maybe due to inflation it has increased, but effectively it remained on the lower side. And the banks are giving if even a 100 million is a smaller loan for business for them as well. So there is a huge gap in between where we call this the missing S. And now microfinance bank can move up to that, or the other commercial bank can come into that. But there's a third way of dealing with it, and to deal with those financially excluded people, is State Bank is coming up with a digital licensing regime. And right now, State Bank is in the process of interviewing 20 odd applicants over there, where some microfinance banks who also have applied for that license, some commercial banks have applied for the license. How do you think this pave way for your sector to grow? And what do you think, what kind of people should be applying license? And shall microfinance bank to move on that sector? If so, why? If not, why?
Right. Thank you, Ali. I think this was a long one. I could hear two questions. First part is regarding the loan sizes, which you mentioned, if I got you right, that the average loan sizes are much smaller still. Now, so yeah, it's a time and space thing. Central bank has increased the loan limits to 3 million recently. Recently, I'm saying it's under 2 years. So we are still figuring out, and we have developed products, and it depends, and there is a spectrum. It varies from institution to institution. We feel at UBank that this is a great move by the central bank to increase the loan limits so we can actually cater to a larger spectrum of clients. Now, if you remove the nano credits and if you remove the loans given by the MFIs and talk about the MFBs only, the average loan size is much higher. It's in the range of 150,000 to nearly 200,000 rupees. And it has been steadily increasing as the loan limits have gone up. Plus, the inflationary impacts and the clients that we were lending to, they always come up with a higher loan requirement as their income levels increase. So it's a graduation process. And if you see, the line is very linear as far as the loan size is concerned. Eventually, Ali, if you ask me, the S of the SME, even before jumping into the medium part, which is the missing middle, it is the microfinance banks who are poised to actually cater to that client base. So you will see, I feel, as a practitioner, a real challenger retail bank kind of situation arising in Pakistan. The larger banks, their business models do not allow them to come down market. It's been 75 years. They're catering to a very different niche. Their model is very different. As far as we are concerned, we have to get out of our comfort zone, which some of us are, and we are already into low-cost housing, which is not core microfinance. We are into tractor financing, commercial vehicle financing, and all the things under the sky that we can do under 3 million, we are trying out all of that. And I feel that the loan limits inherently will keep on increasing for microfinance banks, so we can actually get into the retail segment, which has been ignored for a very, very long time due to various reasons. So this is my answer to your first question, that the natural next step for microfinance banks is to aspire to be challenger retail banks, with a much larger offering as far as their product portfolio is concerned. And that helps us with the building resilience and adding diversity to our balance sheet also. That's the first one. If you don't have another question on this, I can move to your second question regarding digital banks.
Sure, move to that, please.
Yeah. So the second question is that there's been a lot of debate, and in fact, when you look at the regulation, they have given a pathway for microfinance banks to convert into a digital bank. Now, let's talk about UBank. UBank has two licenses, the microfinance bank license and a branchless banking license, which allows us to raise deposits and give out loans up to 30 lakh rupees. Putting on digital railroads, now we are a bank that is owned by a telco. We have a sister concern, Telecoms, Ufone also, and we are into the branchless banking space for many years now, into mobile wallets, level 0, level 1, level 2. We're already doing that. Now, anything and everything that is allowed under the new regime of digital bank licenses can be done with the two and more with the two licenses that we have. So when the discussion came as far as our board is concerned, we did an as-is analysis. What is it that the new license could potentially allow us to do that we can't do with the two licenses we have? There was nothing. In fact, the digital bank license allows you to take up to 500,000 rupees of deposits maximum from a customer. It has an ADR requirement of 60%, and microfinance banks have no ADR requirement. It has a requirement of 40% consumption loans. In the overall book, we have no such restriction. The total deposit that one digital bank can raise can only be up to 6 times of paid up capital. So if you are putting in 4 billion, you've already decided that the bank will not go beyond 22, 24 billion rupees in terms of size. So that is very, very restrictive. If I were to use the pathway and convert, take UBank example, we have a balance sheet footing of 120 billion as we speak, and it's increasing. If I were to use that pathway, my deposit 70 billion would perish. My ability to have cater to institutional clients for liability purposes will go away, and I can just go on and on and on. So it's not a mutually exclusive situation, either a microfinance bank or a digital bank. I think we need to build digital railroads as banks anyway, and brick and mortar and digital presence is not mutually exclusive. They work hand in hand, they complement each other. And I think that's the way to go for microfinance banks. The branchless banking piece will face competition from the incoming digital banks, not the conventional microfinance piece. In the branchless banking piece, I can share our strategy with you. We are now converting into a full stack of digital banking, not just MFS, mobile financial services. So we are getting ready to compete in that space also with the licenses that we have.
Yes, I agree with you. I think those who have applied for the microfinance, for the digital banking license, they have basically applied because of their branchless banking, and and they actually have acquired the microfinance license for that very purpose, and they moved into that. But I think, but your parent is similar to what those companies I'm referring to, but your journey is different than what they are. That's great. I mean, it's a good discussion with you. I don't have any further question to ask. I would rather open the floor for open for the audience, and if they have any question, we would like to take it.
Thank you so much.
So over to Zainab. You please can, if you take the questions.
Thank you so much, Ali. Thank you so much, Kabir. So we'll take some audience questions, and the first one is from Mohsin. Mohsin, I'd request you to please keep the question brief. Thank you.
Acha, this is the question from you, Ali. Ali, so are you there, Ali? Ali Khidr.
I'm there, Mohsen.
Okay,
you're
Assalamu
going
alaikum.
to have a bouncer on me.
No. So, Ali, I wanted to ask you if you are satisfied from all these answers that have been given by Kabir. Is there anything, and I'm talking about you as an economist, journalist, with the background as an economist. So, in your mind, do you have any other kind of myth that you think surrounds the microfinance industry? If there is any, I will request you to ask that also. Kabir is a right person to ask this question.
Well, thank you, Mohsen. My thing is about that the rates what you offer about 30% plus, they I think are high rate, and you haven't really thought about how to come out of your comfort zone as an industry, and you remain in the core which from where you started, and maybe some of the organizations should be doing that and continue to do that, and there is a need over there, and that of course they're going to be rate higher. And of course, the digital penetration in those areas, it's going to be very difficult. But there are other elements which are being missing, which are low hanging fruit, and you're not taking those as an industry. And some of players are not coming into that. As Kabir is saying, they are geared up to cater to the missing middle or missing yes strategy. But I haven't seen anyone really working hard or striving for that particular area. And the other thing, and because you're not getting into that, your digital adaptation beyond the automation of your processes is limited. That's one area I think you're there, and when you're not doing it, then your ability to hypothecate collaterals is limited, and that's why you if you're going to the gold, and that would raise a controversy and all that. And the third area is you haven't really gone into this the consumer lending area. I mean, there's a huge market where you can collaborate with the manufacturers and all that, and there's an informal market running there. Maybe you go into the white goods, you go into the motorbike, and everywhere those markets are there, but you haven't really went over there and captured and formalized those sectors. So there are areas where there is a room to growth, but as an industry, I think you people are not really thinking on that side.
Okay, about interest rates. Because you mentioned when you asked this question from Kabir about you compared India and Bangladesh. And so I just want you to know that when India and Bangladesh were at 8 million active borrowers, where we are, their interest rates were almost the same. And I can share at that time information. It is available on the mixed market and on the micro banking bulletin. When they crossed a certain limit. So Bangladesh, you should know, is at beyond 75% penetration rates. It has a outreach of more than 40 million active borrowers. India is above 110 million active borrowers. So once they have, like Kabir mentioned, once they have gone beyond, and Kabir talked about institutional level, I'm talking about at the industry level. So even at the industry level, once you cross a certain economies of scale level, that is where the real economies of scale happen, and we start seeing interest rates coming down. And I can even vouch, because I am sitting on the SAM side also, that in Bangladesh, the entire industry worked with the regulator in coming to an capping of an interest rate at a level where they made sure that they are profitable, or they have a surplus that is acceptable to the practitioners. So thank you.
And Ali, to answer the second question, you're right that we did not explore the consumption area. So just to let you know, it is this year when the central bank has formally allowed the banks to have consumption loans on their balance sheet up to 35%. So we are now, it's a journey which is just starting, and you'll see more movement on that side.
Thank you, Kabir.
Fine, thank you.
We have another question from Dr. Sonu. Dr. Sonu, please keep it brief. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kabir. I have a very simple and basic question. You know, in the past, we were asked that, you know, you go for the digital thing, and the digital thing will reduce your cost, operational cost, etc., etc. लेकिन over a period of time, हमने witness भी किया और देखा भी, कोई ये digital से कोई operational cost में फर्क नहीं आया है, लेकिन digital की cost embed हुई है. So why this myth was there, and even today?
जी डॉक्टर सोनू, आपने बड़ी सही बात की है. देखें, इसमें आई थिंक डिस्टिंक्शन करनी ज़रूरी है बिटवीन ऑटोमेशन एंड डिजिटाइजेशन. और यही आई ट्राई टू टच अपॉन जो इनके पहले सवाल, दूसरे सवाल का जब मैं जवाब दे रहा था कि यस, टेक्नोलॉजी की इन्वेस्टमेंट और उसकी मेंटेनेंस की अलग कॉस्ट है, जो आप भी दे रहे हैं और हम भी दे रहे हैं इस वक्त जस्ट टू शेयर व्हाट वी आर ट्राइंग टू डू, एंड द प्रूफ ऑफ द पुडिंग विल बी जब ये हमारा पायलट खत्म होता है. हम टैब के ऊपर आपकी तरह लोन एक्वायर कर रहे हैं, उसके बाद पीछे एक बॉट बना रहे हैं जिसको हम यू बॉट कह रहे हैं, यू बैंक का यू बॉट, जो कि मशीन लर्निंग के थ्रू रूल बेस्ड अप्रूवल या रिजेक्शन करेगा. और क्योंकि हमारे पास ब्रांचलेस बैंकिंग लाइसेंस है, तो हम डर्मोलॉग के थ्रू लेवल 2 वॉलेट किसी के घर पे खोल सकते हैं. लेवल 2 की लिमिट्स नहीं है. तो ये फुल लूप जब कंप्लीट होगा, जिसमें एक्विजिशन डिजिटली होगी, अप्रूवल विच इज द क्राउन जूल, द यू बॉट, वो अप्रूव करेगा और उसके अकाउंट वहीं पे खुलेगा, उसके घर पे लोन गिराएगा. सो जो आपका 6, 7, 8 दिन का टर्न अराउंड टाइम है और जिसमें बंदे बैक एंड फोर्थ होता है, वो फैक्चुअली नीचे की तरफ चला जाएगा और स्केल आने में आसानी होगी. सो इफ यू लुक एट ऑटोमेशन ओनली, सिर्फ टैब्स अगर हम इस्तेमाल कर लें और पीछे सारा प्रोसेस मैनुअल रखें और उसी तरह वो टेलर से आके पैसे लेके जाए और फिर कलेक्शन के लिए हमारा आर उसके घर पे जाए, जब तक ये कंप्लीटली मूव ओवर टुवर्ड्स फुल लूप नहीं होता, वी विल नॉट सी द बेनिफिट्स ऑफ द कॉस्ट ऑफ डिजिटाइजेशन.
Thank you so much, Kabir. Thank you for unraveling lots of these myths for us. We can take one more question actually. So,
can you hear me? Yeah. So, Kabir, you're already getting a lot of flack for using collateralized loans and having a portfolio so high. So there's a fundamental mindset which is in existence for over 20 years around what microfinance should be serving in principle and how. Given some of these sort of new and interesting innovative ideas you want to bring about, both from a digital point of view and sort of challenging the branchless banking side of things, from a consolidation and an uptake point of view in terms of benefit overall to the industry, how do you see that playing out, given that we already have a lot of mindset that has to be changed, and the ingrained mindset for the last 20 years, which
Recording
is
in
still
progress.
working on differentiating between digitization and automation?
Right. Thank you, Shasta. So I think there are two things. Mindset change obviously takes time, and it's a journey, and it will not happen in a day, and it will require players, some of the players who will push the boundaries and challenge the status quo. And that is natural. That has happened everywhere if you see all over the world. Now, it's not a neither or situation. Certain unsecured loans, 20, 30,000 rupees, or interest-free loans, or towards the bottom of the pyramid where you've got the poorest of the poor strata, that will remain. the way it is. One has to understand that when you do a dissection of the pyramid, where are we working? The microfinance banks, per se, as per regulation, work in the space of economically enabled poor, as they call them. And we do working capital financing. We don't give loans conventionally to startups or people who are towards the bottom of the pyramid. So MFIs will have their own space. They have to reach economy of scale over there. Then the population that graduates from there, as their income levels increase because of the good work that the MFIs are doing, it is up for grabs for microfinance banks to enhance it further and then take it to the S level and then SME. So it's a journey, Shaista. It's going to take some time, and there's going to be a lot of pushing and shoving and taking flack and all of, and that's all healthy. This is the way we look at it. And if you see the regulation, we started off with only 150,000 rupee loans maximum, has moved to 30 lakh rupees. It's not just the size. Imagine all the work that must have gone into it when we increase the regulator, increase the limit from 150 to 30, because there is a need. So it's not an either or situation. It's not a zero sum game. All sorts of players, the whole spectrum will continue to operate in their own areas. The way is to collaborate and understand each other's position in the overall universe.
With that great thought, thank you so much, Kabir. I'd like to request Qazi Saab to please come up on stage and give Kabir a small token for his great session. Also, unfortunately, I have a bit of bad news. Nadeem Hussain Saab will not be able to join us due to some emergency. So that session is cancelled for the day. On the other hand, what that means is you can now proceed directly to tea. And this tea is, of course, sponsored by the PMIC. We will see you tomorrow at 8:55 sharp, so we can end on time and start on time. Thank you so much, everybody, for your participation. And thank you for attending the first day of the conference. Khuda Hafiz.